Hello everyone and welcome to another day of LPL. Yeah, I did just typo the Twitch stream title, which was LDG instead of LGD. Yeah, no, I was just very quickly typing things and I got that wrong. It's all good, it's fixed now. Okay, let's get ready for our first series of the day. I'm going to be doing the first one alone, just as Sam can rest his voice. Sam will be joining me for the second one though, so we have a duo cast for Weibo versus BLG. Sure, Harold. Sure, that'll be it. Welcome in, Harold, Katari, Monsters. Who else is around? Let me scroll up. Katari already said. Zareth, Mecha, and anyone else who might drop by. Okay, I guess we've got an interview. We'll listen to that.
采访，我是主持人欣然。我们先请到的是 LGD 的中单选手汤圆来到赛前采访席，跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是老干年中单汤圆。
今天是你们的赛季首战嘛？最近大家的一个备战做的怎么样呢？
我们差不多已经调整的10有89了吧。
那希望在这个赛段呈现出怎样的一支 LGD 呢？
就我们努力打好每一场比赛吧，尽量发挥出自己的实力。
好的，我们一会儿赛场见。同样，我们请到的是 OMG 的上路选手 Harry， 跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OMG 的上单 Harry。
第二赛段的新征程也是从今天开始嘛，大家有怎样的期待呢？
就第一赛段差一个波5就进得分了嘛，很可惜，希望第二赛段就不要有这种遗憾。
是的，会继续加油。那今天这场比赛，对方的上路选手 Birdo 也是重返 LPL 嘛？怎么看今天和他的交锋呢？
对面上路 Birdo 的话，应该是一个暂时玩的一个很好的上单选手，就希望我们一起有精彩的表现吧。
好的，我们一会儿赛场见。
Guys, I just sped around getting ready so quick. Hello everyone, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Did I PB? I'm not gonna lie, that was actually a bit of a gold split, yeah. Welcome in everyone, and get ready for our first series. LGD versus OMG. Is that too loud? I think that's too loud for break music. It's very loud music though. Good morning, Andrea. Good morning, Crabson. Who else is around that I missed? It's most of the people so far. Cool. Push that stuff back on the table. Okay, LGD OMG, first series up. Let's have a think about this series. Of course, this is Group Nirvana. And neither of these teams have played a game yet. We've only had one game in Group Nirvana so far. Speed running through life since 1998. Oh, dude, are you just Gen Zing them? Wow, I don't even know if that's a Gen Z thing. Is that a Zoomer thing instead? Steamed hams. Oh yeah, we get to see some new players here because Birdall's back for LGD. I forgot about that. That kind of slipped my mind. Yeah, because yeah, Birdall's back for LGD. He was Okay, I'll leave you the intro, I suppose, and we'll get ready for the show.
您可以通过音速联盟客户端掌上音速联盟及音速联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com。 虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。 Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然占吧。傲风电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第1。
Sam and I are not Unk. Stop calling us Unk. Oh, we're the cool Unk. Yeah, we're the cool Unk, which tells you about video games and like card games and stuff, you know? That's what our uncle did to us, actually. The reason we're like proper nerds because of him. Thank you, Alan.
Round 让我们有请 LGD Gaming。
LGD hit the stage. Here in Shanghai today, to the neutral venue for both teams, and the red, white and blue with LGD first out. Down here in Group Nirvana today, LGD's competition for our first series of the day. One of their oldest rivals. Both of these teams have been around for a very, very long time. OMG, one of the originals. Let's come on. Yeah, take a step back. Wait till the lights, buddy. And the neon orange. Salmon? Peach? Peach? Peach. Peaches, peaches. Peaches, peaches, peaches. OMG come out onto the stage.
LPL 第二赛段组内赛第一周第7日的首场对局将由 LGD 对阵 OMG， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 5位进巅峰。
Coaches fist bump, they'll head towards their seats, and we'll get ready for our first series of the day. I may as well. Well, I'll think about it. Might keep the camera off today, actually. Time to do my favorite Zoomer activity, doing my taxes. I did that the other day, although I need to send over some extra details for confirmation of some payments. In terms of this series and the analysis of it, well, this is Group Nirvana. We do have a change to LGD. They've had series away from the LPL, but not in the LPL itself, which may, of course, make a difference. LGD almost had something good last split. I was surprised, really. That I was surprised that they lost out in terms of the race towards playoffs. They ended up well, it was OMG that ended up really surprising them. Of course, OMG last split, they did something which we thought was kind of unthinkable at the time. They upset EDG in a best of 5. It's a crazy series. And then we got the Summer beats on as well. Yeah, we do. OMG really surprised us last playoffs. Of course, they bombed out later on to Invictus Gaming, but they took a best of 5 win versus EDG, who was seen to be a much better team than them, and that was, of course, one of the older rivalries as well within LPL. So we've got Orianna Rise banned away in terms of our 2 really priority mid laners. There's Ashe Seraphine, there's Varus, there's Rumble. We're getting some real power picks through in game 1 courses you tend to. Rumble first pick tends to be the accepted wisdom, but I think both of these teams are quite bot lane centric. So Birdall, new player into LGD, was in the LPL not last year but year before, I want to say. Was he here in 2023? Was that the year? Anyway, he was there then. Pantheon locked in as arguably the strongest jungler with the Varus. Now the Varus can be a top lane counter to the Rumble. So no one opting into the Ashe Seraphine yet. Do LGD want to do that and give up jungler? Well, with 4 junglers already out, 1 pick, 3 ban, that's quite dangerous. We might just see an unpicked, unpanned Ashe Seraphine. Well, it would probably ban second round, but the Ashe Seraphine prior, not very high in the first 3, then a Fury for Hung. It's a pretty strong matchup into the Pantheon. It's quite easy to W the W. Aurora for Tongyuan is this fairly decent blind pick. They're not exactly bringing any CC to the table right now, though, or LGD. Do they chuck the Varus into the top lane of the Rumble? I mean, if you play it, you got a Pantheon to ult up there too. But Ambassador is also a good matchup into the Rumble, and then it secures you a very strong bot lane pick too, so you can start banning away bot laners now as well. LG will probably ban away some things which survive the Aurora, so ban away what? Annie? Ban away LeBlanc maybe? LeBlanc is a big one because it's just so lane dominant. Oh, you won the channel point gamble last night, right? For Kaiser over in Onivia. There are many people who can give you some hints for that, but I won't do that on stream because it can break some terms of service stuff. Oh, he was on Sandbox for L23? Oh, you're right, 24 then Bertel came over, my bad. Yeah, he was one of those, yes. Draven banned away from Shire, who is a bit of a Draven player. He does like playing that sort of stuff. I'm just still waking up, folks. Twisted Fate away from Haichao would have been that extra CC. Do they ban away the LeBlanc? The thing about Haichao is actually a very mechanically look, he's a mechanically ambitious player. He will play the hard to play picks. He'll play the LeBlancs, the assassins. And mechanically he looks for the outplay almost every time, and the joke that we have is that he outplays himself along the way. Okay, well I appreciate you sticking around, Blade. I hope you rest well. The Ashe banned away from LGD, so no Ashe Seraphine, as we predicted. And the Galio away from Haichao. I guess that stops the Ambassador Galio, but now you can LeBlanc pretty happily from Haichao. You can Annie pretty happily. It's the Zoe, very early locked in. Now, he's played this once or twice, but I can't remember it. When he last did that, let me go check actually. Haichao, when was the last time you played a Zoe? Well, he's only played one game of it. And that was back in Demacia Cup 2020. I'm lying, he hasn't played it once or twice. Well, he has played it once, but not in my memory. He's only played it once 6 years ago. What? Okay, Nymaera Lulu in LGD because there was no Ashe Seraphine available. That's fair, and it means that the whole team is very mobile. They have 0 CC though. And then it's going to be a Bard to finish off the duo from OMG. So OMG have far more snap engage, they have far more ability to pick people off. They have a range advantage with Varus and Zoe, double poke, and of course the Ambassador role also somewhat functioning in that too. LGD must have some crazy early skirmishes and leads, otherwise this is just not going to be playable. Playing a game with 0 CC is just not it. Now, Nymaera Lulu can carry games like this, where if you somehow dodge the CC, or the enemy team misuses it, things kind of go very, very bad very quickly, and then you can chase people down. Anyway, I'm going to go into a quick ad break, and we'll get ready for our first game of the day. OMG better comp? I think OMG have the better comp, yeah. There was a very strange sound in my left ear. Let's hear the gyros if there are any today. Both the mid laners just looking for that first wave clear. Of course, Zoe has pretty good wave clear nowadays. Starting with a heal, by the way, in mid lane. Haven't seen that one before, but it does mean with the heal and spell thief, so you get a good amount of move speed. So it's kind of like a budget ghost for the short-term motion. Anyway, it doesn't give you the extension, the extended value from it. Bard auto Q, getting the electrocute off. Of course, Bard Q about 10-second cooldown, so you get it twice a wave if you're lucky. One at the start, one at the end-ish. The Fury potentially heading over the wall, but it's a raptor start from Reo, who has been he spots that now. He should spot that now. He knows he's on that. Walking away from it. What does he do now? He doesn't want to walk into the Pantheon straight up. I mean, the Pantheon really scared. Hang on, does he hop over? He does. Wow! Did not expect him there. Does get the big one. Does he get the level 3 off of that? No, but he does deny a decent amount of the raptor, the Krug camp. Now, Reo will go back right now, does he have enough gold for a longsword? Because if he does, he can go back out onto the map and then fight the Neferi maybe on their own camps. No, only has enough for a glowing moat and a control ward. So Neferi's now going to go over to her own topside camps. Pantheon's not going to be level 3. He was very close to it. So Pantheon can't go over to the topside camps because it doesn't have the stats and doesn't have the XP. Now, can Rayo get anything from the other side? I mean, can obviously fight for the scuttle itself. That's not bad from Hung. Rayo going Wolves, then Gromp going up towards blue buff. Hung went for the Raptors. So he went Wolves, Invade, Steel Krugs, or half of them. And then over towards his top side. Hasn't recalled yet. Skull Crab in from Rayo. Well, Rayo doesn't have Smite, so he's going to lose this one too. Yeah, Rayo, buddy, you needed to save a Smite for that, or at least put some wards down. Rayo's getting really just bullied around here now. Now, no double scuttle opportunity. Uses the E, so doesn't have the empowered ability for the fast start onto the grubs on bot side now too. Lulu's roaming up. If Rayo loses bot scuttle too, isn't that just disaster? I mean, there's a W available from Hung. I think he's gone for the W anyways. You don't always level up with the W level 3 from the Neferi. Not always anyway. Missed the first Q. Hung has Smite again. Does he want to stick around? I suppose with Moham in River and the Zoe getting the push, Rayo will avoid the worst case scenario of losing both scuttles alongside that camp he lost earlier. What's happening in the lanes? Well, bot lane's even, top lane even enough. But all, of course, first series back in the LPL since 2024. There were actually points in 2024 where Birdle was amongst the better LPL top laners. Oh, he's going for the overheat, looking for the flash kill! We'll burn him down! We'll die on the occasion. But Harry will lose the wave to tower. So Birdle trading flash for flash gets that kill. Harry does get first item Hex Drinker though off the first phase of lane. So it's going to be Hex Drinker versus the Steel Caps. So defensive item first for both sides of that top lane matchup. Sorry, just clearing through that wave. Nymaera going back, has a cull. You know, I watched Weapons the other day, the was it 2023 movie? Yeah, the horror movie thingy, Weapons. It was alright to watch. It was good. I think it was good. It got a little bit lost towards the end. Some of its key themes weren't really capitalized on. Apparently, it was a stream of consciousness writing thing, which doesn't always lead to the most understandable stories, but it was pretty good from that perspective, which I'm normally not a huge fan of. Hang on, Equalizer drops in top side. Does Harry look for the ult back? No. Birdle's really looking to put on the hurt here. Gets the overheat. Will land another harpoon. I was just watching, just scrolling through my phone recently too, and I saw that I really need to watch Star Trek, folks. I never really watched Next Generation. I really want to do that. Not so interested in the original series, but TNG I really want to watch. I realized that there was the actor which plays John Locke in Lost was in the Star Trek. I can't remember if he was a big character or not, but I saw him in a clip. I was like, what? Huh? Stuff there, fighting over a Skull Crab. This would be level 6 for Hung. I'm not sure it would be for Rayo. Rayo is going there too early. He's very, very low, and he goes down with a huge burst. Harry misses his ultimate. The sleep does land. Can they get the kill off of that? Yes, they can. So jungler for jungler. Good sleep coming out from high chair. We did say that LGD need a strong early game. They don't exactly have a composition which plays itself later. No, later on, they're just going to hope that the Aurora and Rumble ultimates do enough on their own without the CC. To make a difference. Both junglers going down means that both of them are somewhat delayed coming back onto the map. Of course they are now, with Neferi dying last as well. Rayo got a little bit extra time, so neither of them actually going towards that top scuttle, by the way. Going back towards their own camps instead. See that Rayo has got level 6 now off of Krug, so has that global available. Anyone got any movie recommendations from stuff they've watched recently? I don't care if it's new or old. Mohem does have Flash, does have the Magical Journey as well. Ult thrown out by Starry, traded for Xiaoya there. Harry looking for that crystalline proc on top side. Harry has 2 kills now, by the way. Did pick up the kill onto Hung, I believe, there in that mid lane fight. Of course, the 1-for-1 on top side earlier happened too. Oh yeah. I say rare. I mean, I wonder. I'm actually not sure if it's a ReZero reference, like the anime. So I occasionally switch between Rayo and ReZero because yeah, but it is good. It is a good anime. It is a good anime. Heads of State. I have oh, a dumb movie. I mean, I watch plenty of dumb movies. I watch intentionally bad movies a lot. Grubs traded for Dragon, looks like. Haven't seen a clean trade of these for a while. Actually, Rayo might just take one and ult down into the play. Looks like he's coming in for an ult. Pantheon, rather, the Zoe bubble lands, forced out. The Sleepy Trouble bubble. The Wild Growth user in response. He's dead already, enchanted down. Dragon goes over to the side of OMG. Hung gets killed in the fight as well. And LGD are struggling to lock down members because they don't have any CC. Asleep on Mohammed. Flash forward, very, very close for the kill on the last auto with the Maud Sparkles. Can't quite get that one, but will kill Tongyuan. It's a 3 for none in bot side and the Dragon for OMG. Brave Little Toaster was a fever tree. What was Brave Little Toaster? Oh, the initial key. Oh wow, the Bard stun into the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Wild Growth forced after that. Pantheon will go straight on top of him. Ow. And then Hijack just hits every bubble. Credit to him, and then just everyone has like a million. Oh, so close to killing him, man. He's so close to killing him with a flash auto. I actually wonder whether he should have short queued there. Just going for the quick one instead of the longer one. He would have killed with any amount of damage there. No, I've never seen a Crepton. Nope. Might be movie education. A little bit low. A little bit low. Like I wouldn't have considered myself a movie buff, put it that way. I'm starting to catch up with some stuff now. Like I hadn't seen the original Predator film until last year. Ended up watching Predator 1 and 2 with Bangia. Did I watch it with Sam as well? Maybe I did. The first one very, very much better than the second. Ooh, The Host. Yeah, I love horror films. Yeah, horror is probably my preferred genre actually. Birdall, yeah, Birdall's here. Birdall is here. Birdall is back. Birdall was here not last year, but the year before. And actually, when he was here the last time, a lot of people... Look, I actually think that Birdall was... he was a bit of a gatekeeper top laner, right? Where against the very top laners, not great. Against the rest of the field, very solid, very, very good. I would have considered him somewhere in the top 5 of LPL top laners while he was here. He was good, individually speaking anyway. The team wasn't as good, but he was, I think. Forced away from bot turret, more farm being lost by Xiaoya and YCX. And now the problem is, LGD have lost that early advantage, which they briefly had through the Neferi early jungle clear. Xiaoya takes a ton of damage on the resets, on Primitive Tower rather. Ooh, does he die from that? It's pretty close actually. Well, it doesn't have the flash. Could have flashed, but there's a wild growth. They don't want to commit, so I was actually wondering if they just throw the Pantheon ult at them. They do have Pantheon flash. That was so close to a kill. Did have the barrier coming up. I'm not sure if it was completely off the cooldown at the start of that. It was low cooldown. and sometimes fool you. Guess the ghost blade from the minion drop there. Hey Angie, how's it going? I think OMG are going to quite cleanly clean this one up now. Cleanly that was... Alex, come on, you can do better than that. Cleanly clean it up? Oh, come on. This is why I borrow phrases from other people. Clearly I'm not allowed to make my own. Backline mini's cold out. Oh, he hits it with that too? Has to ult to go unstoppable through that. Tongyuan is getting a bit butchered by Haichao. We were saying Haichao. Mechanically, this guy is a really solid player. It's just that his decision making, he'll, you know, outplay himself as much as he outplays you. I distinctly remember on his first split in, like his Azir play, looking for the huge shuffles and then just like not quite really being able to do anything, you know, like looking for the shuffles to be both end up good and bad. Magical Journey behind the tower. Shaya has the Wild Growth put onto him. He doesn't have a flash and he'll be hit by the Bard ultimate, then the Varus ultimate, and then everything else. Haichao ends up picking up the kill. It's a really clean play from OMG, and LGD do not have a cross map. They're not in position for a dive. LGD perhaps wondering if they could have a smidgen of CC to stop people running at them or otherwise set up kills. Feel bad for LGD here, really. I just don't think this draft is very playable. You know, they've lost that early lead. I think that OMG have played well, don't get me wrong. I think that Haichao on the Zoe has been utterly superb. He might go towards... Okay, I don't mind Zoe going for a Protobelt because Protobelt is really interesting for like the ult Protobelt for the bubble angle. I don't mind them going for the Protobelt for that. I don't like it on a lot of other champions. Well, I suppose it is really cheap. It is 2,650 gold for the whole thing. Look, if you want a really cheap second item spike, it's not bad, right? It's like how Horizon Focus was sometimes overbought in the past, but then it got really good stats and you're like, okay, well, you can't really argue about it. One wafer thin CC, my lord. Starry pop. Ooh, bubble lands. They have any follow-up? No. The Varus arrow following up on the bubble is going to be kind of terrifying, by the way, later on. If you get like a 3-stack arrow firing onto a target with the bubble on it, they're probably going to lose like 2/3 their HP, something like that. It will be far too much, I'll tell you that anyway. It's one of the reasons why Ezreal Zoe is really good. Not just because there's funny lore implications, because, I don't know, Zoe's got a crush on Ezreal. But, yeah, the Ezreal can always fire ult at the Zoe's bubble target. Bird ult is in the side lane. A Haichao can just walk away with the spell thief. So Zoe... the W is the most... I actually don't care about the E anymore. Her W is the most annoying part of the kit. Always has been. Really. I suppose there was that one point where you couldn't even, like, cleanse the sleep, really, and you couldn't black shield it before you actually fell asleep. Zoe's got a bad taste in bed already. Ouch. Sorry, Ezreal, you didn't need to hear that. Q does land onto the wall. Ow, that really hurts. Does end up getting half the HP away from the Neferi. Ezreal is a hunk. That is... I think very specifically he is not a hunk. I think if you're using terminology, he is very much on the other end of descriptions. Hunk Resident Evil character? Wow, is he the guard from Umbrella Corp? Jumping forwards is the Nymaera Lulu. The Herald is going down. Sorry, took a bit of damage there, but not enough to really phase him. Oh, mods, you can allow that. Mods, allow it. I'll allow it, mods. Mods, you're going to have to allow those messages. Oh my god, Angie, 250 stream streak. Angie, you are so supportive. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a lovely day as well. Well, the game slowed down somewhat, folks. Of course it has here. And, well, Birdall's got 1 item, Tongyuan does 2. But Haichao has a second one. Jumping forwards is Tongyuan, flash to the side from Starry. Didn't want to get hit by the Aurora combo. And Andy, thank you so much for the sub as well. Story gets destroyed by Xiaoya. Walked far too far up. Did not have that flash from the last play. Not great from them. That's opening up an angle for LGD. They don't have a Herald or anything to put down in mid lane, but we did say that occasionally, you know, the Nymaera Lulu can kind of carry games like this. Well, if you give an opening like that, well, they absolutely can. Good kill will get Xiaoya closer towards the Fiend Hunter Bolt's second item, which is where the Nymaera really causes issues, of course. Yeah, thank you so much, Andy, for the sub there. Really appreciate it. And of course, anyone else who's sat back enjoying these games and the experience in chat and the community as well. So please think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe. Makes a difference because this is my job. Your support through only on Twitch, YouTube, and then Onivia stream as well. Those are the only ones which have to give me that support. Do make a huge difference. Tong Yuan down 2k gold. Has been trying to make some plays. Has had to go for the upgraded Merc Treads, which I suppose you have to versus, you know, Pantheon, Zoe, Varus. I think Moham on the Bard, also a shout out for MVP. Has been, you know, deathless, decent laning phase, has been everywhere and landing some critical CC on that queue. Haichao is in the front runner seat for now. So powerful, the 8-stack Dark Seal. We'll see if he goes towards the Magi's. I will get hydrated as well. Bubble missing there. Reminder that if you take the first turret as Zoe, typically that's the litmus test for a winning game. And they just did that, folks. If you take enemy mid turret before they take yours, Zoe just gains so much power. You can fire bubbles through all of these walls that you're seeing on your screen right now, and especially once you start losing vision control, if any one of those angles gets a successful bubble, you die, especially in a comp as squishy as this with no cleanses. There is a Mikhail's now, which will very much help, but that's what, a 3-minute cooldown, something like that. Bubble is a 10-second one. Please give us 0-second zero cooldown hydrate. You want to what do you want to do? You want to drown me or something? You want to get into the hydroelectric dam business? Oh, and that's the bubble there. That's what we're talking about. Forces the Mikhail's out. The Pantheon coming through now. A little bit late on the ultimate there, but I suppose it is a long wind up. Dragon out in 10 seconds, and look at these angles again, and it does hit them as they go through that corridor. Haichao benefiting so much from the turret going down. Birdle hit by the Ambessa ultimate. The follow-up not crazy, but he doesn't take any damage on the way out. It's another one maybe there. Forces the W out of Hung. Q onto the wall. Moam's landing his own CC too. I mean, OMG, what can you say? This great composition and very well played by their key CC members. Just as we saw the mid lane turret go down, we saw a demonstration of exactly what that means for approach and objective. Approach into the fog of war. If you are in a losing game versus a Zoe, and she can sit and throw bubbles on cooldown through those kind of walls, then you're in deep trouble. You're in deep trouble. How's Sam's voice doing? Sam is going to be joining me for the second series, but taking a break for the first one, because basically I just don't... What I really don't want to happen for Sam, and he won't want it to happen either, is basically for his voice to, like, ping in a really bad way, and then for it to be gone for, like, a week or something. It's okay if your voice is a little bit rough, but if you overdo it, then it will take half a week or whatever to come back from that. A week even, I don't know. We try and look after our voice as best as possible. Bubble... Of course, harder to land on than a Fury because the dogs make it harder to land as direct skill shot. See right there, actually, that Zoe is trying to fire bubbles into the common recall spot of the Aurora. Put a lot of damage onto him. It's not really been his fault, the Rumble. Mostly the fault of LGD has been the comp. I mean, what do you do against so much just unchecked artillery? 0 CC, and Harry just solo kills Birdle. But he's saying, oh, it's not been a, you know, individual problem for Birdle. Well, I mean, obviously not great dying in a side lane there from the 1v1. Harry picking up the solo kill. He wants to join on the action. Of course, picked up 2 kills early on. That's a very good bard stunt. Forces the ult out of the Lulu. The spreading Varus ult, causing issues for LGD 2. They do get a flash and a heal out of Moam. Harry's still alone on this bot side, but damn, the bard stunts, if they haven't been good. What can man do versus such reckless artillery? No, I'm doing it in Emperor Palpatine voice. That's not King Theoden voice. I can't really do Bernard Hill. Oh, very nearly hit that ultimate. And then, I mean, Birdle, I guess he thought with the ult dodged he was safe. He was not, chat. He was not, and has now died. Chinese Rumble needs to be stopped. The little dude does squeal a bit, doesn't he? As he dies. Not gonna lie, I'm sort of just waiting for this game to end now. 5,000 gold lead, a Hextech Soul on the horizon. Bring me the Hextech Soul. Famous, you know, rock and metal band. He's so goofy. And I'm Mickey, haha. Don't make me do Donald Duck. I don't think anyone would enjoy Donald Duck. Darth Vader has streamed through a chipmunk filter. Oh, but I just know that the highlights will just be me just doing some random stuff in the... Oh, God. I just realized I can't do words in the Donald Duck voice. I can just do the quack. Right, meow. That's as good as I've got. That's as good as I've got. Did someone say the door to darkness? Oh, man. Well, I guess I'm waiting for the next bit of CC to land. Hi, Chow, farming up. Did he get that? He didn't quite get it. That would have been great. I'm actually quite worried I'll damage my... Look, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'll practice it off mic, but I might damage my voice doing that. Hung has the dogs to protect him from the bubble. The skill shot hits one of them. First off, the dogs go down there. I've been playing Kingdom Hearts 2.5 lately. There's a guy which I watch for speedruns on that. The bubble close to landing. Remember, they do have the Mikhails here on the Lulu. The dog does... Hang on, no, he takes it. Well, doesn't lead to that much there. Oh, God, it's so nasty. Don't end up using the Mikhails on that one. No follow-up. But now the Varus is in range. You could get a flash Varus arrow here. Again, the bubble is landing every time. Part of it is LGD's fault. Birdle got out on the flank. He was thinking they were focused on the bot side. They weren't. They could move towards the top side of the fight. He goes down. No way to face check. No way to start the fight. Birdle dies in quite ignominious fashion. And they'll go back for their Hextech Soul. It's up in 10 seconds. LGD have had no approach towards the objective. Every time I hear Darth Rumble now. Oh, gosh. I want to try the data. The data fights are hard as hell, man. It's a good game, Kingdom Hearts 2.5 Remix. Hextech Soul for OMG. Surely Bardol can be followed up on by any of those bubbles, not that it matters. The thing is, I think that they don't need to. I think they can just wait until basic abilities come through, then they can use the Bard ultimate defensively. You really want to use the Bard ult once LGD have used their defensive capabilities or they've already engaged into you. That's when, honestly, that's when the best kind of CC lands, is when the enemies already use their defensive tools. It's why Yone... Xiaohu was talking about learning from Chovy about this. Hang on. Oh, not happy there at all. Learning from Chovy about how Yone shouldn't be the first person to engage. He should be follow-up engage. And then I know as an Ahri player, you know, if I do a bunch of HP, then I can charm. In fact, I was on Cagel's stream yesterday. I mean, I was just in his chat, basically. And he was saying how he really liked Protobelt because it forces people to panic. And use charm. My logic is that, I mean, he's not completely wrong. The problem is your damage is so low with Protobelt compared to other builds that the panic of taking all your HP means that you flash away early. We'll flash away from a potential bubble there. The equalizer is used in mid lane. Oh, Varusol did land, as did the Vesserol. So everything's landing here, I suppose. And Birdle goes down again. Not a great re-debut in the LPL for himself. Mom does use the defensive ultimate, and well, he'll live for it. High Church forwards again. No Q landing this time. It is a 2 for none. They lose some HP bars, but they don't lose any members. Yeah, get the Zoe Magi's. Hell yeah, we do. The extra move speed from Hai Chao. And that's why I really like stuff like the Magi's on a champion like Ari, or in some cases Zoe as well, so that your damage becomes so high that you can blow a flash with your basic abilities, well, your non-CC abilities, and then when you actually want to land your bubble, your charm, your whatever, then you've already used everything. He has the flash from the spell piece, waits until the Neferi connects, and then flashes over the wall. Great discipline from Hai Chao. Buys another cooldown. This is a very sad moment, you know, just trying to throw down both the Rumble and the Aurora ultimates, and they don't really do anything. They get half the HP off of a Bard. Oh god, that damage. Just got it before the wave landed. Xiaoya trying to dash forwards and get the Lulu Yunara damage rolling. It just doesn't work. Just doesn't work in this case. Why is my team so sad every year? LGD have had some okay players come through their halls. They've had some pretty okay moments. I mean, when they first announced their mid jungle was changing coming into this year, I thought, well, you know, that's actually not bad, considering that their mid jungle was pretty poor before that. A Birdle coming in, I don't think Sassy was huge. Oh my god, the damage! That's 2/3 of the HP. Yeah, well, that'll happen when you've got 4 item Zoe flying. It doesn't even have the death cap, by the way, but the Magi's helping with the extra damage. More damage. Hai Chao, clearly player of the game. He has outplayed, he's supported his team, he's been in the right place. The whole team has set up for him. Is another one landing? Jeez, what can't you land, man? Tongyuan tried to go for the combo, didn't land it. More damage coming through the wall, that's not bad. I suppose they found their CC. It's literally a Lulu ultimate, but they are very, very, very far behind. Harry does go under turret. He will die. OMG committing some flashes. Hai Chao committing every summoner because he can. The Magi stacks are growing even more. The ball doesn't land there. Double kill for the Zoe. Does he jump forward for the extra damage? Doesn't quite get the extra range on it. 20 stacks on the Magi's. Hai Chao take a bow. What an absurdly good game from the Zoe of OMG. Well, folks, that wasn't close. That was not close. LGD locked in a 0 crowd control competition. They had no ability to shrug off the engage or look for picks themselves. Really, they needed a crazy stomp in the early game. Otherwise, it was gonna end up like that, wasn't it? Which it did. It did end up like that. Well, welcome in everyone, and how's it going? How's it going, chat? I hope you're all doing well. I thought I'd turn the camera on very briefly. Sam will be joining me for the second series of the day, but the first one will just be me and you, chat. So, LGD have some searching to do. That was not good drafting. OMG, honestly, folks, even last split, I'm remembering this now. OMG, of course, they beat EDG in a best of 5. No, OMG, even last split, had good drafts. That was not their problem. They actually had some of the best drafts in the LPL around split 1. I want to see what they can do in this split. Can they mount a march from Nirvana up in towards playoffs? Because there is a chance you can do that if you end up top of Group Nirvana, I believe. But yeah, LGD, they need to work on that draft. That was not really playable. You know, it's not an easy draft to play. I thought that maybe with the yeah, OMG just has to be less good so other LPL teams don't take all their good players away again. Oh gosh, OMG 2023 was a really fun time. You know, we had, you know, Shanji, Aki, Cream, Abel, and PP God. It was a really, really good roster. Very exciting. I think I'm really sad that Abel never really found himself onto a top team again. You know, I think he was such an aggressive, creative player. No, he was a Samira player. He was an everything player, really. But yeah. Yeah, both Shanji, Aki, Abel, and PP God now out to the LPL. Cream, the last remaining OMG great. Both poke champions doing similar amounts of damage. No surprises there. Star and Hai Chao, I mean, crazy damage from them. Okay, folks, I think I'm gonna go take a quick break now. I'll put on an ad break. But, you know, chill out. If you would like to support the stream, again, please think about dropping a like, a comment, a subscribe. It does make a difference here, whether that's on Twitch or on YouTube or on Onivia's stream as well. It does help if the numbers there are good too. But yeah, I'm aware that we do have, you know, there are some sites which have which are like using our stream, but if you're watching on there, the numbers don't get reflected on our stream. So while I don't mind you being on those sites, if you could also watch on here too, even if it's just muted tab or whatever, it does make a difference to us. Because you know, Sam and I, we're brothers. We run the stream together. We have done for a couple of years now, and this is our job. We don't have broadcast work right now. Well, we have like little bits and pieces, but it's not enough to pay rent. This is paying our rent, and you know, if you are here watching us, you're helping that. You're helping that if you're watching through on our stream. It does make a big difference. Okay, I'm gonna go into an ad break now. I'm gonna go get myself a snack, and then we're gonna go do that thing where I rest my voice and brain for a little bit. All right, be right back, folks. Hey, no surprises on player of the game though. Haicho walks away with a great game from him. Nice skill participation. Okay, I'm back. No one panic too much anyway. You can panic a little bit as a treat. Let me just copy over socials. Hey Jonas, good to see you. How have you been? Oof, allergy attacks are the worst, Jonas. It's starting to get around to that kind of hay fever time of year again, so you know, everyone watch out for that. Be careful. It's yeah. Once it starts, it kind of very hard to get rid of, really. Well, not very hard to get rid of, but like it's harder to kind of get on top of it in the moment. So you gotta be sure like you're taking all your I mean, I'm sure Jonas is doing this, but like gotta make sure you're taking your allergy pills consistently, and if you have stuff like nasal sprays and eye drops, just use all of them like regularly, and then kind of like you'll build up. It'll build up over. I think some of them. I think nasal sprays take like a couple of days to like start reaching peak effectiveness in terms of like taking them regularly, because your body kind of gets used to them. I think that's the case. Maybe it's even a couple of weeks even. Anyway, use them regularly helps. Also find that like washing your face and washing your hair can get pollen out of it as well if you're someone that's struggling with pollen allergies, which I do. In fact, I should probably take. I'm really bad at taking antihistamine. I just kind of vibe with it until it gets too bad. Okay, close towards our game 2 now. Well. LGD, perhaps they should do that thing. Hello, hi. No, I haven't taken my antihistamine today yet. I can do it on camera if you'd like. Became such a thing with my family. Like every time I sneezed, even for something not allergy related, my family would just go, "Hey Alex, you taking your antihistamines yet?" Well, no. I miss OMG 23. Very creative team. Okay, folks. What's your most niche? What's the most niche team that you miss from League of Legends? So there'll be some popular ones, right? I mean, yeah, you know, like there'll be some season 2 ones like CLG EU or Moscow 5 or you know, Rocks Tigers is a big one which people really miss. I miss them too. Oh, I miss that team. Kiaoju Reapers, oh, that was a team. The DMB version, I presume, you know. UOL the year they weren't in finals. UOL were in the LCL for a bit. Hey Fred, good to see you. Great to see you. Sometimes I miss 2018 G2 more than G2 2019. Well, they did knock out RNG from Worlds that year. They were a very interesting team with Perks and Wanderer solo laners. The year they were in finals was spring 2015 versus Fnatic. Yep, their first year in the EU LCS. OG Moscow 5, exactly. They were a great team in M5. All-Star 2013, Korea, and LPL. Oh yeah. The All-Star teams from 2013 were really good. But didn't we have like a pentakill from Impact on Gangplank? Like old Gangplank? Oh, is that loud? I don't think it was that loud, was it? Well, I guess it was. My bad. Well, into the... No, I got baited. Normally when it comes out of the little fadey bit there, that often means it's going into the draft. It's not yet. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. Give it a second. I miss Splice. Well, yeah, so a lot of the folks that worked on Mad Lions were still there at Splice. Obviously, a lot of them are now gone because Koi is then kind of like... Koi's brought in its own people now, and the people that were there from Mad Lions / Splice before that are kind of gone now. But I do know some of the Splice people that were involved with that, before they moved on. Is it better now? I've toned it down a couple of %. Also, Matt missed Schalke 04. You mean the one with the Miracle Run? That was a cool team. It's a cool team for sure. Alrighty, game 2, OMG LGD. LGD's draft was bad in game 1. They had 0 CC. OMG could just sit at range and keep poking them for forever. Orianna banned away. Is the Ryze going to be banned away again? I mean, Ryze very, very powerful. Yep, no changes there. The Ashe banned in first round this time, which is a bit different from the first draft. What are we looking at in terms of bot lanes then? Corki Nami, big one there. No Yunara Lulu, of course. Now, some Nautilus lanes might start cropping up at this point. You have a raccoon emote? That's adorable. Wait, is that from Rack's channel? Oh, gosh. The LeBlanc banned away. Now, if you're playing LeBlanc, if you're banning LeBlanc, doesn't that normally mean you're picking something weaker in lane? Maybe you want to pick, like, a Kali. I mean, Annie is pretty okay in that matchup, but the Vi banned away. Sorry, taken in as first pick, the Vi. Xinjiao fine at fighting the Vi. A little worse at the combos, obviously. Those are some hovers. Now, if you go for the Azir, obviously you're still quite at threat from the Vi combos. I don't like Mel blind pick. I don't like it at all. We have seen that once or twice though. I know the hovering it is locked in. I don't like Mel blind pick. Maybe he is thinking, oh, the Ahri will come through. I don't even think Mel is that good of a matchup into the Ahri. I think that is vastly overstated. They lock in the Ahri anyway, just saying, well, you know, we'll take it at that point. It's quite easy for the Ahri to blow the shield and then go in the second time once the charm is back up and the cooldown is not there. Wait, you also have Raccoon emotes? Oh, cool. Adorable. Oh, they're from Pillow's channel. Right, gotcha. Cool. Okay, LGD, think about locking in the Jace. Birdol, of course, a famous Jace player from Korea. Yorick instant lock-in, finish off your top side. Yep, Yorick's pretty good versus the Vi and the Jace. Yep, I think that's good. Then you're leaving your bot lane until second round. Already had, you know, a decent amount of the power bot lanes taken out. No Varus, no Ashe Seraphine, no Karma lanes. You do have the Nami, I guess OMG, who will have the first and last pick of this. It'll have, you know, fourth pick. Then LG will have their 2 picks, and then Mo will be able to do his Luke Skywalker Red 5 standing by, the last pick of the draft. Draven and Lucian banned out, so we still have Nami. No Lucian Milio though. Lucian Milio and Lucian Nami both very powerful, of course. Can you deflect Vi's ult as well? No, it has to be a projectile. Vi's ult is herself, not a projectile. The Corki banned away. So many AD carry bans here. Kai'Sa Nico, the big support ban left. I am sort of surprised it's AD carry bans and not support bans. Then the Nico's banned away because that was one of the remaining ones. It looks like we're just banning away all of the tier listy stuff. trying to lean on champions here. I mean, Starry's a good Jinx player. We could actually see a Jinx, but then what would you pair it with? We could go Aphelios Thresh at this point in the draft. There's Aphelios Thresh, Sivir Alistar, Jinx Thresh. Are we doing Mel bot lane? Are we doing Mel bot lane blind? We're doing Mel bot lane blind. So it would be Sylas mid. Wait, okay. Okay. There is one person who's in Challenger playing bot lane Sylas. I don't think that's happening here, but it could happen. If you go for the Renata now, then the Mel just destroys your life. Like, you cannot play Renata into Mel. She just reflects the ult back at you. It's awful. So we did talk about that Aphelios, the Aphelios Thresh. Well, I don't like Aphelios into Mel, actually, because Mel... Well, Thresh gets the hook reflected back at you. Not at the level 1, of course. Moham, thinking... Oh, it's an instant pike lock-in? Now, we did say OMG is some of the best drafters within the LPL. The Mel blind earlier, I was like, well, I don't think it's great. And then they locked in the Vi Ahri. They move it away from that matchup, because I actually don't think the Mel's that good into the Ahri. And then... Yeah, OMG are cooking. It's smelling like spices. Smelling like Sichuan pepper. It's spicy. And that means that it's the AD is not coming from mid or AD carry. Okay, I'm gonna put on a quick ad break. This is one of the stranger drafts we've had to break down in a little while. Put on an ad break and we'll talk about that. And if you don't want adverts, please subscribe. Help support the channel as well. Aphelios Thresh. Level 1 should be pretty okay for them. Well, most of the time the Aphelios Thresh doesn't have much of a level 1. I think they do here, though. Many questions. Hey, thank you so much for the gift subs, Crafton. You are wonderful. We really appreciate you. Alrighty, let's get into it. Game 2 of OMG LGD. Highlighting the ward put down in the enemy jungle there. Moham, of course, on a champion with very strong level 1, has this sweeper start, wants to really control side bush vision. The level 1 vision war, slightly won by OMG, both jungle, well no, jungle starting on opposite sides. Shinzo going top to, bot to top, Vi going from top to bot. Level 2 is where OMG's bot lane really comes online. Because the Mel can start reflecting the hooks back. That's not... Well, The hook's okay in terms of damage. Did they you know, get some of the HP off of YCX? Pike hook is pretty good for the whole poke thing. Now, what we might see as well is a level 2... then used to, like, flash E from the Pike to get a guaranteed Mel E. Like right there, we could have seen that. The hook misses, and it's a short range one too. That's a bad one to miss. Has Mel leveled up the E or the W? Well, I mean, LGD don't know that yet, so I suppose we shouldn't either. Hi Chow, heavy trades against him from Tongyuan. The Ahri matchup into Sylas again, much better than it was at some points. Sylas used to be unplayable for Ahri at points, and now it's actually okay again. Okay, well, we appreciate you, Crafton. Rayo gone from the bot to clip 3. He's going in towards mid lane. Doesn't land the W. Is flashed away from. Went for the 3 camps bot. Walked over into around top side for the wraparound gank. Couldn't quite get anything there. Knew he was safe to do so because Vi isn't pathing the same direction as him. It meant that Vi can't really invade into his top side camp. So it's a bit of a freebie there. It means that he gets the flash for free. Bot lane. Would have liked to see a little bit of a... Ooh, not great there from again, actually. Hook was already missing. Suppose you don't want to ever get hit by that hook, so using the E is not the worst thing ever. But they really want to get themselves, you know, early advantages with this lane. The fact that they're not doing crazy work here is actually somewhat of a problem. Hook lands. It does get the full CC. That's the combo. About a third of the HP off of the Thresh. Doesn't mean they don't have the extra Mel abilities to get the farm on the wave. High Chow. Oh, is he going to get Q flashed on here? I think so. No. No flash blown by the Vi. Silas flashing away. So both mid laners down the summoner now. Oh, habits. Get rid of them. So even in CS in bot lane, mid lane's down 10 CS, although, ooh, hook goes wide. Of course, the way that you want to deal with Mel is that if you have a skill shot which is interrupted by minions, just put a minion between you and Mel. So if Thresh hooks from behind his own minion, or Ahri charms from behind her own minion, Mel really struggles. Caught in the box here. Uses the Q on the minion. By the way, if Yorick uses a Q on a champion, also creates a grave. A lot of people don't realize this. It's not just killing minions with the Q which gives you the grave for the ghouls. It's actually queuing the champion themselves gets you the ghoul as well. Shock Blast landing, trying to freeze the wave here a little bit, and he manages to do so. He's got the 2 biscuits as well, has some sustain in inventory. Didn't use the teleport to get back to lane the first time. The Ahri really scared there. Choosing to stand well off the wave because he had no flash and hasn't leveled up the ult just yet. He's gone for the blasting one first item, first component. So he could be going Malignance, could be going Rower, I suppose. I don't want to see a Rower this game. I really don't want to see a Rower this game. High Chow jumping forwards. Shin's at, well, still doesn't have flash. Not quite at level 6 yet. Would hit it off this wave. Very dead tongue. You went. Not enough wave. Not enough vision. Goes down very easily. First blood to OMG. Goes to the Silas, who has a Dark Seal. So he's got the extra 8 AP from the kill as well. Flies back box side. Gets the minion kill. Kill for OMG. Hook onto the Thresh. Oh, and he flips it back on the hook as well. The Q, of course, not getting found because he hooked the enemy champion outside of their own hook. There's a cull in for Xiaoya. Wants to be scaling up. I mean, the duo of Starry and Moam haven't done a crazy amount in this bot lane, but they have been able to, you know, keep even, I suppose, despite not exploding in the lane. Would have really liked to see them getting a bigger advantage. Not really been the case here, of course. Another hook actually lands the E. Good damage from... Sorry, after the hook doesn't land. Slightly off on the CC timing. Then good Q damage from Starry. Gets a double Q. You're not expected to hit 2 people with a Q there. They actually have kill threat now. They genuinely have kill threat because of those number of Qs hit from Starry. If the hook lands... No, not to be. There was a heal from YCX anyway, so made it less likely to look for that, of course. It's no longer the meta of, you know, Ignite supports. Hasn't been for a while. The supports take the heal. The AD carries take the other summon. I always wondered why it wasn't the AD carries taking the heal. We did see for a little bit Lucian Nami. It was the Lucian with the Ignite, particularly because the AD carry was higher XP. Coming out of the... Oh, hook for hook. Under tower, Mom, ease away. Safe for now. Do they flash forwards? He's got himself a little bit of regen. Xiaoya really wants to get those chakrams. And will flash forward, trading it. Flashes in for the CC and has the level 6. So Xiaoya returns to the ground. That's the XP advantage there that he doesn't land. Short range Q from Moam. Well, the 2v2 makes something work. Starry has been playing the Mel very effectively. We did see bits and pieces of Mel bot lane around the LPL. It was in Demacia Cup, though. We saw it from Leave when he was on his last games at NIP. He played it versus a Renata. Bot lane, it wasn't Demacia Cup. That was an Asian Invitational, the God Gwar Cup. Wave held by LGD. Couldn't push that one in, which does mean that OMG will be losing some CS from this, but they do get the kill, of course. Lose some XP from that, which is annoying. I mean, mages always want bigger XP. Of course they do. Birdall gets caught in the Dark Procession, takes a tower shot. Does Harry takes 2 tower shots? That's, you know, slightly less helpful for him. Maiden. No Maiden. Mom's on the roam now. Tongyuan does have ult, does have flash. If you like the CC, it's a bit of a problem. Wow, that's a fair amount. Takes half the HP. Haichao getting a lot of extra support here in this mid lane. Really wanted to get the Sylas ahead of the Ahri. In the individual 1v1, Ahri does deal with Sylas pretty well nowadays. Oh, Dark Procession line again. Despite the phase rush being procced, Harry's good accuracy on this. And the extra bits of damage you get onto the Jace when you do that means that the Yorick, who has sustain, and the Jace that doesn't, have a big differential in HP between them. Vi Arian still losing. The thing is, yeah, LGD have not really moved first towards mid lane. They've not had the best vision control around mid lane. They've kind of let Tongyuan just kind of sit and get chunked out and not be able to walk up and contest the wave. Good vision control from LGD on this bot lane now. They have a 10 CS lead because of that frozen wave bot lane earlier. Slight CS, a slight gold lead to Story as we were saying, but it's not the best thing ever. The hook lands and they get the damage on top of it. They don't get the E stun. It's a bit sad there. If they did that, well, level 6 was just coming up from Moham. This is scary now. Next Q could very much look for a kill. Mel no longer following the play though. I can never trust any lead with a Pyke, and I think you'd be right to do so. However, if you get a hook into the Sylas E or Mel E now, I think that's death. I think holding the wave. Hung in this bot side does have the Vi level 6. Star, you got to be careful here. You have no flash. Star, you have to be so careful. You can 100% die here. There's no... Yeah, I mean, just don't walk up like that. They did reflect some bits and pieces down, but you can't walk up like that. Frankly, you can't walk up like that. Dies very easily. It's a good play from Hung. Not well read on the map by Starry. You knew that you were staying under turret. There was a good chance that LGD had people walking around the bot side of the map. Dies for free. It's a good play. It's a good play. Didn't even need the Thresh flash. Of course, it was down there, right? Charm from Tongyuan doesn't really mean much there. Of course, Starry has the teleport, can get back into lane fairly effectively. Dragon in under a minute now. We'll likely see a fight over that. Smite from Hung to protect his own big raptor, but loses the small ones. Moan looking for the Q, forcing the flash out of Hung. He's on the roam course now. Has cooldown boots. Sometimes we used to see stuff like the, you know, the mobility boots or Swifties from the Pyke to make sure your roams are really, really strong. But he's gone for the cooldown instead. Moham had a very good game 1 on the bar too. Birdall down in CS versus Harry's Yorick. Hung's on top side, doesn't have flash, doesn't have ult. I don't think you want this fight, do you? Maybe you do actually. He does have the Maiden. Gets the phase rush to get in range for a little bit more. Dodges the Q. Hung not getting much done there. Harry, good sidestep. I thought for sure that was gonna hit. Anyone coming up towards top side now? Haichao teleported up. He was teleporting off the reset anyway. Hung's still in top side. Well, he doesn't have his ult still. Harry, no flash. Is Q'd over the wall. I don't think he spots him at all here. He'll go for the reset, knowing that he's low HP. Bot lane pushing in. Thresh was on a reset himself. Haichao was looking for a very strong angle there. Tongyuan not trading back awfully, but you can see that, you know, the Protobelt HP really nice for the Sylas early on. Of course, the W healing also depends on your health as well. Malignant's in from Tongyuan, so he is going towards the faster build. Against the Sylas, I really think you need the Malignants. It's stuff like... It was stuff like Talon, Fizz, suppose Sylas as well, Diana as well. You want Malignants just because they're going to try and trade ult for ult, and if you don't have Malignants, you die the next time that comes up. Particularly with Rod of Ages, you just can't play around multiple ultimates. Q onto the tower. Takes 2 tower shots. Hung is now 20 CS behind. That's true. Yeah, no, that's true, right? ReZero. He's obviously reset this timeline multiple times. He's found his way to a wonderful CS lead. Who's Hung? Yeah. Any ReZero fans in chat? It's a good show. It's a good show. It's fun. was a real cultural thing online for a while, that show. And then, of course, it took years and years for the next series to come out, as it happens. Good double Q there again, the Ludens. Ow! And, of course, the Mel actually can walk up, tank the hook. And now YCX kind of using that to get the Comet on. I'm reminded that there is a you know, Pike hold. They haven't got any resets with that one yet, any of the executes for the extra gold. But that's really scary. Do you walk up and try and cue someone out of the brush? Not sure about that one. That's actually a bit spooky. Could have died for that quite easily. Waiting for Season 4 to release faster. I watched Season 2. I'm not sure I watched Season 3, actually. I need to do that. Hung on top side, down, still 20 CS, as pointed out by Katari in chat. OMG, the big thing which you need to know about this team is they are a creative team. They are one of our best drafters, really. Are they the best team? No, they definitely have their flaws, but particularly around mid and late game, this team can have some huge issues. It used to be that early game was a disaster because Juhan was just not playing very well for them. Yes, and that is like DRX Juhan, world champion. Birdall, not bad damage with the Moam there. Moam's doing a really good job of just containing vision across the map. I think this Mel pick has actually ended up being inspired. I didn't like the blind pick of it, but using it, if there's actually a team that uses it as a flex pick, then you're fine. You ban out so many AD carries in the second round that you already have yours, and you have mid laners instead to pick. Now we'll see how it works as an overall composition, but you know, OMG continue to impress me with how their drafting has been. Hex Optics from Xiaoya first on the Aphelios. Seen this a little bit from our Aphelios here. In LPL, Tung Yuan and Hung jumping forwards. I mean, ReZero feels like he wants to go for a play. The High Chow into the thick of things. Everyone's gone into very, very short range of him, though. The Aphelios assault will land, and it's a kill to LGD. Can they find any other way back into the play? Flash for a hook, which is reflected. That means that there's no shield, though. And reflect for the Ahri Charm. So flash away from Starry. One kill for nothing. LGD walk away with that one advantage. What objectives can they get afterwards? I suppose there's the Herald up. Star with no flash now does need to be a lot more careful. Haichao stole out that Vi ultimate, couldn't get that much with it. He's going to get himself first turret of the game. Haichao's going to be quite happy with that. Could potentially teleport topside, but I think he'd rather just farm out in lanes. We don't really see as much early game teleport skirmishes in the current meta. We see one or two, but it's not... I think a lot of people just prefer to get their individual gold, particularly because of the power of top lane. But hang on, potentially hook onto the turret. Okay, alright, I see you there. Ended up reflecting the Graviton auto back towards Xiaoya there. Eventually, there will be points where actually, you know, if you fire out some of your weapons, it goes kind of crazy as the reflect comes back. Worth noting, the Infernum, the red gun, doesn't count as a projectile, so that won't be reflected back. However, everything else will be. So the Chakram autos, the Calibrum, really strong auto attacks. Hang on a second. Does manage to cancel out the Q of Hung, but no follow-up after that. Points. Sideline turret on the other side now going down for OMG. So they took the bot lane from Haichao, first turret of the game. Second turret of the game taken by Harry on the Orican top side, who has a 20 CS lead. Largely agnostic of anything else happening in the game, actually. It was LGD which threw up pressure towards that lane. And Birdall, a player who has had a good history on the Jace. I mean, okay, good history. You know, he's a Korean Jace player, a player who's had some strong individual moments. Behind against Harry, we have seen some Jaces do quite okay versus the Yorick, despite the Yorick being a counter pick. When they have jungle attention, he did get the jungle attention, it just didn't really amount to much in topside. Dragon in under a minute would be second for the team. ReZero going towards the Raptors. Starry standing off on this mid lane needs to be, again, he needs to be really afraid as a flashless mage. Yeah, he actually just pulled out that W for the movement speed. Tongue going over the wall. Charm not landing just yet. Jumps over to the red buff. Lands that Q, but the ult's right through it, so the E doesn't land the extra stun. Tries to get away into the healing. Can't get it. Haichao stealing the Ahri ultimate. Here comes Birdall. I'm not really sure that's what he wanted, but I think it's even less what Harry wanted. Tongue keeps getting resets. Rao doing pretty okay here. Haichao doesn't use himself the ultimate. Gets a triple kill to the Aphelios as Haichao tries to get some extra gold. There's a quadra kill for Xiaoya. I don't think he'll get the fifth. No fly over the wall. OMG fall apart. Jumping forward, lands the E. Haichao gets the double dash to get one back. Credit to him. Notable Silas player. Gets one back. Mohan back out onto the rift, but I just don't think OMG are respecting the Vi, Thresh, Ahri pick combo. They're not respecting it enough at all. Hook under tower. Tower will die. They do have the Pike ultimate, but he's not been able to use it once this entire game. OMG needs to be working better as a unit to make sure that they can get vision control down before LGD get themselves into position. You know, so Mohem, I think he just had to back off. No, there's a Vi with ultimate within like 2 feet of you. Not sure that's the play. You know, Birdall goes on to Starry. Crazy amount of damage, manages to get out of the play too. Credit to him. His teleport was better than Harry's, who ended up in the middle of absolutely nowhere. So both Moham and Harry had a bad fight. Quadra kill over to the Aphelios. That is absurdly large amounts of gold. 2k up. And like before that, Starry was doing fine. Now this is going to end up, well, there's an Infinity Edge in at 19 minutes. Has an extra crit cloak, so now he's at, oh my god, he's almost towards an LDR. Okay, so Xiaoya's at 70% crit or so. That's just too much gold to give over. 6-0 for Xiaoya. That's just too much gold to give over. That's disaster for OMG. LGD, I mean, credit to them. I mean, they've been pulling their aggressive trigger well into people out of position, too close to the fog of war, fighting over vision control to allow that. Mohan back into the mid lane, but now if you misstep, Xiaoya hits you with a couple auto attacks and you explode because, well, you're a Pike. Moham's early game was actually fine on this pick. The laning phase, you know, not explosive. Wanted a bit more, but did quite well at looking for some picks and then looking for vision control himself. So what do you do now as OMG? Because they're the team that's behind against Aphelios that's very, very fed. Well, you do want to still, you know, look across the map for particularly Pike, Silas combinations, I think. I think they're the two which are most likely to be able to follow up for a big play. It's a problem that Harry is now losing in the... Well, it has to back off from the side lane because he was doing really well individually up until he teleported into death. He's going to really struggle versus the Aphelios now too. Aphelios is going to shred this poor guy. Birdall takes a turret on top side, evening up that matchup. Slightly ahead now, actually. Has the Muramana transformation, so he can start poking out very nastily, of course. There's a chance that Starry reflects back the Shock Blast. A lover's quarrel somewhat between the two champions from Arcane. Xiaoya is going to get to a third item very, very quickly. Once he gets that LDR, I mean, he just lands an ultimate and just people explode. Dragon up in 2 minutes would be a third for LGD. Cloud Rift. In this kind of game with a lot of squishies, Cloud Rift means more because it's less about the damage you need to do. It's more about having the actual access to get that damage down. Tongyuan on the bot side. Anyone else coming down here? No, Tongyuan actually going on his own. Now everyone else roams around. 4v3 in the bot side. Oh, they actually spot out the Pike there. That was close to being a pretty freak engage from the Vi. Turret goes down. 2 turrets to the Birdall now. Took both side lane out turrets. Haichao did get the bot lane out earlier. Very nearly getting something onto Tongyuan as he came in, actually. Interesting that. Oh, he's gone for the Protobelt second. Look, folks, I don't like the Protobelt on the Ahri in a bunch of different cases. I think that realistically, if you need the extra mobility, you have your W for that. Now, Ahri doesn't need another dash. You have your W for the easy dashes. You've got your ult for the hard ones. And you've got a Malignance to make that lower cooldown. Now he's got cooldown boots. Oh god, it's the third item at 22 minutes for Xiaoya. How fed is this AD carry? A mortal reminder. But yeah, in a game like this, for the Ahri, there's a couple of different options, right? Obviously, you've got the 5 stacks and the Dark Seal. You'd love to go for a Medjai's, but if you go for Medjai's Lichbane, I think that you end up outrunning a lot of the team incredibly well. It's not a bad game for Lichbane uptime as well. Can also go for the Shadow Flame because you've got a Vive. Shadow Flame's pretty good at, you know, finishing off what everyone else starts. Hook onto the sideline, but got a lot of gold from sideline. I don't know if he survives through this. I think he suppose he will just about. Mom took too much damage. Couldn't really use the Pyke ultimate. Trying to combo up with the Vi and the Ahri, and they will do. A little late on the teleport, the flash away from the Abscond. Abduct. Xiaoya has a lots of damage. That's a single auto attack. Ult. Dashed away from Haicha, going forwards, looking for the kill. Can't quite get it, and now he has no resets to work with. Flash Flay. Starry gets himself the Protovel out of danger. The hook's not bad, and he won't die to the Shock Blast. LGD walking away with a 1 for none. OMG just a little bit slow to the play again. LGD quicker on the trigger. More consistent, their combination too. That's going to buy them the dragon. OMG, that fight in bot side is going to haunt them. Giving up 4 kills for just the 1. Haicha's been playing well on the silence, no doubt about it. But, you know, I think that Harry having a bit of a hard time figuring out what to do in team fights. And now because the Athelos is so fed, it's not going to get any easier, that decision making later. Yuan has an extra needlessly large rod now in inventory too. See whether that's the Shadow Flame or the Death Cap. Could technically be a Zhonya's too. No, I mean Zhonya's isn't bad versus this team. The Pyke just continues to get less and less value as the game goes on, doesn't it? Sad. I liked creativity of Melbot personally, but they're likely to take the wrong idea away from this game, I feel. I agree. Yeah, I think that the Melbot, the idea was good. It's the execution which was less good. Well, now he's just walking up and he's going to die here. Well, that's not a bad attempt at a body block. He'll die for it. Hang on, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Not the worst play ever. And actually, Harry's managed to get back on towards Xiaoya, but the charm is good. The peel, extra Q on target. It's not bad from Harry, but he gets to the ultimate, the emo plague from the Severum. Gives him the healing needed. Xiaoya chooses the correct color of ultimate and gets the healing from that red ultimate. Saves his life, it does. OMG lose 3, they get 1. Starry has been very poor at walking up too far. Well, he's been very good at walking up too far. It's been very poor that he has done, though. Selected opposition. Pop by Mime, and the reason he survives there really high. Does he steal an ultimate hit? There's no smite. Tungman's been really good on the Ahri mid-fight too. I've been enjoying his play in the team fights. Moham, he's just going to die the last auto attack. Good damage calculations by Bird. All Haicha will flash away. Does have an ultimate to steal. Steals the Ahri ultimate. Does he think he can do anything here? There's no smite on the other side as well. Tried to steal it with the Q. Bloody hell, it's a single auto attack. Xiaoya, great play from him. We'll watch it in the replay here. We'll come up just after this. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal for Ahri, by the way. Where Medjai's. No, you didn't cast against anyone. No, again, the thing is, again, it is exactly what you said. The Mel creativity of the Mel pick is good. It's just they're going to have the wrong takeaway. You know, they try and body block for the Mel. I wonder if ReZero flashes. I wonder whether Starry lives. Right here, notice that Xiaoya. Oh, he ends up. Oh, sorry. No, he ends up using the healing from the. Oh, he used it from the Infernum to get the spread across for the heal from the Severum. It was actually the Calibrum ultimate for the auto attack damage there. But still, the Severum is still the weapon which saves his life. Just ends up hitting multiple targets, I believe, with the Maiden and the Yorick. Getting hit with the Infernum, like, flamethrower. Each target then gives you healing from the Severum. So if you drag the flamethrower across a full wave, the fellow just heals up to full with the Severum the second item. Jumping forwards again, Starry, well, you've seen this song and dance before. That's going to be the Zhonya's out from Tunguen. He will end up surviving. Starry goes down. Hung low HP, but, well, where's the damage on the other side? Well, it's not going to be Starry. He's dead. Yorick is pushing a tower, so is this going to be Inhibitor Tower for Inhibitor Tower? It looks like for now, but Jace is pushing down in the bot lane, so we 2 for 1 with that in mind. Baron, of course, still in for LGD. That's the first pike ult of the game. Right, inhibitor for inhibitor, but then the Nexus turret's going down. He needs to recall very quickly. Ari can actually potentially stop the recall here. Close on the hook. Potential pike Q. No, that misses. Sio's in for the Vi ultimate. Goes on to the Aphelios does go golden. Xiaoya is very low HP, but he's got enough to fire out the extra shots. LGD will take the cross map state and say, well, you can push our inhibitor if you want. I guess we'll just go for the Nexus. LGD will even up the series 1-1 here in Group Nirvana versus OMG. Well, that's your 1-1. Okay, I'm gonna go on another quick ad break, folks. And get myself another coffee. I'm trying to keep myself awake and locked in. Sometimes it can be a bit hard actually on these longer days. No, it's not even that longer day. You know what I mean, though. For some reason, I just didn't wake up correctly today. For whatever reason it is. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go into a quick ad break. But folks, first off, before I go, if you are someone that's been enjoying watching the LPL here, you know, Sam and I have been doing this for how long now? Started doing it in 2024. So we've been doing this near enough now 2.5 years. I've been on the LPL broadcast since 2023 when there was an official broadcast. Of course, there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. Not in the English language. It got shut down at the end of 2024. You know, it got shut down by China in 2023, handed over to Riot Europe. They ran it for a year, and then of course they shut that down. So if you want the stories, the entertainment, the ability to follow these teams and these players, please consider doing that here, because I would like to consider myself one of the best custodians of LPL information in the modern era, and Sam is too now. We both cast, you know, thousands of LPL games now. I've definitely cast 2,000 LPL games. But yeah, I think that, you know, it's a very cool thing to have followed that journey, and it would be really cool if I could continue to do that. The only way I do get to do that is if you like, follow, subscribe, literally like doing all of the things about the algorithm. It sounds so cheap, I know, but the only way I get to do this is if the stream does become self-sufficient. So if you do like, follow, subscribe, keep watching. It does make a huge difference here to me being able to continue to cover the LPL. I'd love to keep doing this. I'd love to keep doing this for you as my community as well, whether that is on my own Twitch and YouTube or Onivia on the side as well. Yeah, get ourselves a post-game stats. We're gonna go into a quick ad break, folks. But yeah, just consider it, folks. Just consider it. Even just stopping by does make a difference. And if you do find any clips that you like, throw them out on socials as well. I'm gonna go into a quick ad break, get myself another coffee, and we'll get back ready for game 3 of our first series of the day. Hey, Nelly Cat. Sorry. Neil Cat. Oh, that was too small on my screen. Really appreciate you. Thank you, Neil Cat. Appreciate you. Oh, hello everyone again. Sorry if I've not been as, like, chatty during the breaks today. Just haven't been quite there. I really appreciate the follow and the sub there. Unicide, by the way. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, don't worry about it, folks. Second series sound will be in as well. I'm sure we'll get back to yapping. Of course, tomorrow we've got day off from LPL. I will be doing some VOD. I'll be doing something. I think I'll do a VOD review because I really want to keep up with the VOD review when I can. Oh, I also just forgot to like ping my server, didn't I? I should really do that more. Should do that. Also, I need to decide whether I'm going to be like pinging like at everyone or at stream ping. Typically I do stream ping because I feel, because like there's some people I know from not Okay, well, I gotta get myself a coffee, and then I guess we get into game 3. I've liked the drafts from OMG. I've liked the drafts from them, but I think in that game 2, it was difficult to play. Even though I like the creativity, that is the kind of draft I think a better team than OMG would have liked having. Which is a shame, because I actually think that OMG, they've done some really good stuff for their drafts. They have. No, I've actually really enjoyed the creativity which they've shown. But not quite as easy as that, is it, eh? Not quite as easy as that. Mel should have 100% stayed in mid after the Ari pick. I actually think that the flex is what made it really good, because I don't think that Mel is very good versus Viari, because as we saw there, right? Every time the Viari went onto the Mel pressed W, but then the charm the shield, the reflect wears off in the Vi ultimate, and then the charm lands in the ultimate too, because it's such a long amount of CC. So Mel can't wait for the Vial, then W and reflect the charm, which means that the full combo, you can't survive the full combo. Because if Vi lands the ult and then the charm lands after, you're still dead. So I actually think that Vi is good into Mel, because Mel hates people just running at her. Now, typically, you'd think she's good against the Ari because she's all projectile-based damage, and if the charm's reflected back at her, she's just super, super dead. But it's not quite as simple as that. It's not quite as simple as that. What games? Oh, yeah, someone was saying that KT were doing really well in LCK. Okay. Actually, just before we get into game 3, I'm just going to go on a quick break. I just realized I should really go to the toilet just before this third game as well. So I'm going to leave it with this. Hopefully that it won't affect draft. I'm actually going to change the audio over just in case it does. And then we'll get over to it. Okay, be right back very, very quickly, folks. Good timing for me to get back, eh? Third game of the series. Jarvan first pick after a lot of our regulars are out of the field. LGD. Wow, they really thinking about a Gnar here? I guess they are. Well, there's no Jace or Yorick, which are two of the better picks into it. We might be thinking about something like a Renekton into it. Jax. Well, I've seen a lot less Jax, really. Could go for the Lucian Nami to make sure it's taken away from the Corki here. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, if you lock the Lucian Nami now, it means that the Corki has to go to kind of like a backup support. They don't even choose to do that. They choose the Lucian Milio, allowing the Nami to go through. I mean, Lucian Milio is pretty good versus the Corki Nami. We've actually seen it beat it in lane a handful of times. You're absolutely right. This is banger draft music. So the Nami's the easy lock on 3. Then the question is, LGD, what do they ban away from top lane, presumably? What do OMG ban away from jungle? So there's no Nocturne off of the first bans, and of course 4 junglers away from the other 2 games in the series. So I think LGD ban away Renekton. I don't really know what else Harry's got planned for the top lane matchup, but there isn't a crazy amount left of the traditional Gnar counters in terms of what we see currently in meta. What junglers are there really left though? Stuff like Skarner. Skarner's a big one. There's Wukong as well. Skarner and Wukong are the 2 big ones. You could also go towards a Maokai too, but Maokai's kind of bad into Milio, so you don't really want to do that. Oh, you don't really want to go Skarner into Milio either, actually. Skarner and Maokai both kind of crap with that. So, yeah, what does Hung do? The Poppy, yeah, that would have been good. Yep, that would have been good. TF away from Haichao as well. Akali looking pretty tasty for Haichao too, if you don't mind me saying. Azir also not bad because you have Milio and Jarvan as double kind of enchanters. The Jax away from the top lane matchup. Renekton's still available for Harry. Yeah, I think something like an Azir looks really good for Haichao here. I don't think LGD would love the Skarner hit. Well, they would love the Skarner, but the Milio cleanses the ult as far as I'm aware. So it's like hard counted. I don't think you can do that. Also, the Milio Q is disgusting into Skarner too. So the Wukong's taken away. Exactly, you don't need to ban the Skarner or the Maokai because the Milio is so... Well, maybe you still go Maokai just begrudgingly. Honestly, I think this is a Lee Sin angle. I think this is a Lee Sin angle from Hang. Or Zahen, maybe. Zahen jungle's okay. I don't think you want to do that at all, buddy. Buddy, I don't think you want to do that at all. Mundo, you don't want to go Skarner. You don't want to go Skarner here. The Mundo's better. The Mundo's better. Because of the Milio interaction, being able to cleanse the ultimate. Okay, Mundo's fine. It's not fantastic. I would have preferred, like I was saying, something like the, perhaps even the Lee Sin or the Zahen, but I think that the Mundo, better for frontline duty, helps you face check a lot better. We did talk about the Azir being very good. You have double auto attack buffers in the Milio and the Jarvan. Pretty good at killing the Mundo too. Annie would be better for the engage. We have the Jarvan for that anyway. Right, Harry, last pick. Just a Renekton angle. Oh, Sion's good. Yeah, why not? Sion's good. I mean, it loses lane to the Gnar, but it means you can just kind of like run at the enemy team fairly effectively. Yo, the Vayne top. I mean, you do have then triple auto attackers with a bunch of attack speed and auto attack straight attack on. That's actually not a bad Vayne angle. They go towards the Sion. Honestly, thinking about it, I almost wonder whether like Galio Vayne would have been better, but then you have counter pick in mid lane against a Galio, which is not good. Okay, talking about last pick for mid lane. What's he got against the Azir? He is a Yone player, but doing that into the Sion, for full AD, not great. LeBlanc is very lane dominant. He loves playing as assassins, as we've seen. It's the Akali, not going to be the LeBlanc, it'll be the Akali. Very, very good at assassinating double ranged bot lanes. There you go, there's your draft. LGD OMG Game 3 coming right up. We'll go into a quick ad break to make sure we don't get any ads during the game, and then of course after that we'll be loading into Weibo versus BLG for our second series of the day up in Group Ascend. Would have liked LeBlanc a lot more. LeBlanc would have been more lane dominant, but the Akali's better at actually killing the backline. That's my take on it. Onto the Rift we go. Hey, Montes, thank you so much for the support. Bot lane prio. Achieved by the Lucian Millia. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted there on socials. Starry, yeah, Starry, you know, Austin was the key part to OMG. I think with the change out of mid-jungle, it really has changed that around, though. I think that this has become more than the Starry team. You know, last game, of course, he was very much punished on the Mel. But, you know, you look back to that game one, Haichao, you know, player coming in this year. Things changed, really. Things really changed, you know, when Haichao came in and Rayo particularly coming in. He's the guy that really was the catalyst to this team getting so much better. LGD don't have a ton of CC. I think Sign is going to be difficult. Yes and no. Akali can kind of work without that because the Azir, the Lucian, and the Millia are all definitely people you can assassinate. Harry going to be doing a good job at, well, will have to do a good job of protecting as best he can the backline from that sort of dive. You have the Scion, you've got the Azir, you've got the Millia for disengage. Damn, the jump forwards with the shields for the Vigilance passive, really nasty. Again, the Super Mega Blaze kick there, working well. Some wards from OMG into the bot side jungle. There was some on Raptors there. Ooh, Mundo actually going for the invade onto the Raptor respawn because both junglers going for their own resets. Mundo pretty good at just walking at a Jarvan on the whole. Trading onto him. Big Raptor out of vision right there. He does manage to smite it away. Good from Hung. Haichao on the way over. Has the lethal tempo, stacking it up. Tung Yuen trading back, protecting his jungler. Oh, flash forwards, but looking for the solo kill. Flashing away. Flash for flash. Close. Birdalt choosing this nod. That Sion was picked as kind of like a consolation pick of, look, it'll lose lane, but it'll be better later into the game. ReZero heading in towards the Krugs respawn now. Can he smite that away? No. Oh, yes, he can. There's the large one. Was that 15 gold on there? Don't think I spotted everything. Does have the flash. Might have to use it. The Valkyrie used for damage there, actually, from Xiaoya. Freya loses 2/3 of his HP. Hung doesn't really have the ability to chase him down at that point. Haichao. Ooh, hang on. Haichao going for the Fated Ashes first. Is this gonna be a tank Azir? Is this gonna be a sweep Azir? Fated Ashes obviously helps into the Akali because the DOT means you can spot them in the shroud with the damage over time revealing them. Well, not revealing them, but showing the shadow in it. Dragon, taken by LGD, no contest. Jarvan coming out of base, has the Tunneler, of course. Pretty happy with his combat stats there, but not there to help too much. What? Moham? Not sure you want to be there as just one little Milio. Lands something onto Xiaoya, loses half his HP for the attempt though. I guess using himself as a battle ward in the enemy jungle. Mixed series from Moham, very good battle game in game 1. The Pyke was fine, but didn't really achieve what it needed to. LGD on the other side, trying to think who their kind of like real key players were. Well, Xiaoya in that last game was incredible on the Aphelios. I think Hung Jungler though, probably the guy which impressed me the most in that last game. The Vi, very good at picking off people out of position. He was the real instigator, punished Starry on the Mel. No end in that game actually. Very good lane push here from Starry Mom. 20 CS up, a couple of turret plates. Oh, flash. Go jump forwards into the mid lane. Tung Yuan going back out. All faults in the mid lane, but Tung Yuan losing a lot of HP. It means that he's not too happy about the occasion. Thank you for the follow there, by the way, Patha. Appreciate you. Oh, and thank you so much for the bits for them, Montez. I missed that. Appreciate you a lot. Hung recalling has the level 6, of course. It is that time after all. Harry almost towards his first item. See if he goes towards... I think he might go towards something like a Zeke's first item and just look for, like, ult cooldown. We do occasionally see that on the Sion. Oh, this is going to be just the first Leandri's first on the Azir, by the way. He's going towards the full Leandri. He's surprised at that somewhat. Stuff like the Nashes into the Rylai's or Nashes into Protobelt or Nashes into Shadowflame has kind of been the meta for a while. If Leandri's Azir is back for first item, perhaps that changes some matchups. Less about the DPS, more about the poke. Occasional taps to keep that burn going. Gives you a lot more HP to work with off the first item, which is big. Makes you much harder to burst out. Ooh, jumping forwards again, the culling, nasty damage. Not the craziest amount because the healing does come through and the shielding from YCX. But still enough to keep them off of tower for another minion or two. A little over 20 CS lead as we were saying before. Turret plate's almost down to 2, so they would have taken 3 out of the full 5. He's got himself that level 6 Elixir of Wrath as well. He's got the triple tonic running. That's why he's got that little red glow around him. Good airy shield there from Moam to stop some of that rocket poke. Big one is up next. Helps with the wave clear, of course. Hung just walking around, doing as he pleases, as Mundo often does. Close towards Heartsteel. Actually, with that, he's got the rejuvenation bead in there as well. I always think of Warmogs when I see that. I always think of Warmogs. Leandri's into Nash's deal with Mundo now. Yeah, I'm interested to see what Haichad does because he's still got the lethal tempo, right? We did see like lethal tempo. Like, Leandri's Riftmaker to just like stack HP and go for more for like tanky engage. Do they really want to dive this? I don't know about that. Flash out of a lot of the CCs. Good damage though from the Corki flashes forwards, and they get themselves first kill under the turret. Briefcase misses. Will it matter? It's not bad damage. Starts to double kill over towards Xiaoya. Aggro even taken by YCX. Does Hai Chao flash for the combo? No, he doesn't get them under the turret. There was no flash on the Corki. I'm somewhat surprised he didn't go for that. I suppose he thought that if he flashed for that, he might be left in the lurch. Didn't have his first item either, so not the crazy amount of damage. Harry damaged under turret by Birdall. Yuan not really able to do much in this mid lane, so well, he's keeping even. That's more than enough. I'll take that back. He also has himself that Gunblade now. Yuan is going to be crucial to LGD. Of course, the bot lane lead now really helps if you land poke onto the back line. The Milio will help, yes, but it does mean that Yuan's job becomes much easier. Jumping onto Mundo, just get his passive, of course. They deny that by walking over it. I mean, he's pretty happy just walking at him. He actually will kill the Jarvan in a long enough fight. Actually, Yuan, things go well enough, could even flash ults onto him. That's going to buy them the dragon. No, bad calculation by ReZero there. I mean, Mundo, Mundo has some issues in the fact that he can't really start fights very easily. He's quite slow at moving around the map. It does mean that champions like the Xin Zhao, the Pantheon, the Jarvan, in a very fast early jungle meta have been really taking over. But the Mundo, if you just tank up and if you just like square up and face each other in melee, the Mundo's fantastic at that kind of style of gameplay. Very hard to kill. Has that heart steal now. Keep forgetting that the rejuvenation bead goes into that. I was thinking of the Warmogs, like I was saying. Been a while since Warmogs first was a thing, though. Leandri's built up from Hai Chao. The singular auto attack's doing a decent amount. The ultimate popped by the Mundo. The jacket is off. Yakuza style, I suppose. Rayo gets himself no dunk onto the back line. He's got the E onto him. He does get a 3-man ultimate. Very nearly kills the Nami, but it's not quite enough. OMG lose their jungler very quickly. Starry doesn't have the flash. Not bad damage, actually, from him with the Vigilance passive as well. The ultimate used for the heal. Very nearly killing both members of the bot lane there, OMG, but they can't get either. So now they're 3-0 in kills. LGD leading the game with a 2-dragon advantage and a 1.5k gold lead as well. Get rid of those adverts there. Okay, let's have a look at how people are moving around the map. Of course, Herald in a minute. Mundo clearing up the map. We'll be around the Herald for around that spawn with that in mind. Top lane matchup going very well for Birdall. Taking a lot of plates, taking a decent CS lead as well. Nothing crazy on the CS lead, but you know, the overall lead has gone to about 1,000, which is, of course, something which OMG are going to have to be very wary of. Birdall, you know, oh, he didn't quite get himself the plating on there. He takes the tower shot too. Harry might have to ult out of this one. He didn't go for that. Zeke's first, went for the Unending Despair for some of the extended trading potential, but they're healing. Loses more HP than he should have done there, really, and now he's under a third HP, basically, because he ulted late. Harry, not a great last 2 games for him. The first game was fine, and then, you know, after that, the Yorick got the lead and then teleported in that bot side fight to instantly die, teleported into 4 people. This one, I mean, he's in a losing matchup, but right there, we need to see him do a little bit better at preserving his HP than that. Starry has the Kraken Slayer. Strong with the press the attack. You know, if you get that, if you get triple auto off, it's pretty insane, actually. Herald started now by Hung. Mundo's getting tankier and tankier, beefier and beefier. Of course, the thing about the Mundo is that he's not always the tankiest, but he does do a lot of damage with his tank. And of course, if he gets his ultimate running, you don't burst him out. He just kind of stays around for forever. His W is his real tankiness, kind of like the Cassante as well, actually. Not bad damage. The triple attack, the press the attack, and the Kraken Slide doing well, but the Nami allowing the Corki to trade back and take half the damage off of the Jarvan. This is really worrying for OMG. You know, if you give up too much space on the map, too much of an early gold lead, then it's a bit of a mess, really. You know, LGD, the better they start winning out on these side lanes, the better they start getting ahead in terms of objectives, the more they can just look for the fights around the objectives rather than just the smite themselves. And that becomes a problem, because then suddenly if Birdol and Tongyuan come in towards the back line and there isn't a Sion in position, you know, the Amelia can't disengage them, then that's just basically team fight over. I'm really favoring LGD from this point with that in mind, actually, with the gold lead and the objective lead. I think OMG are going to be in some serious trouble. Nymaera at the top side. Mundo will be unkillable, it's GG. I don't think that's true. You know, you do have the Lucian and the Azir buffed up by Amelia. Remember, the Amelia can buff up the Azir too. On-hit effects do apply onto the soldiers at 50% value on Summoner's Rift, 100% when you're in Arena, which is very cool. The Jarvan giving the extra attack speed as well. I appreciate the follow there. Hyark, appreciate that. Mid lane turret goes down. That's a big strategic win for LGD. Look, OMG do have the damage if they can get it into the right place at the right time. I think the problem is now LGD can disrupt them so effectively. Freya might go for a dunk. No, doesn't really feel like it. Gets himself the passive auto onto Hung. Here comes the Azir. Doesn't get the flash. Knock up in the tidal wave will disengage effectively. ReZero. Look, he has been the crucial man for OMG. The car. Oh, God. Good double Q, rather, onto the Moham Milio. Dragon alive, and OMG are basically just sat watching their Jarvan go in way too far with no follow-up. OMG. No, I don't hate their creativity in the draft with a lot of the way that they've been playing the series, but some of their coordination around teamfights has just not been it. And LGD been much better at holding their battle lines, being patient, grouping back around the engage, and finding their victories after that. Starry trading with Birdol, getting the better of that because he has the Millia. The Millia was solo. I'm pretty sure Haichao just, or rather Tongyuan goes into the backline and causes huge issues if it continues. Birdol chasing them off. Dragon secured. LGD on Chemtech Soul point, threatening a Chemtech Soul on the next spawn. And again, for those of you that didn't watch Nirvana last split, OMG did have Juhan as their jungler. He then was performing so poorly that Rayo came in, ReZero came in, and was revolutionary for them. Really changed the way that they played the game. He was a very aggressive playmaker. You can see that he's still looking for those aggressive engages, but he's just like, there's no follow-up. You know, the Azir's not in range, the Lucian's not in range. Not that they're not trying. They just can't get there in range in time. And now suddenly, you know, the gold lead has ballooned up to 5,000. The objective lead continues to be intact. OMG have 0 turrets. And while Starry and Moham, their early laning phase was fine, you know, I do think that Haichao, who is going towards the National 2-second, by the way, just changed the item order around. Oh, bloody hell, the Nami and the Corki. Doing so much damage back. The culling, powerful in its own right, though. There's a barrier available for both AD carries. Hey, but I could see. Essence Reaver up for Starry. The second item nice for him, but it's better for the Corki. Birdle jumped on the side lane. Does have the flash. Use the Blast Cone instead, though. Why not? It's a Mega Cone. Why not? Use the Chemtech Rift for what it's there for. I have to say, the Chemtech Rift is perhaps my favorite Rift. The increased value of the plants go kind of hard, actually. I do understand why they don't add in the power plants from Butcher's Bridge / Arena. They were in Arena first. I understand why they don't, but imagine if Chemtech had the power plants. They're giving you the shield move speed and then also 20% of your remaining cooldowns. Goes kind of crazy, you know? 3 hits of it, so you get, you know, 3 hits. Of course, diminishing returns on the percentages, right? But, oh, that'd be so cool. Like, you Kale ult, kill someone, run over to get a power plant, just get your ult pretty much back up again. You can understand why that's, like, not allowed in the game, but it's kind of hard, no? Exactly, yeah. Just imagine any champion who's got really impactful ultimate, then just like triple hits a plant, and then suddenly they got their ult back again. This is one of the reasons why Shyvana was weirdly really strong in Arena as well, because she could basically walk up to a plant, auto Q, and then just like immediately get her ult back, or immediately get like crazy amounts of cooldowns. Didn't really matter so much for her ult form, but yeah. You see that with the Kale auto as well. Zyra was funny in the fact that anyone walked towards a plant and she'd just like zone it. She'd just camp plants with her own plants. This is one of the ways that I ended up hitting rank 1 on... I hit rank 1 on Arena, by the way, on EU West. Top 100 in every ranked Arena set. You know, such things are within my capabilities, within my power. Yeah, but Zyra would just... Zyra, you camp out plants. Same with anyone with any kind of terrain settings, Shaco boxes, Heimerdinger turrets. Dragon in a minute. LGD, realistically folks, LGD should be walking towards a win here. This will be a pretty easy one, really. Starrick's built up for Birdle, Shadowflame for Tongue, and he's not really he's only had 1 kill participation. There's only been 4 in general. OMG, sadly for them, off of a couple of not great engages from ReZero, they found themselves very far behind, and now the next time they go for engage, they're kind of screwed. Hai Chao does have 2 items. I mean, the Azir is not in a bad spot. And the Amelia does help too. Need to make sure they don't clump too much. Starry jumping towards Xiaoya. Big one misses, but the Briefcase doesn't. Briefcase hurts like hell. QE instead of EQ to get the poke down onto Xiaoya. Pushing up mid lane. Do they choose to give up the soul? I don't know if you can. I think you're already so far behind in stats. I think you give this up, doesn't it? Just become unplayable. Maybe a bit. Hang on, jumping in towards the Cataclysm. Rogue gets the knockup. This time, the tidal wave doing okay. Can they get... No! Honey body block the shuffle. Hai Chao can't get in for the rest of that. Starry's gone down. Hai Chao does go forward for another one. Almost gets Xiaoya there too, but Tongue Yuan is on his case. The body block from the Mundo on the Azir stops Hai Chao from cleaning up the fight. They'll get the soul. They'll win the fight in a 4-for-1. Only the Nami dying. Great team fight from LGD. This will clean up the series for them. Man, I mean, you probably shouldn't clump up for Corki damage. What happens here? So Rio actually gets a pretty good play here. Double knockup after, and then Ram ends up walking into that, and then you know, the body block onto Hai Chao stops him from cleanly sweeping through. He has to flash for an ult just to kill the Nami. That's not really who you're looking for. Dragon started. ReZero looking for potentially a way in, but he's knocked away from the wall. No way out. No way in, rather. ReZero cannot get the steal. Locked at 0 and 4. And OMG will sadly not be able to capitalize on their first game of the series, which was really strong. Their first game was really strong. I mean, LGD, not the best draft from them. A 0 CC composition. I think Hai Chao's had a pretty good day at the office today. It's not been his fault. The Silas was good. The Zoe was even better. And Azir's not been the problem here. LGD just clearly a better team fighting team on the whole. Sign coming down the middle of the fight. The Mundo procking
his Protoplasm harness, has a lot of healing from that. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, has it now though, comes up midway through it. Haichao has slid forwards and he won't be able to slide back nearly as easily. Yeah, he's going to get ran down. The Emperor just delivers the businessman to his 5 o'clock. He just walks forward and says, thank you. Thank you, Secretary Azir. Walks forward to get more done. He's still alive, by the way. The dunk isn't bad from the Jarvan onto the Corki, but it doesn't really save things. Tongyuan did go down. Tower will also fall in favor of LGD. It ends up being a 1-for-1 mid lane to mid lane, but it got scary because the Azir ultimate did sort of deliver the Mundo into the backline. Jarvan's dead. Make that a 2-for-1. 3-0, one of many engages which were very ambitious and not really doing that much outside of that. Sign ultimate does get the slow. Oh my god! Xiaoya just absolutely busts. He's gonna get another one. Xiaoya just has his meals delivered to him on a platter. First Rayo, then Starry, then Harry after. Why not? The Chemtech Soul and the Nami keeping him alive. OMG just cannot close down the kills. It has been a whimper, not a bang, to end the series from OMG. As LGD, Lagandier, cook something up themselves, and they've had a pretty good time of it. Game 1, not the best draft. Beyond that, though, the better team, certainly, than OMG. Xiaoya, good day at the office from him. Hung, good day at the office from him in jungle. LGD won't end the game here, but with a 12,000 gold lead and Soul, I'm not going to imagine this is going to last much longer. Perhaps OMG can wave clear through to maybe fight an Elder in 3 minutes time, but I wouldn't put much faith in that. How did OMG win game 1? They had a much better draft in game 1, and LGD had a bad draft in game 1. And then game 2, they actually had an okay draft. It was just hard to play, and then they had one disastrous team fight in Bot River where everything fell apart. And in this game, ReZero has gone for a lot of poor engages. I think that this draft was OMG's worst. I think this was their worst draft, more flimsy. It's very hard for them to get the damage down onto the right targets. I mean, if they won lane and bot lane a little harder. No, they did win bot lane pretty hard. I think if just ReZero just didn't have his poor engages, they would have had a much better time of it. But then again, the whole idea of this comp is that the Jarvan's meant to be the one engaging or disengaging, I suppose. Which is a shame, because I think ReZero, again, if you haven't watched what happened earlier in Split, things have gone, yeah. And so the siege continues. 1.5 minutes till the Elder. OMG will be looking for a freak Elder steal. That's what they're looking for. However, Birdall's going to break the bot lane inhibitor turret. He's really, really annoying with the Chemtech Soul, particularly if you're a Sterex builder or a Sterex Death Stance builder, or in this case a Protoplasm Harness builder as well. You are going to be under half HP, which is where the Chemtech Soul activates, and then your Sterex or your low HP kind of lifeline item procs. That is a huge issue, because it means that those items are going to be benefiting in totality from the Chemtech Soul. It means they just keep you alive around the point where your buffs are active. It's really, really scary. Minute till Elder now. OMG will survive through to a potential fight. LGD have had their last reset before the Elder. They won't need to after this point. This is good timing for them. If you reset a minute before the dragon, if you've already got your key items anyway, you can get that vision control, crowd out an area of the map, make sure that the enemy team doesn't, even if they are looking for it, doesn't get that miracle engage. Because winning an Elder fight, winning the Elder Smite fight can pretty much win any situation. It's kind of spooky, really. OMG, because they're so far behind in vision, need to be very careful of the Mega Blast cones as well. Not bad damage from Azir, by the way. Has the Protobelt third item. Xiaoya trying to poke back. They use the Azir turret to try and buy themselves some pride, but actually Xiaoya's still poking. Actually doing decent damage to the Scion, which is a bit of a worry. Out of rockets for now. making sure he gets the wave before it hits the turret. Nymaera is taking the inhibitor. OMG are going to get a crack at the actual dragon itself. This is... Hang on, guys, the base is going to fall. They're teleporting back to the turret here. Bertle going forwards. Harry trying to wave click. Can he do so successfully? Okay, right. This is actually getting into a bit of a flip. The Elder Dragon is going very, very low, and it's won by the Mundo. No miracle smites. Mundo has taken your business asset for himself. Thank you very much. OMG, try something a little bit different. LGD go into the base, and the solo laners will take the base as OMG failed the Elder contest. LGD will win the series 2-1. A bit disappointing from OMG. I think, you know, game 2, that one team fight in bot side river will haunt them. I think that game 3, that was the first time I think we saw them have a significantly worse draft. This one was much harder to play. I do think OMG, their drafting is probably their strongest point right now. Credit to their champion pools, to some of the players which are more creative like that, and of course the coaching staff as well, which has pieced things together for them. LGD get their first win on the board there. Both these teams' first series of LPL splits to 2026. And hello, I thought I'd come say hi as well. My name's Nymaera. I'm going to be joined by my brother Initialise shortly, and we'll be bringing to you our second series today, Weibo versus BLG, which is an insanely good series to have on our schedule. We have Elk versus BLG. BLG, of course, coming back from first stand, currently the best team in the world. We'll see how that, of course, lasts later. BLG, you know, every other team which went to first stand feels like they have lost a little bit of momentum. You know, G2 stumbling, lost to Vitality. Vitality, a good team, but G2, I think particularly Skumond, has just nosedived in terms of his read on the current meta. I was replying to a tweet in that game, actually, was saying, oh, these narratives are crazy. What you just don't go from like a best player in the world to like struggling within 3 weeks. It's okay to just say they peaked in form. Well, actually, if you track the way that G2 have been playing, and actually a lot of these teams have been playing, everything about these teams has been about early jungle warding, early jungle pathing. The other teams have caught up, and the break which these teams have had, and also everything they've showed at the tournament, leads to a unique situation. One of the easiest things to prepare for is level 1 and first jungle clear. If you're going to improve as a team, it's one of the easiest things to prepare for. So for me, actually, this is one of those cases where you can clearly say, actually, you know, these teams were best in the world. However, the tape which teams have on them are very easy to prepare for. You can't prepare for late game team fighting. You can't prepare for laning. That's why I think BLG have remained so good, because their laning is so ridiculous. But yeah, I think that yeah, you know, some people just, I think, have just gotten the wrong message from this, and I think actually they're telling on themselves in terms of the analysis that they've done. Because look, realistically, Skumond was perhaps best jungler in the world at first stand, and I think before that he was still one of the best junglers in the world. If you watch back on EuroLeague, how I've been talking about Skumond ever since really last summer as well. Skumond is one of the best players in the world, one of the best junglers in the world. He is struggling for G2. And yeah, folks, if we can chill on like the Nio accusations and stuff like that, I mean, like once or twice as a joke, I don't mind it, but beyond that point, it just starts to disrupt chat, and we get the point, you know. Anyway, I just thought it would be an interesting conversation, because obviously we've got BLG coming up next, and there is a question about, you know, why are BLG doing well? Why are the other first stand teams not doing well? I think it's because the meta at first stand was so much about very early game, early laning, and jungle advantage through level 1 warding and early pathing decision making. Because the teams that went to first stand really indexed on that, they showed a lot of tape to other teams to learn from, and that's one of the easiest parts of the game to prepare for and to improve on. So other teams have gotten a ton better, and now teams which have had a break, they've shown a lot of tape as well, to get ahead in that same aspect, particularly because G2 were so good at that. It affects them double another area of the meta which would have happened. You know, you can't prepare for that late game team fighting in the same way, or laning in the same way. I think that's why BLG have remained, you know, so big. In fact, that probably is worth its own comment. Actually, let me. There was another tweet which was
and we'll get in towards the interview, and I'll let you listen to that. Sorry, I was just again a little bit distracted.
打野选手恒来到赛后采访席，欢迎小恒跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是老干爹打野恒。
欢迎小恒。首先恭喜你们是首战告捷，让1追2拿下了这场 BO3 的胜利。整体来讲，你觉得今天的表现算是符合预期吗？
今天后面2把的表现就是感觉整个队伍还是算比较满意吧。
今天其实你也是面对老东家哦，所以赛前有没有一些比较有意思的互动呢？
赛前的话就是都是老熟人嘛，然后挨个打招呼，就是挺有意思的。
这个打招呼的过程当中，谁最有意思呢？
就是亨利吧，就是我跟他说要抓我，然后他就不信，他就是说了一堆那种废话。
但是在实际的 BO3 当中啊，下手好像还是蛮狠的。今天第1局上来，好像你们各位都稍微有点慢热，所以在第2局调整了阵容的一个主动性之后，明显你的位节奏打得非常的好。所以想问一下，你们在拿到这样的阵容之后，面对他们的梅尔加上派克这样的组合，是怎么去化解他们前期的一个优势的呢？
对面出这个组合的话，其实有想到吧，然后我们下路就是
Thank you so much for the subs, by the way. Hot Wheels, I
而且
appreciate
你
that.
们的
Thank
实
you.
际的对局计划执行的很不错，所以在拿完先锋之后，就是在河道打的那波团，让欧菲留斯拿了个4杀，当时有一点就是 C 位大河已成的这种意味啊。那波是怎么去卡住对方的一个分散的阵型，然后逐个击破的呢？
那波其实是汤圆，就是有个推线的回合嘛，然后我们那波回合抓的挺好，就是我们第1拍打得很好，然后就是给 AD 创造了收割的环境嘛。
确实也是为4位搭了一个很好的一个舞台。那决胜局好像两边队伍啊都把这个对抗的时间线延得很长。那我们先问一下，每一次你们都能把对方上头的激进的时候，转化为你们自己的一个优势，这点是怎么做到的呢？
就可能我们第1条小龙就是控得比较好吧，然后我们下路虽然亏了一些东西嘛，然后就是他们龙的节奏会更难受吧，所以他们那个阵容选出来的话就没那么好处理。
那纵观整个比赛来看的话，作为打野选手，毕竟也是节奏发动机嘛，你觉得今天队伍做的最好的点是哪些呢？
我觉得今天队伍做的最好的就是2、3把的调整吧。
确实调整得很快。这个赛季其实 Berto 选手也是重返 LPL 加入到了队伍当中。你觉得他是一个怎样的选手？包括说他的一个赛场风格，你觉得是怎样的呢？
我觉得首先他生活上的话，就是他这个人蛮有意思的吧，就很有趣，就很玩得来。然后赛场上他进攻性比较强吧，我觉得。
那你觉得他为队伍带来了哪些新的活力呢？
就比较好融入队伍吧，然后包括赛场上也有比较好的沟通，其实还蛮好的。
那今天这场比赛拿下来之后，也是为赛段开了个好头嘛。想问一下小恒自己的一个赛段小目标是什么呢？
就其实我们这个组的话，其实我觉得在这第1场个人压力还是蛮大的吧，然后就是有个好的开头，然后我们就尽量赢下更多比赛吧。
也期待你们后续更加精彩的发挥。谢谢小恒来到我们的赛后采访的环节。那本场的采访先告一段落，我们把时间交还给解说席。
Good to hear in our winner's interview there. We'll change the music over again. Oops. I need to do that thing where I turn the other audio off as well. But yeah, I appreciate everyone sticking by, of course. No, I found it really interesting. I found it really interesting, like talking about... No, I find it so strange that some people are up in arms about talking about these runs of forms. I understand that there is a player of the game is Hung. Very good Mundo game from him. Yep, he was really good at walking up and making the match his own, really. But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I think it's really interesting how, look, I think there's a lot of very reactionary analysis in the scene, and this is one of those things where you think it might be reactionary analysis, but in this case I don't think it is, because I think that teams like Gen G, G2, Lion, look, I said this at the event, and this is the thing that's so frustrating to me, right? Everything which I am saying now comes from the context of what I said before. People are now commenting on what I'm saying now without that context of what I was saying before. And I understand that, it's an ever-moving internet, you miss things, but I've been very clear about what I've been saying. Hung walks away, player of the match. About how I said this at the time, first stand was going to be a jungler's tournament. And lo and behold, it's a jungler's tournament. And lo and behold, early jungle pathing, the first 10 minutes of the game, the way that you place your level 1 wards to get information, the way that you make decisions around invading, getting a camp ahead, recalling for vision, recalling for components, that kind of thing
all exists within this context. And that stuff is easier to prep for because you can just keep drilling the first 10 minutes over and over again, and there are less variables to that. There are way less variables to that, so you can practice that. That is why G2 and Gen G are being forced, you know, they're being forced harder on by their rivals now because they gave a ton of tape on stuff which is easier to prep for, and it'll take them a while to get back into that point of power again. And I don't doubt that they will, but for now they're a step behind because they've given good tape over to their opponents to prep from, and they don't have that same lead. And I think that, you know, first time was the junglers tournament. It really was. I feel like so much of that was about, you know, junglers, and of course a lot of that comes from laning, right? This is why I think BLG remained ahead. Their laning is so absurdly strong on the whole that you don't get to get that same kind of advantage over them. Even if you have better level 1 play on them now, I think that their laning is too strong. I think that Bin is too strong. I think that the way that bot lane plays is that they allow On onto the map and Viper just goes and helps the rest of the map, and that On goes helps the rest of the map, and Viper's strong in the 1v1. It really keeps things very well balanced for them. Knight incredibly strong early laner too, and he has an infinite champion pool. So that's why I think BLG have escaped that somewhat, whereas the other teams from first stand have had more issues. You can't really prep for, you know, Bin bashing over the head with the Gnar, you know? Jungle is weak, look at Tarzan and Monkey. I mean, you still have Shun, Tien, Jeje. Who else is really good in LPL jungle right now? I think Junja's been awesome on his early pathing. I think he's been really, really good on that. Yeah, Tarzan hasn't been looking great for sure. Wei's been really good. Gyorn's actually been surprisingly good too. So even though I think that Tarzan, Monkey haven't been good, all of the other group Ascend junglers are good. I think that Xiaohao's pretty good. I think that Croco's pretty good too. So yeah, I think LPL junglers are the best in the world. I think that they're the best in the world, you know? When's the last time anyone picked Nidalee or Kindred? It's just not the meta right now. They require setup. It's not been about setup lanes, really. But yeah, I think that, you know, it's a jungler's game right now. It's a team sport, right? But the first 10 minutes of the game are the huge thing. We'll let you watch these. Shun, Tien, Jeje aren't carry jet players. Yeah, I mean, Tien can be, right? His Neferi was absurd. Did you see his Neferi game the other day? He was very good at carrying off of that. I mean, that's a more limited thing, right? I think all of those junglers are pretty good at the thing. Obviously, it's a little bit different, whether you count it as assassin or carry. He played it like a carry that was good. Jungle role gets weaker every year because it's the strongest role in pro play and it needs to be brought down to size. You know, jungle's been the most like powerful role in the game since like 2018. It's like jungle supports since like 2018 have been like crazy strong. It only you need to have like freakish players in other roles to make the other roles look better, you know? You've got like some freaks of nature like Bin, Zeus, the Shy, or like Chovy, Fake, and Knight. You know, these godlike players which made the other roles look like they're contending, right? Jungle impact is big because they can decide which mid or ADC gets role quest first. That's also, I actually hadn't considered that before, but that's also a fair point. Even if you just annoy the enemy bot lane, you can actually delay role quest quite a lot. That's fair. Although obviously BLG do it for top lane, which is also really big too, but not many teams in the world do that. Okay, let's make sure we don't have any we haven't had our YouTube taken down because of the adverts mid-game for a little while, so I'm gonna hope that problem is now gone. Faker makes playmaking his super ability more than his laning. A good way to see how strong their laning is that On is generally allowed to roam again. He was locked for a while. That's very true, particularly last year. It felt like On was getting blasted in lane by a handful of bot lanes. I mean, Elkanon definitely had some issues in the 2v2, and they just didn't understand where the jungle was on the map, so that On wouldn't really be able to get to roam and do his own thing. I mean, he had an interview basically saying that because Viper is so good at 1v1 laning, On can do whatever he wants, which is true. Jackie makes ADC look broken and crap at the same time. That's what you buy into with Jackie. That's what you buy into with him, you know. Yeah, I mean, Jackalov, it's great to see him back. I really need to see top esports versus BLG. When do we get top esports BLG, actually? Well, we're going to get it pretty soon because we haven't seen them yet. It's on Thursday or something, right, isn't it? Thursday? I think I remember talking about that yesterday. Yeah, so we get BLG versus Top Esports on Thursday. That's huge. So keep your, pencil that in for Thursday. That is going to be a hell of a series. Then we have BLG IG, then BLG AL, 2 days back-to-back, Saturday, Sunday. Those are the only back-to-back series that BLG have this split. Then they face NIP, Weibo. Their last string of games are JDG, IG, Top Esports AL. Their last string of games are good, actually. Last series, the last day of the split is JDG, IG, and then BLG AL. That's a pretty good set of games, actually, because IG are significant again. And IG always have a way of just randomly getting under the skin of JDG. Oh, by the way, I think I did call it the sub, by the way, but thank you, Hot Wheels, as well. Appreciate everyone that has sponsored in Unicide earlier. Neil Cat, Crampton, appreciate the gift subs. Andio, who else was here? Peeloy yesterday gave out the 5 gift subs as well. Really appreciate you all. We're on currently on 346 subscribers, which is very, very cool. We actually have double the amount of subs than viewers right now, which is kind of cool. Again, we're getting ready for our second series of the day. Appreciate you all. Okay, let me change the title as well. Weibo BLG. It's not even like BLG have been completely flawless, right? They've definitely had some issues as well. Well, and by the way, drafting was the other thing which I haven't mentioned for the first stand thing was drafting too, right? But obviously, drafting is a little bit harder to catch up on because there are so many nuances to what happens there. But yeah, I think basically if you're good at early jungle decision making right now, you're in a good spot in the meta. That tends to be just the way of it. That's what we've seen since first stand, really. Which has always been something that Shun has been good at. Yeah, for sure. Shun has always been good at that. But the thing about Shun is that, like, I think that part of his gameplay sometimes gets a bit overlooked because he's been up against, like, Tarzan, Kanavi, Ona for most of the high-profile matches in his career. Or Canyon. These, like, incredibly good junglers across the last 3-4 years of play. Which meant that Shun is good at those styles, but often in the big moments, he's out-jungled by, like, a Kanavi, Tarzan, Ona type. Not that he hasn't out-jungled someone like Ona too, right? Actually, Shun has a pretty good track record versus Ona. Beat him at several MSIs. Beat him, twice, right? At MSI 23. Beat him at MSI 24. And then 25 he lost against them, but he's won like 3 best of 5s versus Ona in jungle matchup, which is kind of huge, Although 2023 Ona was a less good. Hey Sinus, how's it going? How are the Wisconsin cheese caves? Dude, I can never forget that. I can just never forget that. 150 streams looking good. Yeah, no, the streams are doing really well. It's very cool. It's been very cool. Yeah, we're just sat here doing LPL every day. Now we don't have LPL on Mondays and Tuesdays this split. We do some more variety and VOD review. Amazing, you have one in the fridge. Wonderful. Being in Germany, we do have very good selection of cheeses out here from all of Europe, actually. I'm not really that big of a cheese person. I'm actually a human person. I'm not sure if that was obvious from the camera. But yeah, the cheese here in Europe is very good. Are LPL teams playing less games per year now? No, because effectively the games that they're not playing in LPL, they're playing in the EWC qualifiers instead. Now I'm not streaming them for you can find out in things. Am I still LEC casting? No, sadly I'm not on LEC this year. I parted on good terms with them last year, but clearly they just wanted a smaller talent team. They wanted to focus on other people. And basically I've inferred that it's because I'm not an ex-pro player. That I wasn't on the broadcast. Not that I have an official reason, but that's what I have to work on. Although that might be incorrect, that's what I have to work on for now, which is obviously a little bit dissatisfying because there's actually nothing I can do about that. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sinus. I appreciate it. Yeah, people like what I did last year, by and large. Not that everyone likes it, but then again, no one likes every caster. That is the way of things. Can you tell me if LEC plays today? Yes, LEC is going to be live later. Yeah, but I'd very happily go back to LEC if they need a color caster. I'm half an hour down the road. Yeah, is there an anger translator? Yeah, Sure thing. Yeah, no, look, I love LEC. I still do LEC content. If actually, do I have the image on here still somewhere? Do I have the image on here? It's the one. Yeah, if you want to find out more about LEC and stuff, there is a podcast about LEC which we have with Rich's Wrath, which is very, very cool. All right, that was only up there. Let's go put ourselves on here because let's talk about this second series, Weibo versus BLG. Now, this matchup is very special because the bot lane matchup, Elk versus his old team. Weibo, not the greatest start to the split so far, but Weibo are one of those inimitable teams that will just randomly show up for a series. Now, Weibo lost to NIP 2-1, and they lost to AL on the first series of the split too. So it's not been the easiest ride for them. Losing to NIP would have been very unexpected. I think particularly their bot lane needs to step up a little. You know, Hung, who's come in for Erha. You know, Erha is now on Team WE. Hung is now on Weibo. Has not looked good. You know, the last time that Hung was on Weibo also was a, you know, not great player. He was good on top esports later that year, but on Weibo itself, not great. The milestone countdowns. 982 games is that for Circa? About to hit 1,000. Xiaoshu, I think that must be assists there. 4,000 assists, almost there. Xiaohu, if he hits that, will hit the second most assists within the LPL of all time. They're choosing the top lane matchup as the key matchup. Understandable, given that Bin has been the best top laner in the world for a little while now. Ever since that kind of LPL finals, it felt like he kicked on into overdrive and no one else has been on the same level at him. He stands alone at the top lane peak right now. Zuka, on the other side, he needs to stay alive versus this matchup. Last split, first round robin in the best of threes, Zuka outplayed Bin. It's been a long time since then though, and there's a lot which needs to be, they need to high roll there. If they don't end up surviving that matchup, things are going to go very, very badly, very, very quickly. The way that BLG tend to play is, hey, Nami, how's it going? Good to see you as well. But one of the issues with playing against BLG is you can win against them in skirmishes on the bot side of the map right now, or in some laning phases. You can get a leg up on them. The problem is doing that and then also shutting down Bin at the same time. BLG are happy to take some losses on the bot side as long as Bin gets to take a lane advantage and kind of just roll with it to the Nexus. But yeah, I think that BLG are a very hard team to prep against. They have an incredibly good early game. They have an incredibly good set of players that can run away with individual advantages. Compliment for Harold. Harold, when I really appreciate how in-depth you go into your top lane knowledge. Like you're someone that like has specific knowledge, which is really, really nice to leverage on, particularly on top lane itemization. Because look, sometimes on specific itemization, I just kind of like go, well, you know, it's about the same thing. I think you're really good at, well, I mean, I used to be much better on specific itemization. I still do it from time to time, right? But I think you're very good at showing how specific itemization, particularly for top lane, changes the game. And I really appreciate you for that. Okay, folks, we should be getting into our pre-game interviews now. We'll have a listen to that.
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人熙然。首先，我们邀请到的是 BLG 的中路选手 Knight， 先跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 Knight。
二赛段以来，队伍感觉手感很火热啊。那你会怎么形容最近你们自己的状态呢？
我觉得我们状态保持很好吧，就巴西回来就作息调得也比较快，所以状态保持还行。
那今天这场比赛是要面对到 WBG 嘛？你会觉得说今天这场比赛可能是怎样的展开呢？
我觉得我们下夜赢的话就会比较轻松吧，在他们队。
好的，我们一会儿赛场见。同样，我们请到的是 WBG 的上路选手子卡，跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 上单子卡。
开赛以来，队伍其实遭到一个小小的连败嘛。那在最近的比赛过程当中，主要出现了哪些问题呢？
首先是我们的英雄选择就是不太能接受劣势吧，然后导致我们自己的失误有一些前期雪球没滚起来，导致后面很难打。
那今天也要面对到强敌 BLG 了，所以在这方面的话，队伍可能还要注意哪些问题呢？
今天的话，可能我们会选一些容错率比较高的英雄吧，然后尽量减少我们自己的失误，把阵容该打出来的东西准备好。
好的，我们一会儿赛场见。
I did get hydrated. Am I dual streaming? I'm actually trio streaming right now. So we have Twitch, we have YouTube. So I have my two personal ones, and then Onivia's League Highlights channel. I'm also restreaming over to that channel too. It's a different audience. and then we have a deal with him to get half of the proceeds from the live stream there. I did actually stream on TikTok at the same time before as well, but to be honest, TikTok streaming is a pain in the butt, and it's not actually exploded that well. Where you have your favorite picture of Knight with the is this the Warhorse interviews? Where is this? Or is this, where did you post it? Oh, I see it. That's okay. That's actually. Okay, you guys have to see this. You have to see this. Yeah. Okay, fair play. You need to see this. So you gotta focus on it. Look at that, man. Oh, that's funny as heck. That is a man who did not want to drink that. Hey, Nymaera, where's Belveth? I don't know. Belveth's back in the void. What can I say? Belveth, not been around for a little while. Have I ran adverts for a while? Oh, I need to run adverts now. In fact, folks, as we come out onto stage, I am going to run an ad break right now.
Bilibili Gaming.
Or we'll do it just as they come out onto stage. BLG versus Weibo. BLG, first stand champions. The team to learn from, the team to beat in World League of Legends right now. Weibo on the other side will have a tall task towards them, but then again, Weibo are just one of these teams which show up at the most unexpected times. A handful of years ago, we came up with the moniker for them, Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent. Never
Weibo Gaming.
Have I uttered truer words. Weibo. They've lost to NIP, they lost to Anyone's Legend. They are not looking on great form. That does not mean you look down on them. That does not mean you take them for granted. Weibo may well put up a strong fight here today. They're going to have to. And even with that, BLG obviously not going to take that lying down. Xiaohu versus Knight. Xiaohu typically not a player that's done particularly well for them. We're going to a quick ad break, folks. If you don't want to hear those ads, make sure you get yourself that subscription as well. Let's get into it and get ready for our draft. First one of Series 2. Fist bumps between Knight and Xiaohu. Let's get into it, folks. BLG, obvious favorites here today. But Weibo, a team which can surprise you a ton. Rank the 3 junglers in order which you like their potential play with Knight. Tarzan, Kanavi, Shun. So the fun thing about Kanavi and Knight is that they were very, very good individual players, but they weren't actually that synergistic with each other. That was the issue that we had with them. Tarzan is much better at playing with his mid laner. He was very good at doing that with scouts. But Shun and Knight have... Okay, if you'd be... Okay. I think in terms of individual player, I think that Tarzan and Kanavi are better individual players than Shun, or at least have been on average across their career. In terms of synergy, I would put Shun, Tarzan, Kanavi. Kanavi was actually never that good at synergizing with Knight. They were just so good individual players, it didn't matter. Very, very good team fighters together too. What is this? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, what is the LPL English channel? So folks, if you see the LPL English channel, they are actually another co-stream. There's a lot of my ex-colleagues who are on there from the LPL English broadcast, but that effectively is a channel that was set up by Kelsey Moser back in like 2013, and they basically revived that to be effectively the broadcast. It's not paid for by Riot, it's not paid for by anyone else. It's again just a crowd-funded broadcast. It's not an official broadcast, it is a co-stream with good branding, and they're very good at that too, and they're wonderful, and you should support them. But it's really important to understand that context, because it means that actually, you know, maybe it inspires some people out there to support their favorite LPL co-streams, because they need the support just like we did it as well to keep themselves running. No one can really do this as a career in the same way anymore. Into the draft we go though. For our first game of Series 2, apologies on the ad to break timing there. It does mean that we'll have like just the first minute of draft for some people out there. Okay, Orianna banned away by Weibo, BLG banned away the Varus. We still have Rise Pantheon, Ash Seraphine. We still have a lot of the... Big stretch there. Big stretch there. Hello, Sam. How's it going? Thank you. Oh my gosh, that looks wonderful, Sam.
Bread, bacon, and cheese, baby.
Wonderful. That's great. Well, I'll definitely be eating that sometime in the middle of this draft then. As the Rise is banned away, no Rise Pantheon. Both these players, very, very good players of the Blue Man group there as well. Let's get into it. We still have the Ash Seraphim, which we were just noting. We still have things like the Lulu Yunara.
I'm going to put this out there.
I think you shouldn't call Konami into Ashe Seraphine. I just don't think it survives well enough. I think it's. I think you end up losing lane kind of not even semi-gracefully, just not bad enough for it to be completely game over. But I don't think it actually manages the problem like at all.
Yeah. So Karma last ban, very, very strong as an individual pick, and it's more versatile. It does allow the Ashe through. Now the question is, do Weibo split up the Seraphine from it? Do they lock in a Mel early too and just say, we'll let you have it, but we'll counter it from mid? Dangerous because Knight then gets to counter pick mid.
I was hearing from a few higher elo solo queue pros. I was going around Twitter today, basically saying Mel Nami if you want the bot lane counter to Seraphine Ashe because it's miserable.
Yeah.
You get the reflects, you still got the picks. Very dangerous. They're going to go towards the Lulu.
Sam, we actually saw a Mel bot lane last series, but it was into a Phalios Thrash. So they went Mel Pike, look for the burst lane from OMG.
Fun.
Shinzao Lulu is the lock-in, so they're likely going to lock in a Yunara on 3. They could lock in something like a Sivir as well if they want, but the Lulu Shinzao is a really nasty combo, and particularly for Hung, who has been really not great on his re-entry back into Weibo. Giving him a power pick helps.
Okay, now got double global with Shun's Pantheon. I think the Seraphine now makes sense. It can manage what will likely be a Yunara third here from Weibo unless they've got something very spicy planned. Elk, very good laning Yunara. Been a bit more dubious in terms of the later game team fights, but I think with Yunaras in general, as we've seen, tends to be a little fragile in that stage of the game for all of her upfront burst being very strong. Obviously, with the Shins out, which you've taken away early on here, it's very good with the Lulu. This skirmishing core on both teams is very, very strong towards this bot side, I have to say. Probably a little bit more survivability from Weibo in the sense of the Lulu plus the Shins out, but on the other side, my days, the pick, the globals, very strong from BLG.
It's not a bad first 3 from either team. Now, BLG, well, what do? Do they allow the Mel through, then counter it? I would imagine you just ban the Mel. That'd be one big one anyway. BLG, of course, typically angle towards a really strong top lane matchup. So perhaps Weibo banning away the Gnar from Bin, just because it's a really good blind pick and they just hate having Bin just start running over that top lane. That'll be, yeah, there you go. That's the easy one. Any other blind pickable things for Bin? Maybe the Jace actually could be ban away. I think BLG ban away the Mel. I think you can actually look towards a Jace here in top lane too. That's a pretty good blind pick.
Could they blind pick the Mel? No, they're not 4th pick, are they? Sorry, it's,
no, so Weibo are going to have 4th, then the double pick from BLG, and then the last pick will go towards Weibo. So Weibo have the Luke Skywalker, red 5 pick, standing by.
It's a great one.
I think Bin is looking at Jax. I mean, it's good into the Shinzao, less good into the Lulu, but it's about what you can blind pick in the top lane. Of course, it's always in the wheelhouse of Bin. The Annie taken away from Shahu.
Yeah, I think Annie's a weird one right now in the fact that she's basically just one of those very useful archetype champions. I need a go button from mid, here it is. How successful it's been has been much more mixed.
It's very good engage for sure. I also think it would have locked away some matchups like the Akali and the Aurora, which are a little bit harder to survive as the mid laner. So last pick for Weibo, do they ban away another blind pick top lane? Yeah, better. Okay, alright.
Is it going to be I wonder whether we just see a Renekton from one side or the other at this point, just for some of that early brawling. You've got double enchanters behind you. I think, considering how important I think the early snowball's going to be, looking at these drafts, I wouldn't hate that. Both top laners do enjoy the Crocodile when it's up and available.
I think Ben wants Jace. I think BLG might ban Yorick.
Interesting call.
They might ban Yorick to unlock the Jace. They might just let it through and say, screw it, Ben will outplay you. They might ban that so they can get their hands on a Jace. They are the ones which ban the Aurora. Well, look, Xiaohu is a very comfortable player of that. Interesting. So Weibo, they have their 4th pick. They got a blind pick one of their solo laners. You could well, I think the thing about the Aurora is that it could have been flexed between the two of them. Now, the Scion is dangerous here. It gives you the front to back, but it allows Bin an anti-tank lane pressure matchup. I think Bin has anti-tank options. That is a worry.
So Renekton's fine for the early lane. Yorick is an option that we've seen him go towards. There's still the kind of off-meta stuff. Well, I say off-meta, but slightly lower down tier. Things like the Jax. Of course, we have, in fact, lost things like the Gnar. Mel was what I was wondering whether Knight might look at.
And that's a takeaway.
Yeah.
And that's a takeaway now, too. So Xiaohu, I mean, could go towards something like, you know, a little more melee-centric.
Yeah.
We're going to get Bin, Gwen.
Yeah, we are.
We get Bin, Gwen, really good versus the Yunara Lulu as well. You can't polymorph. You can't polymorph the Gwen. Bin, Gwen won MSI 2022 with this pick, and now I think Knight has a really good Galio angle here. I think this is great.
Yeah, of course the Rise is gone.
No,
don't do it, Knight. No, put the Azir away.
Stay.
Don't do it.
Down. Better. Good.
Better.
Good.
Better.
Good.
Better.
Better. Good. Yes. Good.
Okay, phew. Phew.
Okay.
Oh, we nearly had to cast tonight as ear game, Al. I don't know why.
We've run through that. We're just like the simulations. We've run through that before. Now put it down.
Clip it.
Victor potentially Umashashi. So Weibo really want to go for the front to back. Issue is then effectively you have a snowbally top lane matchup with a two globals that can head towards it. The Mel limited value, but what the Mel for Knight does is it protects Viper and On, because it means that their ults can't be kind of thrown behind them.
And it's also Solar Snare pick is just good, is the answer.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
So, for all the reflect value is not that high. Sometimes I feel like if you're picking Mel just for the reflect, then you are going to struggle the moment mid-game rolls around. Because again, Mel has very weird scaling in the fact that she'll always have burst, but she's quite short range relatively, and has like very little ways to escape a play. She just walks with a brisk walk. That's her way out.
Yeah, BLG clearly, I think if it gets to front to back 5v5s, BLG will have some issues. Not that they can't fight it. They do have the Ash Seraphine. If they get a huge encore, if they get the ability for Ash to start rolling as well, that is powerful. But it is not going to be as simple as that. Weibo will have a very strong front to back 5v5 when they have double strong carries in the back line. Sion to back them up as well in that front line. BLG have those double globals. They have been on a top lane matchup which can snowball. That is their bread and butter. So, Weibo, they've had some time to judge how BLG have been playing the meta, how they have been getting ahead of the game. Typically, teams who have been to internationals, shown a lot of tape, tend to fall behind a little bit because teams catch up to them, particularly with the meta being the way that it is. It feels like the early pathing, the early warding is fairly easy to prepare for. But BLG's laning, less so. We're going to get some loud gyos here, folks. Sit down, get ready for them. Let's get into game. Oh, hang on a second. The level one. No. Xiaohu gives first blood tonight, and here we go with the gyos.
No way.
He lands again.
No way.
Oh my god. Flash away from Hung. This is a disaster start. Knight gets himself a first kill. Leveling the E doesn't matter that much. Victor has to teleport for level 1. Pantheon starting on the Raptors. We were saying, hey, you know that level 1 is really important right now? Well, BLG have now got the best of that. Knight gets a little bit of XP from here. Xiaohu will keep chasing him down. Knight, of course, hasn't managed to teleport back in yet. Takes a bit of a heavy trade there. Shun, gonna be on bot side, able to go through here. This is what we didn't see at the very start. Just walked over, and they just walked around, didn't they? Knight gets the... Well, what happened here first? Oh, it's the melee range first, then everything comes through from the Seraphine. He's just dead. Too much damage, easy kill. Sam's eating a sandwich.
I am.
Shun gets himself his second camp there, gets himself Raptors, and then into the red buff.
Statistical analysis there saying Weibo got this early game edge. I mean, it's only even one. Oh,
who has to flash away from Shun who's coming in. I mean, doesn't the flash come through from Shun anyway? Yeah, it does. He's going to get himself the empowered Q, and Xiaohu, well, it's the second death in 2 minutes. On the other side, well, your jungler's just trying to clear. He's going through his top side. I mean, by the way, folks, it looks like, hang on, there's barriers used there too. Very, very low.
Viper and On are really on it here. Again, this is the priority you earn by getting the flash off the Lulu early on. They have gotten the oppression going. Ash Seraphine with a lead is very, very dangerous. Just in a lot of ways, it reminds me of things like the old Caitlyn lanes, but just so much more stable. You've got more power in the mid game. You bring more utility. It is so obnoxious. Very, very well done. JJ is forced on a split map because, of course, Pantheon, after that level 1 kill onto Shah, who went and took the bot side camp. So now this Ash Seraphine has got an entirely isolated lane. And what do?
You suffer, Sam. JJ is going to go in towards mid lane. Good roots onto Xiaohu. Knight had just over pushed there. Didn't quite respect that JJ was going to be coming in from the Raptors. Been, fine in top lane. The first few levels of the game, not great for the Gwen against the Sion. Sion's early base damages at the rank 1 of abilities are really, really high. Not even in CS, but does have himself a kill and assist. Got himself that Dark Seal in the boots early.
My worry with JJ's gank there is he doesn't take the red, he doesn't take the Krugs, and now Pantheon's been able to reset, and that is that's the price of making that weirdly timed gank happen on the night, which is what caught him off guard, sure, but now we're having a fight with an item discrepancy.
Yes, there are no components for JJ. He has to back off. He doesn't have the longsword or the ruby crystal. Yes, Xin Zhao technically stronger than the Pantheon at the level 3. Doesn't matter when you've got the extra AD and the extra HP. The extra single longsword does actually make the difference. And you're right, you know, Knight is actually happy to give up a flash just to say, well, jungle's still ahead. That's something which Knight has always been pretty happy to do. There have been points in the past where he has just been alone in mid lane, just trying to look for those individual pressure plays, really. Bin gonna hop past the queue, gets himself not quite first play of the game. Actually, will do just after that point. And mid lane still going completely fine for Knights.
Camp respawn's about to come on through for JJ on the other side of the map. Might instead look mid here. Remember, Xiaohu has no flash, neither does Shun, so not the easiest to get on top of. Shun lost both Scuttle Crabs, that's the price. JJ does at least get those. Just thinking about going for a steal onto those Gromp. They're stuck around here. It's that Aegis Assault speed up. The gravity field is down, still going to get stunned up. There's a turret shots coming on through. They won't quite have enough damage here. Just get Xiaohu down to about half.
Yeah, what it does do is means that Knight can get himself a free reset, which is very important to him. He's on low HP, for low mana as well. Is that Xiaohu probably needs to think about doing the same on the next wave. Shun also knows that Xiaohu doesn't really have enough HP to do that much if he goes into the enemy jungle as well. So BLG, very good first couple of levels from them, first couple of clears from them. As we were saying, look, a lot of the way that BLG won first down was just way better understanding of what you do on first 2 jungle clears, early laning phase, level 1 wars, level 1 plans. And their laning was so strong that you couldn't kind of stop them from doing that. Typically, the teams that were causing them issues in the past were the ones which could lock them in lane, have the laning phase to kind of stop them. I'm very interested to see what happens against Top Esports on Thursday. Absolutely turn into that, by the way, because I think that those lanes are looking really good right now. Jackaloff is back. Tien is looking incredible. Tien versus Shun is going to be very important to track. Level 6 hit from Knight. Oh, reflects the death ray back there. Oh, that's how it works, right. So if the death ray is reflected, it goes back from the shield. It doesn't like it will point towards them, but it's not that long range. Shun has a slight level advantage here. Is going to jump onto JJ.
From off vision has got the red buff still. That makes things very difficult as the Aegis Assault comes on down and JJ left at about a 3rd HP. Might look to contest this. Gromp will look at the shop top side. The Silence not coming anytime soon. And 75 gold just to waste. Putting down what's happening on the Gromp. I don't think you should have done that, JJ.
No, but this is the problem, right? We saw Tarzan get butchered by Ginger, and then Tien butchered Ginger just the other day. Jungle advantage is the most important thing in the current meta right now. It is backed up by laning. It is backed up by level 1 wards and decision making very early on in the game. BLG have some of the best of all of those factors in the world right now. JJ going up towards top side. Shun perhaps knows this. They both know that they want to be on this top side of the map. This Scuttle Crab which is spawning. Now hang on. There's sorry, for a second I thought I saw an animation coming through from Shun and I realized it was probably just a recall. It's like, oh bloody hell, he's got ultimate already. But I was like, he's level 5. That can't be the case. Now he has level 6 and that's going to be a bit of a pain in the butt for Weibo.
Gets it. There's the 6. Grand Starfall available. And things start to get quite dicey. Early Ionian boots for both mid laners. A bit of move speed into the early ganking junglers makes some sense to me.
Oh, here he goes.
Surprise, here's that Grand Starfall we're talking about. Where
he's going on the JJ.
Oh my god, he's got a ward down there. So he's going to try and steal away the blue buff and should be able to do so. Man alive, it's a level 4 Xin Zhao.
I'm telling you, this meta is all about jungle. All about the first 10 minutes of the game in that jungle role, and BLG perhaps are the best in the world at it. Actually, Sam, they are just the best in the world at it. They showed that at first stand. And, you know, so many people were talking about, you know, why are all these teams falling off? I've been talking about it on my socials as well. The first 10 minutes of the game are the easiest bit to practice for because you can drill them over and over and over. There's less variables than playing out a game for 10 minutes and then trying to practice 10 to 20 minutes. First 10 minutes of the game are the bit which you can coach. That's the bit which you can get a lot more information on. BLG, credit to them. I thought they would also fall behind compared to their regional rivals. Right now, though, doesn't seem to be the case as Shun is so far ahead. This guy is world-class, Sam.
He's been having a great time of it, and I remember there was an era where I doubted Shun. And frankly, at the time, I think I was right to. He was an imperfect player, had not well-rounded his full skill set yet, was great with lane prio, great at invading. The moment the game wasn't about lane prio, or he had to just play straight full clear, it felt like he had so much less to work with. But over the last few years, he's been on teams where it's not been so easy, but he's still been good. He's come back to BLG. He's still got all those strengths as one of those early playmaking, voracious junglers who turns up in the enemy camps and ults for blue buffs. But he's got a bit more to him now, and he is feeling like one of the very best in the world. And you see what he does to bring out people like Bin, to bring out the best in people like Knight, because we saw what the team looked like without him.
That was really interesting from Knight, actually. He knew that grubs were going down, and he said, look, I'm actually just going to use the Scryer's Blame onto my top jungle just to make sure that we don't have any wards on our side. That's really important. Again, that's the kind of understanding. It's small things, right, which end up putting you ahead. So Dragon for grubs traded, Shun is so far ahead.
Yeah, he is. How's the sandwich, Al?
Really good job.
I'm glad it is. It was a new attempt. I've never done eggy bread before. So if Parky's in chat, him and Ari were the two that got me onto it. Right. I've got to give this a go. Well, so I've got a bit fancy with it.
We're getting him fed, and the same with the BLG.
Oh yes.
Bin up 10. Well, call it 10 CS when the wave evens out here. And again, this is another thing for BLG. If Shun is running you around in your jungle, if BLG are running you around in your skirmishes, you're not shutting down Bin. Bin is the best player in the world by my money, Sam. I know that some people were saying that, you know, oh, it's just, you know, didn't play against Genji. It's too short of a period of time. I think he's had 5 best of 5s in a row from LPL finals through first stand, where he showed that no one is on his level on a laning lead and also being able to transfer that into a winning game. Elk goes down to about 0 HP as BLG, even in the bot lane, their 2v2 has not been their specialty, but they picked the Ash Seraphine and they're smashing that too.
Managed to get the early involvement, managed to get the lane isolated, and Ash Seraphine does Ash Seraphine things. Because one of the things we've noticed from BLG, particularly with people like Shun being as he is often they like to play towards topside. Why wouldn't you? Bin's fantastic, especially on the carry matchups. But it means that sometimes these bot lanes, which can be quite volatile, don't get to play with lane priority. There is JJ behind, but I don't think realistically he's going to be able to find a gank. He's just there to try and get Elk to this bloody turret. He's on 10% HP. And there's double ults available for On and Viper as well. I don't think a full On engage would go very well. Look, the mana pools aren't high for Viper and On, but I think they're high enough for an enchanted crystalline arrow. Oh my god.
Forces out the heal from Hung.
And the ult. Had to get the ult for the dash.
Sam, the reason they're hovering over this guy, Sam, this guy has ult. He doesn't even finish the Gromp. He just wants to ult bot lane. They have a wild card. I don't think it'll matter, though. Extra damage onto the Lulu. Where is the Pantheon? Not choosing to use the ult. Just saying, look, you're pressuring lane already. I want to keep my ult for now.
Got to have a vague idea. Genuinely, if he hits the R into that bush, it's a dead Nymaera. Does he take the gamble? No. Hung also going to be forced to back away. This is now a 20 CS lead. Bot is going to get lost into this turret. Elk having to ult to get the dash because he couldn't just walk away is really rough. Because look at Viper and On, they burned no summoners, no ults. Knight being run at right now, just get knocked up. And then with a slightly awkward face check, but look who's here. It's Shun with a first item already. That's the Sundered Sky. JJ forced to ult, forces a flash as well. The gravity field was required there. Xiaohu with no mana though has got no way to continue trading this. Knight blows no summoners, does have to force Shun to come join. Ends up being a flash for a flash arrow.
Being flying out. Where do they put it to? They still have the melt ult. And it goes onto the Victor, who is just tickled by the fletching.
Just about squeaky bum time, that one. There's the reflect on the death rate. It means he's not clearing the wave, unfortunately, for Xiao. So he's losing minions under the tower because Mel is sitting on top of the minions and saying, no, you can't AoE them.
Sam, Xin Zhao's not been able to go over the other side of the map. No. He's just been sat behind the river. He's down just a ridiculous amount. A full level from the early game was 2 levels a little earlier. You know, Knight's having a great game at just perma-prio in mid lane. Even though this was the counter-pick Victor, of course, Xiaohu died 2 times very early on. It means that you are effectively accepting that there is perma-prio in mid. Bot lane has perma-prio as well. Top lane's pushing in 2. Sam, this is the holy grail of pro play, which is 3 winning lanes plus invading jungler. BLG have been slaughtering Weibo.
Yeah, first items coming on through. Storm Razor from Ash. Much prefer that to things like the even things like the Kraken Slayer. I think Kraken Slayer falls off too hard on Ash. And what it means as well is your slows get a lot higher. You get the move speed differential off the Storm Razor active plus the crit slows from passive. It's just a very obnoxious item, guys.
It's very good into champions like Xin Zhao that dive into melee range, because if you ult and auto attack a single time, by the time that you have that the stunners ran out, you're about 700 units away, which means you're at
kind of the marker for it.
Well, you know, you basically, it depends on the amount of tenacity there is, but typically you see this into stuff like Samira, Neela, like melee range AD carries. Storm Razor is very good for people that end up melee range of you. So for someone like a Sion or a Xin Zhao that ends up very, very close,
even the Nymaera,
if you hit ult and then auto attack, you run really, really quick and you're effectively edge of auto attack range. And if they don't have another gap closer, they are effectively out of the fight.
You want my hot take as well?
Yeah.
You were chatting about Bin being the best player in the world, and I think that's a reasonable take. I think it might be On. There is no one being as creative and consistently game-winningly playmaking like On is right now.
And Sam, you know, I don't think you're wrong in saying that with the logic which you're saying now. I just think that Bin is doing stuff which no one is doing in the world right now.
I said it was a hot take for a reason.
JJ on bot side doesn't have flash to anyone else around down. They're flanking with the Victor. There's no Pantheon ult just now.
On, I'm sorry, I may have just cursed you really hard here. On gonna flash, so is Viper. Still got the ults to work with the Encore. Catches Hung, but no one else. The roots afterwards do, though. Viper dancing! Out comes the golden eclipse, and the bot lane will not go quietly into that Dark Knight. JJ now with the Crescent Guard rolling, but I think, unfortunately, you need a full circle to attempt to survive this one, and he will instead die as well.
Sam, you know, we're talking about best players in the world, and perhaps he's not the hero which you deserve, but he's the one that you need right now. It's the Dark Knight of the mid lane, 4-0. Mel is crushing this game, Sam. Knight has not put a foot wrong.
Been really, really excellent. Even when he has been threatened, he's had Shun around to back him up. And it does feel like the BLG members are never as alone as you think it is. They've got a teleport flank behind. They've got 4 members coming. On and Viper with this lane pro finally getting punished by not knowing there's a ward behind them. How many times have we seen that across pro play history? But On with a wonderful double route allows Knight and Shun to come on down and make this a much more even affair.
Yeah, it's a really good collapse from BLG. They see the play coming a mile off. On is the hero of the play, gets just enough disengagement. The double route goes mental. Look, Weibo are a creative team. They do often look for that bounce back play around the 10 to 15 minute mark of the early game. Hasn't gone well. I mean, obviously every team does that, but they're very creative at looking for that opportunity. Very cerebral veteran players on their roster, but it just doesn't work out here. And the problem is when you look for a play like that and it goes wrong, you double down on the losses which you've had. And he's so far behind in mid lane. Jet does have flash, might look for something here. No summoners on Viper.
No, he's not. He's got a bit of a shield. I think he's chosen the wrong way to run there. We'll throw out the ult, but he's not really going to find a way out. Nice angle from JJ. Not quite sure how he got behind them there. I'm assuming. I don't know, it must have squeaked past the vision. Sometimes happens with those mid-lane line bushes. Good angle for them, and it will allow them to get a Herald hit.
Yeah, it's a good kill onto Viper. Of course, the Stormraiser can't protect you from everything. Herald started up BLG. They can't really fight in the full. Well, I mean, Bin's coming in. He's teleported in with that roll quest. He goes over, doesn't get the smite.
Crescent Guard, gravity field, but Bin's got himself some hallowed mist, and Bin is doing a lot of work. Snip, snip, goes a bit further on in, trying to make himself lack assist here. On goes down as the Battle Herald brings him low. Elk is also not having a lot of fun. Polymorph though is Bin. Knight kills off the Lulu. Zucker's turned up, but Shun is healing a hell of a lot. That's just a bit far from BLG, I have to say. They went for the 4v5 and couldn't quite outplay the Herald turning up.
Yeah, if the Herald was actually smoked by BLG, they win that fight. That is how close it gets. Although they do end up losing it, the Herald goes down. It's a really good Battle Herald, and it means that they can get the extra gap close onto the backline. Problem is, that is your one Herald usage. It's a Blast Cone play. It's a Blast Cone, gets around the vision, they think they're safe. This is actually not the first time where BLG have been caught out by that ward not actually spotting the play coming in from a jungle. It happened versus Team WE, where the Skarner managed to wrap around and get a kill onto Ziggs. They thought they were safe on that vision. That's worth noting. BLG have clearly been scouted out for that particular ward. Funny enough, they used to actually put a lot more just outside that brush. It does genuinely end up costing them here. And of course, right here, GG, great angle for him to get that smite and get that Battle Herald. This would have been a one fight easily for them if that Battle Herald hadn't come through. It's a good play though from Weibo to punish them.
Yeah, Wild Growth plus Herald is enough to keep JJ alive. And then Shun ends up in a horrible spot as Zucker TP's in. It is a close run thing. Knight's going to pick up this turret bot side. And BLG's still in the gold lead, but it was 3,500. It's not anymore. And I'll note JJ now actually has a gold lead because he picked up a few really key shutdowns there. And obviously does have that Herald, use that Herald. Won't be able to use it onto a turret though, kind of as a result, which is sometimes a slight disappointment. Dragon will be 2 minutes off, which would be soul point for BLG as well.
Is the gap bigger between Knight and Chovy, or the gap between Knight and the number 3 mid bigger? Well, I actually think right now that you've got players like BDD who are playing really, really well. So because BDD exists, I actually think they're all pretty close. I don't think Chovy is like I don't think Shovi's like been as far ahead. Oh my god, Viper's gonna get blown up.
Behind him, the shields! Seraphine is absolutely ridiculous! Oh my days, he's right back up! And they get to keep running for more. Knight and On keep looking to see whether there's something else there, but between a barrier and the echoes of Helia and a bit of a heal, Viper stands tall.
It feels so bad for L trying to look for that play out. Shun caught out on the side. Does he have his E? Yes, he does. It helps a little bit, but he's still down low and he gets stunned. He's gonna get taken down. Will it be at the cost of anything? Knight flashing away from the Scion coming into the mid lane.
Bin's not here, makes this a 3v4 currently. Zucker taken pretty low, On flashes away from the audacious charge. Viper knocked out by the decimating smash and does go down. It is looking alright, decent stun under the turret there, but won't find too much more. Knight doing a decent amount of work with some of those radiant volleys to at least clear the way about. Bin, of course, refused to turn up and did get this turret.
Yeah, this is the cost for Weibo. Good fight in mid lane, but they're not really stopping Bin. Now, Zucker does get kill and assist throughout this early game, and of course is getting good access to that backline, but Bin is getting really scary. And you know, if you'd asked me about 2 months ago, Bin wouldn't have transferred this lead. Now, oh my god, Knight's got the 10-stack Medraz as well. That's actually a huge problem for Wave. We'll talk about that separately. But they're bringing the Scion to the play. It's a really good jump forward. I've no idea how Knight comes out from the ether there. Gets the E down, gets the full CC. Knight a really good roam to catch out Elk while he's looking for that play. You just don't expect the mid lane to be there. Didn't even need to use the teleport for that one.
And then Shun goes on a warding mission, thinks he's going to be fine, he's got pressure in mid lane, and then JJ full send. He's managed to get a fair amount of gold. Sharu turns up with the Black Fire Torch as well, and just enough burn, and Shun can't get out of that gravity field to escape, so he goes down. Zucker turns up to make this even less even, and at this point Viper's kind of out of mobility. JJ lands onto On, means that a flash forward from Zucker catches him as well. It costs a lot of summoners on both sides, and there are some critical ones missing from BLG's bot lane that I will note, as has Knight's flash gone down as well, which could be a big deal with this Mountain Dragon coming up right about now. But over comes Bin with 2 items. That's the price you've paid of not having him come along.
It is, and now you have 10-stack Medraz and a Protobelt. Knight actually has a significant amount of defensive mobility. I mean, it won't save you from everything, right? The flash is still a flash. Good damage from Knight there on the side. Dragon getting taken a little lower. Knight standing on the off angle. Needs to be a little bit afraid there. They can jump onto him without that flash, as we were saying.
Zucker's shield is pretty ridiculous. Gets snipped down the side. Shijik gets to the backline, but the encore. It's beautiful. Does die, though, all the same, as Zucker and JJ causing some pretty decent strife. Bin also left low as Hum comes on up. JJ audacious charging forward. Bin with a decent amount of Riftmaker healing. The soul is there, but the wind becomes lightning. Elk's hopping across the wall. Where are Viper and Shun? Away from this. They are losing this team fight. JJ is having a really good one. BLG's early lead has slipped from their grasp.
Yeah, JJ gets onto the backline, and they don't have the damage to kill the Scion. Weibo, we said they had a good 5v5, and they're showing that right here. Knight's doing a ton of damage. Bin is too. But if Weibo can get their front line in place, that damage is being done into, very nasty people. JJ 5-1, despite the early jungle advantage. Weibo bouncing back, and now we have to change that conversation. BLG are not winning in the 5v5s. They don't have the composition for it. What will that lead to afterwards? Viper, I want to look what he does in this fight. He's not exactly in full tank killing mode right now. JJ gets onto the backline. That was the huge part of this. On caught out, and I would imagine it meant that JJ could kind of bop Viper back. Viper is basically just hitting the Scion and an ulted Shinzao the entirety of this. The Ashe ult felt not particularly useful there either. Viper just doesn't get a chance to do anything here, whereas on the other side, the Gwen is strong, but she's not invincible when the W's down.
Yeah, she nearly killed off both bot lanes, but they have the summoners where Viper and On just didn't really. Viper's flash was using that fight, so did have that one at least, but couldn't get those kills. And I think the other thing is, BLG just split their damage. They hit every member rather than actually focusing down one or the other. Ended with some really odd split calls. Still got a mild goal lead, but they don't have the soul point, and things have just slipped away from them just a little here. I think On with that encore nearly won them the fight, but Knight was at a weird angle. Bin kind of tried to full contact team fight, but didn't get the kills because Elk with the wild growth and the flash got himself over the wall. And the thing is, we're going to come to this next fight in a few minutes, and Elk will have that summoner back up again, and we might run into the same issues just one more time. So, let's do a bit of a settle in here, because again, JJ, credit to him. Exceptional recovery from what was a dire start to the game. That Shinzao was out. They picked up some really good clutch kills off some slightly unfortunate vision gaps from BLG with some good blasts going place, and then just a couple overforces. That Herald play wasn't fantastic. That Dragon fight almost good, but then kind of split targets.
Shahu, good damage onto On there, gets the death rate. And the ult over the wall. On under half HP.
Managed to get away, but is taken relatively low. That is going to be the Ult still use a lot of vision now in the river. Elk going to be in danger here, but doesn't have the flash, but there is a Mikhail, so the Mikhail's is popped.
Had his own cleanse as well. Just getting rid of one of 2 cleanses there available to the team. Part of me wonders if it's better to blow the cleanse because the Mikhail's can be used onto anyone. The cleanse just onto the carry, but I suppose the Mikhail's less valuable than the slot combo.
On gets behind the turret, does get chunked up, but the Encore brings Sion under the turret, is forced to flash away.
There's no LDR or Molt Reminder or anything like that for Viper, but he's still doing some damage. Bin is left alone in the side lane. Again, we said this before the game. You can sometimes win out in the 4v4s, the skirmishes, when Bin isn't there. If Bin is just left alone on the side lane, though, this becomes a huge issue. Massive gold for him from the inner turret. Will get himself over 1,000 gold ahead of Zuka.
This mid lane turret is so close to falling. It's a crystallized proc away from dead. Viper's going to step up and do that just now. That extends the lead again for BLG. Find themselves back towards that 2,000 or so mark. Weibo still with very good vision control. It was something we called out last split, actually, was their vision game was very strong. Though, again, they have switched supports. Hung's been decent this game.
Laning phase wasn't fantastic, but then how much can you really judge a Yunara Lulu versus that? He's been fine on largely the better support, but then again, has the champion to do more in these kind of fights which we've had. We'll track that later, of course. Hung need to see a glow up from him realistically. His first 2 series for Weibo have been poor. He had some game-losing Seraphine plays versus Team WE. Needs to level up. Sion into the side lane now. Dragon in 1.5 minutes. BLG have 2. Weibo have 1. That Mountain Dragon obviously very much helps out Sion on that top side. Is the biggest beneficiary of those extra percent stats because he builds more of them to benefit from.
Note JJ's inventory as well has gone towards the Titanic Hydra Arrow. Going to be needing a Whimsy actually, and a Kanmei step to give Elk the move speed to escape. Not a bad angle for it. Still though, I don't think either this Lulu or this Yunara really want to face check here. You can cleanse again. You've got the Mikhails. That's all well and good.
Yeah, they had that timing as the Mikhails was just down there. Would have blown the cleanse. Instead, of course, Viper has a long history on the Ashe. And I think one of the things which has been a little strange about the Ashe Seraphine for BLG is though it just doesn't allow On to be as much of a roamer as he would be. He's playing more for that laning phase. And now, of course, Shun had that huge early lead, but Jit has picked up the goal through the team fight. So Shun not as able to pull those ults into the side lane as he was in that very early game.
Okay. 20 seconds until Dragon be soul point for BLG. Baron's up, and both teams can, I think, at this point, rush it relatively quickly. They've got enough damage and tankiness to do that. The other thing I will note, as we kind of started talking about it before the arrow became flying, was the Titanic Hydra pickup from Jirjo wants to get that kind of auto reset to get the knock up as fast as possible, because when he's diving in, he wants that CC ASAP.
Yeah, even if it means that you can very quickly Q just any minion or ward in front of you and then flash for a basically instant knockup, whereas you have to stick around for a second auto attack without that item. Dragon alive now. BLG pushing in mid lane and bot lane, trying to get some poke down. They do get some poke there. It's not a crazy amount. The Seraphine early damage doesn't scale when you don't build AP, turns out. Knight looking for those tap Qs, E's at long range. Reminder that 10 stack Magi's gives him the extra movement speed. Starting up the Dragon now. Weibo starting to form their battle lines. It will be a 5v5. Gwen is at the play.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of where Knight is right now. He's going to try and look for the flank angle, a bit of poke, but it means he's not here. Zucker just steps on forward, and he's a big old tanky boy. Bin does a decent job of trying to chunk him. Dragon secured. Flash away from Shun. In comes Zucker, though. Oh, it's everyone! It is a worldwide phenomenon. They will still go 1-for-1, but now Bin is here with the Hallow Mist, and Zucker has burned quite a lot. The gravity field is decent. Soulless Ned just wide, and the 1-for-1 will be just that. It was a phenomenal ult, but again, it still just leads to the 1-for-1.
BLG are on stage. The Encore brings them back. Weibo will get the mid lane out of turret, and I mean, to be honest, Sam, it is still just a 1-for-1. The Dragon for BLG, the most important part, but losing the mid lane out of turret, kind of big for Weibo, you know, for Weibo to get that.
Yeah, very much was. Well, have a look at this play again, because again, they get the Dragon, but it's basically a 4v5 because Knight isn't here. He's by his blue buff.
He is. He's trying to play on the off angle again. You know, the Encore is insanely good. Sam Hung flashed into that.
Yeah.
And he dies for it. Again, this guy, we wanted to see a better play from him. He dies because he flashes in and doesn't even get his own wild growth. Have to track this stuff. Hung has been struggling here.
I wonder whether he was trying to flash for polymorph. I'd have to look again. I assume that's what he was looking for. Either way, it doesn't quite work. Elk released 3 items, got himself the Hex Optics to go after those Fiend Hunter bolts. There's always a nice cheap spike, can go towards Lord Doms or the Infinity Edge 4th then with a bit more crit behind you. And it's up 1,200 or so gold here. Not necessarily plates, but a good shutdown. And obviously getting that mid turret.
Also worth noting that Knight did get that kill, so he has the extra 4 Magi stack, so he's now on 14, which is a lot. 5 per stack, 10 of them gives you 50, another 14, another 4 on top of that.
20,
means you're on 70 extra AP on top of the actual base item. The value isn't a crazy amount, but the extra move speed kind of big. And just finish that Crypt Bloom too for the extra cooldown and the magic pen. Knight's going to slap some. He's going to really, really hurt. Question is whether you can kill the tanks. He's not really a Scion killer. He can be in very long fights, but I'm not sure that's going to be as easy said than done. You need Viper to complete that LDR quickly. He's not at it yet. On does have the flash, has to use it.
JJ's been so aggressive. He has been a great Shin's out of this game. We can see why this champion is getting banned or picked quite a lot at the minute, and it is very, very potent. You have got tank killers at least. Look, Black Cleaver's done for Shun, was put behind a bit, but has now got that. Scion hates that item for a reason. You've obviously got the 2 items on Bin, who's going to be a very scary tank killer. So you've got some options there, and Viper's just got that LDR. So we are getting towards that point where the Scion is going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Actually, so is JJ, honestly.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a really fair point, because if it gets to the point where Weibo don't actually get to send the first person at the front line and just straight up win the fight because their battle lines are so solid, tanks in front, carries behind. If the front line doesn't hold up its end of the bargain, then BLG start to become a real threat. Of course, Weibo will still be able to engage very heavily onto the front line too. Shun, who's behind in gold, only has that E. It's hard for him to survive through everything. JJ does have that knock-up charged up. Teleport behind from the Gwen.
Here comes that teleport. It's going to be a potentially dangerous one. The arrow lands, immediately cleansed. That one was by the McHales. Now we can keep looking for the fight. Zucker's going to be rooted up briefly. Now the shield comes on down, does get knocked up and taking a lot lower now. That's a lot less tanky. Is forced to ult away. Does fight, but the golden eclipse is not quite there. Forces a wild growth to prevent the execute.
I think they can actually go towards Baron now, Sam. Maybe. They're not a very tanky team, and we know that, well, BLG have had some horror stories around this before. There are a lot of ultimates available from Weibo. JJ was on red buff. He's on the other side of the map. They didn't have full information. BLG can still look for the encore to turn.
I raise you also surround sound, AoE shield and healed makes it a lot harder to keep people lower than you think. It's just getting blasted, by the way. It's gone. The encore comes across, but it doesn't really hit anyone. Forces a backstep. Dragon secure. JJ trying to get in, but the Prince of Thieves will find nothing this time. No throne for him. No Baron to crown himself with. Viper left low. As Zucker comes on forward, he's still pretty scary. Bin's in danger. Flashes over the wall. Shun then goes in. He's likely trading his life there to get his team out to safety.
Elk could hop over the wall, chooses not to. Baron secured for BLG. Baron for 1 is a big win, especially because it's a minute till the dragon. It's not like it's spawning in 20 seconds, in 30 seconds, where Shun would still be down. Shun will be alive and he'll have his global to get to the play. JJ also died on the steal attempt as well. He did get in range for the smite, Sam, and he is a Prince of Thieves, as we've said before. Knight, another 2 Magi stacks for him. Have to really keep an eye on that. This melt, the more random kill participation, the more that Magi starts to sting as well.
Death Dance picked up a JJ. That helps, because again, one of the things with this build you've gone for, it's great upfront built burst with the Sun Sky, with the Titanic Hydra, but your tankiness is somewhat questionable. You don't have a Sterax. Even the Black Cleaver with its HP is actually quite valuable. Death Dance helps with that a fair amount, and also just means that hitting people more is important with the Death Dance, so you try to do as much of that as you can.
Oh, for sure. You know, the Lulu Shins out really gets helped out a lot by this, because you just get through more passives, and it gives you the healing and the extra damage as well. Is it enough to really carry a game like this? I mean, if you catch out a squishy member, you can certainly try for sure. Dragon spawning in 5 would be mountain for BLG.
Quick note as well, Zonya's just got picked up by Gwen. That could be big for Bin. A lot of extra tankiness into what is a relatively heavily AD team here, with Elk and Shinzao being particularly fed.
Okay, trying to play around that Death Ray poke. Xiaohu has the Banshees, lowers his damage a bit. Bin stacking up his Q on the Dragon. We might see another steal attempt. Here comes the back, Weibo.
Look at Bin on that flank angle. His Q's about to time out though, along with his skip and slash. That's now down. Zucker gonna go on in. On's left low. They split up a little bit. They will blow up Zucker though, so it becomes the 1-for-1. But the encore down. The Shinzao gets low, has to burn that ultimate. Bin left low as well. Zucker zombie is in danger of the Death Ray. The healing from Bin just about keeps it alive for a second or two longer, but Shun will fall. Viper trying to trade on the show. He flashes! And Viper shreds them all. The Frost Archer hits them all in the face. Robin Hood wishes.
When you're fighting in the river, be aware of the snakes in the water. Viper gets the damage done. There is a teleport coming behind him from Mel to make sure that the Dragon will be secured. It is a messy fight. BLG don't have the best 5v5 comp. Sam, 2 months ago, BLG would have lost this game.
They would.
2 months ago, BLG would be joked about as bad late game. Sam, even at first stand, we were talking about, this isn't even the worst throw we've seen this month from them. This time it works out. This is with On getting caught out on the side. It's a good jump onto him. He doesn't quite get back back into position. No flash, didn't get the best encore down there either, and Bin misuses his W too. It's not a great fight from him, goes golden far too late. Bin, not a great team fight, but Knight and Viper put out the hurt. Look how much damage he does. Flashes out of the gravity field. Hung has nothing left, and Knight survives JJ on the other side. It's the carry duo which we was promised from BLG. Knight does a good amount of damage. Viper doubles that at a 9k team fight.
Oh, exceptional stuff. And Elk also just got popped as he was attempting to play off. Good last gasp from Bin. Look, you were taken low, not the cleanest flank from him that fight, but still, you get that empowered snip onto Elk. You still do 2/3 of his HP bar, and in some ways, your sins are forgiven, having basically brought the AD carry low. We come back to life. Baron is basically nominal at this point, doesn't do all that much here. It was there, but it does get them to soul, and I think in the grand scheme of things, that's the valuable price.
I think it means that now when Weibo look for that big engage, it's harder to take down that first target, especially with the Seraphine shields on top of it. I mean, you've got a 24 stack Medjai's on Knight. He's about to get his death cap, you know. Knight will actually be one-shotting the tanks at that point. Encore not catching out the defenders under the turrets.
Went looking for something. It was a prospective one, really. And again, you are between objectives, so you can afford to be a little bit more profligate with your ults. You don't have to be quite so precise.
For those of you who don't have a dictionary on hand, what does that mean?
Profligate. If you are someone who's profligate, it means you're loose with money and things that you own. You kind of just throw things around.
Very cool.
Rich people.
Jumping potentially onto this brush here. JJ is still strong. Jumps over the encore. Gets the wall growth on top of it too. Silence splitting up the team. The Gwen is teleporting in now.
Arrow comes around, forces a step away from Elk, but will survive. Getting a little bit of a stutter here. It's not quite sure what's going on. The golden eclipse is disgusting damage. They brought down Shun, but now Bin is here with the needlework. And unfortunately, I don't think he's cross-stitching. Over we go as Zucker goes down as well. There is a zombie, but unfortunately, the Cranberries aren't doing the theme tune, except as a dirge. Knight's going to find Elk reflects the Arc of Judgment. Sentence overturned.
Knight reflects things back. Elk has to watch his old team dominate the game again. BLG are such a chemistry-based team. They're such a team based on confidence, vibes, and the intangibles. And the intangibles, Sam, have been getting better and better for BLG. They broke that lockout of international titles. If BLG had never won a title, they would have been on the shortlist for best team to not win an international event. They've gotten that at first stand. Perhaps the least of what they wanted out of Worlds and MSIs, but it's still a title, and you can see the confidence is back. Sam, you can see it in the audience of the LPL. People are cheering again. People are turning up to the arenas to see teams and team fights like this. Weibo are playing pretty well on the whole. Right here, they do funnel into too much damage though, and the mountain means that the play just lasts too long, Sam. They can't get the kills at the time they wanted it. BLG clean up, and they are team fighting in a way which they haven't done since 2024. I love how Knight as well. There's something very special about Knight also, like paying homage to his old teams as well, using the classic Top Esports logo.
Yeah.
That is the logo which Top Esports based off of his username. Top Esports, the Knight logo was designed for him. He was their star player for so long. He's left them for many years now, since 2023, leaving to join the JDG Super Team.
4 years
he has become a legendary player here in the LPL, always was deserving of that title. Right here has the death gap. He's ready to explode some people.
Got a couple minutes till Elder. Baron is up. I think either team would be happy to pick that one up for obvious reasons. Viper's now at 4 items as well. This Ashe is very, very scary at this point. Not just utility. She will be shredding pretty much anyone who has the misfortune of getting stuck in between her and her prizes. The salt's now wide, but the arrow is certainly not. JJ. Encore again! On has just been hitting 4-man ults all game long.
Here comes Bin.
Here he is with the needlework again, flashing on in. The Grand Starfall as well. Everyone turns up, forcing to flash as Hung on the Lulu needs to put Bud away, but the Whimsy is immediately cut down to side. A shield bolt in, Zucker falls as well. The tanks just aren't tanking out.
So BLG are turning back the clock, Sam. Again, if you didn't watch in 2025, it was a difficult time, and that is a 6,000th assist for On. Congratulations, reaching the sixth place of assists all time within the LPL. BLG look so dominant here, Sam. They are so dominant. They're winning they won in the early game jungle. They had that one misstep around one of the dragon fights, but they weren't rattled by that, Sam. They've just gone from strength to strength here, and Weibo, despite the fact that they've picked for the 5v5, have not been able to stop Bin getting into the backline, and haven't been able to stop Knight, Viper, On, Shun, getting that extra damage through the tanks onto the backline, which is winning the fights for them.
That is a level 20 Sorcerer's Elixir Mountain Soul 4-item Gwen, including, I will note, the Morellonomicon to mean that all the healing you've tried to work with here means jack all.
Yeah, it's been a difficult game for the backline of Weibo. You know, Elk has tried to skip and dance his way through the team fight. Sadly, Gwen's been better at that. Sadly, one skill shot can end Elk's career. I think Sam, probably the biggest problem with Weibo has been a Hung, who's had to blow skill shots blow his big abilities quite easily, and just hasn't been able to provide that consistent enchanting value to Weibo. Of course, it's a whole team issue. Of course it is, but Weibo have not been able to use the Lulu to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, it was working in the mid game when we saw that comeback from Weibo.
Sure
Some really good wild growth, some good flashes away, all that stuff then. But it's just kind of hit critical mass, and there was always going to be the worry of the scaling. Ashe Seraphine is one of the most potent duos late game for a reason. Add in the Gwen, and you do get a little nervous.
Elder has now spawned. Now, Weibo do have the chance to 5v5 for their lives, Sam. If they get themselves the Prince of Thieves onto that objective, perhaps things change again.
Xiaohu trying to scout out his Blair Witch Project stuff. You just don't know what's in that forest because there's arrows now flying from the middle of nowhere. That is the Mikhail's burn pretty rapidly, but it comes on down the encore. A little bit early there from On. He's been pretty good this game, but that one was a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, it does have a giant-ass timer underneath it. You know, that little spinning circle of I'm arriving at this point. It gives you like a arrival time, Sam. It's like the boards at the airport. It tells you when it's real landing.
That's 2 major ultimates down, though, I'll note now for BLG. Makes things a bit more interesting. I think Encore's been quite key. Elder's starting with the ult advantage now going the way of Weibo. The route after with the beat drop on the Solar Snare, though, is a bit scary and Bin. Clearing out this wave, off of the Elder we go. The Arcane Storm burn by Xiaohu.
That's big. Remember, BLG, they don't mind eating bits of poke because they have the mountain to recharge after. Zucker's taking big damage from the Mel now.
Has to ult to try and deal with the stun, but is now trapped out. The Shirelli's trying to get him to escape, but he's just getting slowed down. The Golden Eclipse annihilates him.
What? Yeah, I don't think there was many saving him. They could have maybe thrown the Wild Growth, didn't want to use that. Weibo cannot take the drips and drabs of poke because the Mountain Soul keeps regenning on BLG. BLG play it slow. And again, Sam, I was ready to start telling that story of, oh, it's BLG bad late game. They've thrown around Elders before. Not great ultimates from Viper. Well, Viper one was fine, but the Armor miss time, obviously not the best from him. But BLG don't panic. They managed to stabilize and come away with an Elder and a winning Dragon scenario. And Arrow coming through will miss Xiaohu.
Nice idea. He steps aside, but the Grand Starfall now comes on in. There is a gravity field. The burn isn't quite enough. The wild growth is required, as is the flash. But now so many of your defensive tools are done, and I think BLG are done with this game. Credit to Weibo for coming back, for stretching this game out. But I think BLG are kind of done here. They'll play a final song. I think we've heard this one before. It's the one that comes at the last. Oh, hurrah. That encore is excellent. Now they will turn on to the remaining members of Weibo. Xiaohu left low, not quite down. Bit inside of the Hallow Fist. The Golden Eclipse is back up, and they're going multi-platinum with this one. A final kill onto the Zombie of Sion. A triple tonight who will end the game on 13 kills. And BLG continue to be the best team in the world.
13-0-11 for Knight in the mid lane. It was an ensemble performance. I think that Knight being able to put out consistent damage onto the backline through the tanks was crucial. BLG as a unit, though, proving again, just once again, how locked in they are in on this meta. Yeah. I think that I need to change the camera lens over. I'll do that in a second. But I think that BLG being a team which has understood how to get the most out of early jungle matchups, how to get the most out of now finally actually the 5v5s later on has been crucial to their success. I was asked a question earlier about, well, why are teams from first stand failing? Why are they failing right now? And to be honest, I thought a lot of the time was the first 10 minutes of the game was the specialty at first stand, and that's the easiest thing for their regional rivals to prep against. I don't think BLG you can prep against their laning, though, and I think continually now we've seen that their drafting has remained some of the very best in the world. You don't get easy draft advantages over them. Knight and Bin together as a duo, finding themselves their 200th victory as a duo, though. Incredible stat for them as well.
Look, this is how I'd phrase it, guys. It's a weight class issue. You can beat the best middleweight fighter in the world, prep so well for all of the punches and styles and tells you know. But again, if you're going against the heavyweight champion of the world and he hits you with a right hook, you're going down. It doesn't mean, you need to be in the right mechanical weight class. And right now, for the side of BLG, no one's really got their consistent brawn across every role. We saw that interview with On saying, hey, people, why are you Why are you judging Viper? He's playing 1v2 just perfectly because it means we can all leave and play for Bin. And then you have these games where they get that kind of early lead. And look, it got a little bit awkward in the mid game because, again, they didn't have the way of killing their Scion. A couple awkward moments there. More on a strategic point about, hey, Bin's looking for a flank, Knight's looking for a flank. It leaves the battle lines open to a Xin Zhao Scion engage. But credit to BLG for just being really, really good.
If there's one thing you take away from this game, 2 months ago, or the entirety of 2025, BLG would have lost that game. They don't here because I feel like their chemistry is back. I think that they trust each other in the team fights more. There are still some worries. I mean, in this game, they didn't have the best 5v5 team fighting composition. It didn't matter to them. Weibo lose that first game. You know, I do think that the Scion had a couple of issues connecting with the backline at points too, but how do you fight that against, you know, the Mel E, the Encore, once the initial ults are down? If the Scion ult hits the first person into a gravity field, it's pretty damn good, but if you line up behind them, or in the case of Hung, flash into an Encore to die, obviously things go pretty mad. Viper is hitting a Scion in the entire game and gets over 1,000 DPM. Knight has killed like 1 million people, also gets over 1,000 DPM. Knight and Viper, as a carry duo, were touted to be perhaps the best carry duo that the LPL has ever fielded. Viper on the shortlist of best AD carry of all time. Knight on the shortlist of best mid lane of all time. If they get firing in the right way, which I don't even think we saw from first stand. I don't even think we saw that from the first split. If these two peak at the same time, this could be a legendary carry pair.
Now, 2 things before I hand back to Alex here. So number 1, obviously we're being very effusive here about BLG skills, and the early game was excellent, the late game was excellent, the mid game, were a couple questions there. Part of that, Weibo played their composition well. Credit to JJ for coming back into the game because bluntly, he was out. But they actually did a very good job of finding their way back in. Some good wild growth, some good engages. Xiao managed to get back into the game. That's all great news and good for them. And BLG, I suspect they'll be going to VOD review saying, hey, how did we kind of lose our team fight shape? Tricky though it was around these neutral objectives, where this should never really have happened from the position we were in. 2, I'm going to turn the camera back on.
All good.
Because ta-da! I am Initialise. This is Nymaera.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to drop out because I was doing the thing, but it's fine.
No, this is important. This is important because, guys, you know you can help the channel. Incredible thing you can do is you know how you can help the channel.
No, I don't understand. Tell me.
Well, much like the Encore there, you can find bangers every day here on twitch.tv/Nymaera or the YouTube or Onivia's YouTube, and you can help us out by donating to the Ko-fi or subscribing on Twitch, which is a pretty incredible thing to do. I hear you even get a pre-sub with Twitch Prime via Amazon Prime, which is, you know, it's not a bad thing to potentially drop right here. Help your 2 favorite and clearly most like attractive casters in the business. Have you seen us? Come on, this is peak entertainment and content for free. And you can just drop a little subscribe, a little like, a little follow to make sure that we're still in business, because we're relying on all of you back home to keep us in business. Shill over, silliness over. Help us if you can.
I'm going to go on a quick break, folks. We're going to put on some adverts, so you're going to chill out for that. Sam, I'll leave you live in the stream.
No worries.
The music's already on.
No worries. Do you mind making me a cup of tea, mate?
Can do that.
Thank you very much.
You want?
Something with caffeine, don't care too much what.
Sounds good. Cool. I can do that.
Oh. Yeah, if you don't want ads, then subscribe. That's the other thing. Oh. Alrighty, then let me put these back on. Sorry. It's just quiet. Right.
It sounds quiet, but it's loud on stream.
Gotcha. Oh, Golden Eclipse damage. Who gets MVP here? Because I think Knight is an obvious choice. I think the other person that's a pretty obvious choice for me would be On, who also had an exceptional game. Those Encores on the whole were pretty magnificent. I'd be tempted to say On, but I wouldn't hate Knight either. He obviously had a great game, you know. No shame in Knight getting it. Wind chill is actually so tough. Yeah, can be a bit much. The UK is quite bad for that as well because it's quite tends to be quite humid. When it gets cold, it will be Night who gets MVP. That's fair. That's fair. He had a very good showing. I'm in a pretty humid place now, but yeah, it's very warm. So SEA things, yeah, Southeast Asia is always incredibly humid. It's true. I spent a fair amount of time out there, but mostly on holiday or visiting friends. My brain is too stuck on rulers since that thing came out. Oh yes. Oh yes. Have we found out what's going on with that yet? I'm going to assume no. It's a bit bigger so we don't get done in by various shenanigans. Right, behave, chat. Oh, okay, that's all right. Chat always behaves. That's just not true. Scatter, I appreciate your dedication to the night hate. Like, I don't agree. I know you know I don't agree. But it does amuse me how dedicated you are to it. You know, like there's something about being a hater that like requires a certain level of dedication that I can respect. I can respect it. Couple minutes until our next game. We found evil informal march, absolute worst mid laner in my eyes, carried Jacob. Where's the ageless facts? Oh my god. Yeah, it's an Onivia chat person. Again, 3 chats. There's always some hot takes coming out. There's always some hot takes, which do amuse me. Yeah, I know there was some previous stuff, as in Gamer. I thought this was new allegations, because basically it's happened before, and there's basically been new stuff, was what I understood. But I can't say, like, I've not heard anything since the latest sort of wave of scandal hit the headlines of Reddit and stuff. Untaxable Demon King versus Unkillable Demon King. That's a wild statement. Sam, why are my pandas so bad? Death. What has happened is that anyone's legend have decided that they can't lane anymore. And the lack of laning prowess now comes at the cost of everyone messing with your jungle. And messing with your jungle means taking your superstar, Tarzan, out of the game. An AL where Tarzan isn't able to do things looks abysmal, as does every team with Tarzan and where Tarzan is kind of not a focal point. They don't know how to play when Tarzan is a secondary to tertiary to quaternary point in the team. Like, if he drops down the agency list because because he's been put behind, the team has no clue what's going on. They become increasingly headless. It also limits what Kyle can do, right? Because Kyle is an okay laner. He's a good laner. But his real strength has always been pairing up with Tarzan to make those plays. And that is not happening because they are losing lane so hard. Saw someone saying Yamada's stream and thought it was absolutely hilarious. It's a good one. It's a good one. Bin and Zucker. Zucker was fine on the Scion last game. I just don't think he was the major. Yeah, I don't think he was great. Yeah, welcome back, by the way. I know they got him. Basically, there were times where he should have been like holding alt backwards and not great, is what they said as they were leaving the room. But yes. I've seen worse Scions, but that wasn't fantastic. I agree. What happened to Rookie? Personal drama, basically, is the long and short. Hang on, let me just do it this way. There we go. That's the one. Cool. And yeah, personal relationship drama as far as we know. So back at some point, probably, but we don't know when.
I don't know. I think he's back in Korea right now. Yep. Cool. Do we run ads?
Yes, but not again, since you did just at the end of the things. We had 3 minutes of ad, but we need to. We've only just come back off cooldown, so
we're good. You already talked about anyone's Legend Dynamite.
Yeah, I basically laning phase sucks so much that it's basically causing Tarzan to be taken out of the game, and anyone's Legend without Tarzan being the major point of agency don't know what they're doing. They are headless without Tarzan being the main driving force.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, anyone's Legend are actually. Did you need a break for anything?
I could use a quick bio break, but I'll be right back in a second. There you go.
Basically, look, anyone's Legend are actually still a very good late game team fighting team. They just never survived to it, ever. They just don't survive to it now. If you get them too late game and they're not like ridiculously out, they can out team fight you. But yeah. But yeah, basically Rookie, like he broke up with his girlfriend of like 9 years, girlfriend wife of 9 years, and now he's back in Korea. Been decided like hanging out with some different people, which is it's a thing. I appreciate everyone stopping by, the way. We've had like over 200 views for the second series, which is really, really cool. It means a lot to us. If you're enjoying yourselves, please think about dropping a like or follow. If you're on a third-party site as well, think about watching it through on the main stream, because you can actually ask us questions in chat. We do keep an eye on all of our chats here, and it keeps us alive here, basically. Helps us keeping paying rate and stuff. I know we do shill between each game, but we kind of have to, right? Shouldn't be too far away from stage now, and there we go. Cool, onto stage. Okay, so draft 2. Weibo went for very heavy front to back last game. Obviously, the level 1 kind of ruined things a little bit last game for poor Xiaohu. You know, dying twice before 5 minutes in a counter matchup. Yeah. Thoughts on us seeing a BLG Golden Road? Look, I'm sure that other teams are really going to ramp up through the year. However, we did see a comment from a Riot dev saying that they're going to make less changes to the game this year. And if there are less changes to the game, that means that it's more likely that the teams that are on top will stay on top, because it's not like them having to start from zero. Because let's be honest, folks, how many times have we had a world championship just be determined kind of sadly by a dice roll of meta before Worlds, where you've had the best teams in the league, then like in the world, have to play a different game than they qualified to the event on. I really hate when we have like Juggernaut reworks or these crazy powerful champions come out of the woodwork, and you have to play on a different version of the game than you qualified to the events on, really. To such an extent that it feels like the best teams are just not the same anymore. Orianna banned, no surprises there. We still have Rumble, we still have Jarvan, we still have Nami for Corki Nami. Rise. 4 power picks I can think of there. you think current BLG beats current T1 in a best of 5? Yeah, I think they do. I think they do. In a best of 5? Yep. I think T1 are struggling right now with that early game, and that's why BLG are at their best. I think that T1 plays a similar style to BLG, but they are actually, for once, worse than BLG at that style, because they've always played very similarly. Jarvan banned away by Weibo. Weibo have the first pick. There's also Nocturne as well. Nocturne's quite powerful. I'd imagine they'd first pick Rumble, though, if it's left up. Although Bin might go Ambessa. You can go Rumble Ambessa, and I think that Bin's pretty happy with that. We might see something like the Nocturne, Rumble, Annie maybe from Xiaohu at that point. Rise is the last ban. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think it's the first pick Rumble. And then BLG probably answer with Ambessa. Although, to be honest, they can pick an Ambessa on 3 because it's not going to get banned. But I reckon they Ambessa here. They could also Cassante. Unless he has another counter to it. I mean, the Varus isn't there, so you don't have that. There is the Onivia top lane. We've seen a couple of LPL players try that. Zion, do you think that's a Rumble counter? I mean, Zuka plays a lot of it. Galio's not really a top lane counter to Rumble anymore. Hasn't been for a while. It was briefly around 2024 MSI. Ooh, Bard. Do we go Ezreal? Oh, wait, we have Ezreal Bard. Bard was crazy for this, no? So Bard locked in. Very strong for On. I suppose Weibo will have to look at something like the Corki Nami. Suppose. Do they lock the Ezreal now? They could go Caitlyn Bard as well, so they have 2 AD carries. They can lock that in on 3 if they want. And the Ambassador's there too, so that's the one that we did predict. Now BLG can look at a Vi, go Ambessa Vi. Or Nocturne, that's also fine. There's something which just combos up with the Ambassador. To be honest, Ben can play this on its own, but there are plenty of different combinations you can use with this too. Knight can also go Galio now. You can go Ambessa Galio. Corki Nami likely from Weibo here. They could take away the Ezreal. They choose not to. So now it's probably well, it could be Ezreal on 3 for Viper. What else would you be happy going with? Because if you have 3 AD carries, you can pick with it. You can tank 2 bans of it. So you can go Ezreal, Caitlyn. What else would you pick into that duo? I don't think you want to go Lucian. You could go Sivir, I guess, but I don't think it's lovely that. I personally think you go Ezreal. You could go Kai'Sa, I guess, but even then not. No, Kai'Sa kind of guess is self-counter pick versus the Corki. Just lock the Ezreal. Why not? Ezreal's in. So top lane and bot lane locked in for both sides. Technically, the Ambassador is a flex between jungle and top lane, but it's unlikely to be in jungle. We haven't really seen nearly as much of that. Second round of bans. Weibo probably ban away the Vi. It's good into the Corki Nami. Well, weird into the Nami because the Nami can kind of separate you from your team, but good into the Corki because you can only fly so far. And it gives a point and click Ambassador ult for whoever's landed on as well. BLG, what do they care about? Could ban away Skarner or something. Would be okay. Very good combo with the Rumble. Although, to be honest, Skarner is not great versus Ezreal, so quite difficult to tell. Poppy banned away. Jia, very good player of that. The Vi away from Shun, no surprise, he's a very good player of it, and we've already talked about those combos. What's with the Bard Prior lately? Very good at level 1, very good at roaming. Roaming supports to the meta. You're engaged, you're disengaged, you have heal, you have pick, you give your team mobility. Bard might be the best support in the meta besides Karma, who just destroys lanes so hard it doesn't really count. But yeah, Bard does too much. He's overloaded in his kit. His ult can be used defensively against Viol's Nocturne ults. We see that the Nocturne is actually banned away by BLG, so it's triple jungle ban for the second round right now. Last ban of some. Well, I mean, Skarn is pretty okay here, like we said. Maokai's not awful, actually. Maokai's not bad on either team, actually. It's really good with the Rumble. Not as good for BLG, but not bad. Galio banned away. We did think about the Gambessa Galio too, so we did call that one out. I just didn't think it'd be banned here. Annie for Knight not looking too bad. Yeah, I think Annie's not. Oh, or Aurora. Aurora's also not bad either. Because either of them are safer blind picks. Who would prefer the Annie? Who would prefer the Aurora? I think a Knight would prefer the Annie. But he might want to take away the Aurora from the other side. Yeah, take the Annie. Why not? Take the Annie. It gives you the engage from a secondary role. You typically want 2 forms of AoE engage or play around heavy pick. So now I think Xiaohu, does he feel okay picking the Aurora into the Annie? That's a bit of a rough matchup. You don't have the Victor into it, which is one of the better ones. Hui's a good individual matchup. Awful versus Bard Ambassador. You can't pick that. Akali, not fantastic. The Azir is fine as a matchup. Bit risky versus Ambassador and Bard. Even though you can slide out, your slide is not the best escape. it can be okay, but it's a little bit slow at some points. You have to W then E. Alright, so you've got double AoE team fighters now. You can't pick an AP jungle with that, you need an AD. Do you go Skarner? I think it might be a Skarner angle. You get blown up less well by... and he can't blow you up as well. Yeah, it's tanky enough. Okay, it is just a Skarner. And then Shun, what does he want to do? You could technically shift the Embesser into jungle. Into Skarner, what do you want to play? You don't have the Shinzo, you don't have the Jarvan. Mundo's okay, but you're into double Leandri's potential builders. It's okay. You know, the Mundo's actually pretty okay here. You've got your engage from elsewhere. This is fine. Into so much heavy CC, like so much like upfront burst, upfront CC. It's okay to have that passive to shrug it off and be tanky in the front line. You can also pop your ultimate and then have the bar to press that ult. So he's going for the Neferi instead. Wants a bit more agency, wants a bit more damage, a bit more ability to dive forwards. So no tanks from BLG, but you do dive forward really well. Okay, folks, we're going to put on an ad break after this timer goes down a little bit more. If you don't want to have any adverts on Twitch, please think about subscribing. It keeps the channel alive and gives you the best chance to hear LPL information from the two most experienced LPL casters in the world, myself and my brother. We've cast so many games over the last couple of years, you have no idea. Weibo, it's not a bad composition. I think theirs is very coherent. They have double AP solo laners, which can stand behind a front line, get disengaged from the Nami as well. Also, if you have the wall stun into the bubble, the CC chain from Weibo is really quite intense. However, Rumble, Corki, Azir, if they ever get caught by a Bard ult or by an Annie stun, things go bad very, very quickly. Gonna go into a quick ad break now. Let's see the coaches. Trust me, they did fist bump. I just timed it wrong. Let's get onto the Rift. Okay, onto the Rift. Let's see how those gyos. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Heal blown by both bot lanes actually, but Elk ends up eating another Q. Viper, one of the best Ezreals in the world. Knight will be walking over Vision. We'll get a single auto attack. Does get the Molten Shield just to stop Xiaohu from getting lots of damage down. Just trading with auto attacks here. Of course, the Molten Shield early on allows you to kind of like flip back some of the damage and shield it back as well. On gets the Electrocute onto Hung. Hung, we really need to see better from him this game. Struggled in the last one on the Lulu. Flashed into an Encore. Quite visibly, sadly, in one of the bigger moments in the game. Does get the W down there too. False Bomb 2 is also not bad either. Viper does have the lethal tempo, so the more auto attacks he gets up there, the closer he gets to getting the attack speed. Gets the exhaust down too, forces a flash. Hung, you can't step up like that against a stacked lethal tempo. It is a problem. Knight walking forwards for the stun, has the Molten Shield, gets the Electrocute, walks back out. And he not bad matchup into the Azir. Of course, the Azir can trade back fairly well. Later on into the game, we will see whether Knight can get those big engages we want to see from the little Pyromaniac. Shun going through his bot side camps, as is JJ. Now it's worth noting that he's gone towards Krug's last. Oh, he's going to recall for the longsword. Now this is something which we did see a lot from Shun, Tarzan, Kanavi last year. 3 camps back for a longsword. It gives you much more stats to fight with if you go towards the Scuttle Crab. So now if JJ stays out on the map, it becomes a bit of an issue. Barrier popped early by Elk. The bot lane going pretty well for BLG Sam as Sam comes back in. Hung had to blow his flash early because he walked up to a... basically, the trade had kind of ended and he walked back in while Viper still had lethal tempo stacks, who exhausted him and he had to flash out. So Hung not great in the early lane so far. Of course, Viper one of the best Ezreals in the world though. Yep. So no shame about losing lane to him, but that one felt like it was a bit more of a him problem.
By the way, Shun there with very good aggro tanking.
Big thing which he's done, just to catch you up with that, he did 3 camps back for a longsword. So now if we fight over Scuttle Crab, then Shun will have the component advantage. This is something which he really popularized last year with the likes of Kanavi and Tarzan.
Very much so. Been on the Ambessa, a champion he has had to learn. Was not initially fantastic at it, but has become significantly more potent on the champion. Again, when you've got the Annie, when you've got the Nefiri, good combos there to start blowing people up. JJ onto that Skarner though, makes things quite interesting, and you are right. I think Shun here with the Darkened Dagger is going to begin trading pretty aggressively onto the Skarner. Has burned a lot of his cooldowns and will need to leave with the Ixtal Impact. Now, Bin though might be in danger because the Skarner in his escape from Scuttlecrab has turned up top lane.
How's Zun there now, of course, was waiting on seeing if Shun could get up there. Not bad damage there. Bin just made sure that he wasn't going to get hit by the extra bit of CC from that electrocute. Knight trading pretty well versus Xiao here. 10 CS up, but has the stacked wave, so Xiao will get an amount of CS back. Really want to crash in this wave. JJ could technically still tunnel through the wall. In fact, he might still tunnel through the wall. Shun's leaving. They spot him now. Shun needs to come back. Yeah, that ward in the tri-brush very much helping.
Got an idea. Lands a Darkened Daggers. We'll have the dogs follow him after, and that puts JJ with a bleed on top of him. That line marking him as a target of the pack. Zucker also quite low here. Bin's been leading pretty well into this rumble early on.
Yeah, he has been. Of course, lost that flash earlier, but no, both top laners really trying to flip that. Shun will finally get towards that Scuttlecrab, by the way. In fact, he might even double scuttle. We'll see. JJ is coming through.
It'll be too slow. It's gone with the smite.
Knight has prio. Because Knight has prio, I think bot scuttle goes to Shun.
Bot lane fighting with the heals again. Viper just caught by that Aqua Prison. Could be a bit scary. Decent proc back, but El cast a Valkyrie away. Without that Valkyrie, I think a little bit risky to stick around, and Shun annihilates that bot side. Scuttlecrab before JJ can even get close to contesting, so double scuttle for Shun. And what do you know? He's got camp respawns and he's already back for the longswords.
Like 2 months ago, Bin probably would have died on that play, and maybe Knight would have got caught out too. This is like the coordination between Shun and his solo laners particularly has been really, really good.
Ouch.
Xiao is going to get the wave frozen against him. He's already 10 CS down. He's going to be more than that, 15 CS now with the rest of this wave cleaned up. So Knight demolishing Xiao in the 1v1. Bin pushing in on top side. Does lose the flash, but it buys Shun double scuttle. BLG, the full court press from them is just disgusting. Only really BLG can do this kind of style of play. I mean, JDG occasionally tap into it as well, but they're less coordinated between solo lane and jungle on average on the whole. Not that they can't do that, of course, but BLG have been so good at getting value out of this. Knight does have level 6, gets shuffled back.
Doesn't really get the stun there with the Tibbers. A little bit lackluster with that one. Will die fairly simply there to JJ and Xiao who combine it.
Yes, the wall stun from the Skarner into the Emperor's Divide. Gets the kill onto Knight just after he gets the teleport back. And that's really important for Weibo because that full court press was becoming very problematic. We did say that Knight, Bin, they do often push up very hard and they will sometimes die or lose flashes for it. That's a good punishment back from Weibo to get Knight down. Did he, of course, use that ult? If he did get that stun down, of course, it would have been a very different scenario. Xiao just about getting away with that one.
Does indeed, and gets Dark Seal stat, always feels very good, and Xiao, one of the better Azirs of all time, it must be said. Zucker about to go a little deep here. JJ is also around though, so I don't know whether this becomes as even as they think it does. Shun's coming, but JJ is waiting. They don't know that the Skarner's there. That makes this very interesting as Bin's now in danger. Gets a good public execution though. Flash off to try and jump on top of the rumble. Bin gonna have some ability available to him shortly. Will lacerate forwards. The scrap shield's not enough. JJ's being slowed down. The repudiate needs to hit this upheaval or it's all over. Hit the boulder. It's body blocked by Shun. Driven away towards the turret, but there's more Darkened Daggers. There is it off the wave, and the Hound's Pursuit will bring the Scorpion down to size. Wonderful from the top jungle duo.
If you haven't conned onto it yet, folks, the meta is all about the first 10 minutes and how you get your jungler into the game. Shun is 2-0. He's ahead of JJ, and BLG solo laners have allowed him to get to this point. Been outplaying in the 1v2 a little earlier. Well, you blew that flash, but then in the 2v2 there, making it out alive is just insult to injury. No, I like how he saved his ult, didn't open up with it, just went in with a regular cooldown. He was in range for it anyway. Zerka, of course, not able to disengage far enough. Had the flash. I do just wonder whether Zerka had the flash. Couldn't do so, and the equalizer, bluntly saying, was just not good enough. Zerka, you know, he's a player with a really high upper level as a top laner, but we don't get to see it that much anymore. I was hopeful we'd see more of it, but we even saw a little bit of that last split. Didn't quite work out here. Good body block, got the level 6, chases down for the extra kill.
Burned down to 7 HP at one point in that fight, by the way. Still didn't die. Absolutely ridiculous. But Bin gets away with it. He's now 2 assists to the good. Shun gets 2 kills. Like, that's very scary. This, I was going to say Shin's out, that's the wrong one. Nefiri, good grief, took me a second there to remember the name of the champion, is very, very good at snowballing. Is also not bad into the tanks, especially once things like Shojins and Black Cleavers and the like start stacking. You shred armor real fast, and things like Skarner are surprisingly squishy. They build a lot of HP, but much like the Mundo, the resists are sometimes a little lower than people expect, especially once the mid game kind of fades away.
He's going towards that Hubris first item, which is just disgusting if you get that stacked up. I think it's a very underbought item anyway. It's just got good base stats and then just occasionally gives you more. Why not? Looking across the lanes as a whole now. Mid lane, Knight, CS lead's been cut in half, but it's still around about 10, depending on where the wave is. Viper, slight CS lead against Elk, although Elk slight gold lead from reasons I'm not actually quite sure about.
No plate stick, and I genuinely don't know. Maybe wards cleared?
Yeah, not so sure. Right now, Alex actually jumping, doing a lot of damage. Viper does have to flash the bubble on a little bit late to come help his AD carry.
True Shot Barrage does tag out back up there, so Viper escapes, has to burn that additional summoner, and again, that's one of the prices you pay for solo laning. I think Viper does about what he can there. The exhaust was required, make no mistake about it.
Yeah, and the ultimate back from Viper onto Elk means it's much more even. Of course, both these AD carries, some of the very best that we have within the LPL. I can't wait for playoffs this split summer. We have like Elk, Viper, Jackie-Love. We'll see if Gala gets back onto form. I think he's not been fantastic actually for JDG recently. He's had some mid-game stumbles despite his laning phase being very good. But you know, these are legendary names that we know can peak at crazy levels, international title winning levels. Dragon started from Weibo, partly off of that good bot lane trade. Xiaohu pushing in mid as well has evened up the matchup actually in mid lane tonight, although again, Wave will be coming through on, taking some damage hits, scouting out the fact that the Dragon was in fact going down.
Gatling gun was just about in range, and the problem is the Bard, unless you're next to a wall, you don't really have a lot of ways to speed your way out of that, so you just sort of sit there and eat Gatling gun damage and sort of cry a bit about it. Not much more that happens on that one. 500 or so gold lead to BLG, largely in that top jungle, which I think makes some sense. Elk is still slightly further ahead. I wonder where he's getting that extra gold from. I mean, not that's particularly meaningful. It's just a curiosity. I'm assuming it must be board clears.
It might have been. I don't know whether he's running triple tonic and Viper isn't.
He's got inspiration, so yeah, it might well be. Yeah.
Well, they both have inspiration, so they both could have done it. But we did see. We've seen a fair amount of that coming through. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens at the well, I don't know whether he's the Elixir of Wrath. I didn't see it on him, so that might not be the case. Anyway, it's not the most important thing. Viper backing. Has the tier, has the sheen, pretty happy with it. Of course, he's looking for that very early transformation on the Muramana. And then once you hit, you know, level 11, second rank evolve, you get towards like your maxed out E as well, and you get 2 items, Muramana transformation. The Ezreal's got a really good time this game. You know, as long as he does, hang on, Jeja's in a bit of danger here, you know.
He is about to get stunned up. There's JJ jumping on to force the flash over the wall, but there's a magical journey, which means they can keep running. JJ needs to get a scut away, but there's a tempered fate. It's the T1 Bard as well. Oh, no, no, no. BLG have learned from their great rivals. The Impale is solid, but all it does is buy a second or two. Now, Zucker is trapped into the web, but here comes Hung, here comes Xiaohu. They're going to try and jump onto the Azir, who came to defend us, now in danger, has to flash away after Knight goes looking for him. I apologize, that was a shuffle. It was Knight who flashed to get on top of him instead. Slight mistake from me. Either way, kill secured. Knight doesn't find the prey he was looking for at the second time of asking.
Yeah, Viper gets a plate in mid lane. Elk is going to get something in bot lane. There's a teleport coming through from the support bot. No, it's coming from the AD. It was just a little icon on top of him. It's like, hang on a second, he's got electric. He doesn't have a spell book there. Yeah, Knight's flash. Obviously used in vain there, but gets the first kill onto JJ anyway, who's now, you know, behind a second death in the game. Shun still very, very happy with himself, and of course he gets himself his hubris active for the next minute from that. Means that he clears even faster, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Nasty damage onto Elk.
Can we get a slow? We can. Knight's going to speed himself up with a little bit of a molten shield, but they can't do much more than force Elk away. And of course, Knight and On know this player very, very well. Hey, old friend, how are you doing?
It's got to be bittersweet for Elk, you know, happy for teammates that they found their success. Very, very sad that they didn't do it with him after so many times of trying that. MSI 23 finals was a wonderful moment for BLG. That was the moment where BLG went from being, you know, they were a middle of the pack LPL team in 23 spring. Then playoffs happened, and then they got to finals, and we thought, oh, they're good. And then they got to MSI finals, beating T1 and Gen G in the same event. And we thought, oh, they're more than good. They're elite. They're actually a top team in the world. We didn't expect that. They went from a team that was going 1-1 every week in 2023, and they made that run. A lot of that was off of Elk and On too. Yagao, of course, crucial to that team. Lots of things working out for them. Fast forward a couple of years, BLG, one of the best teams in the world. 2025 was not it for them.
Whoa! boy. Well, there's the ult traded from Tibbers. And Knight on goes in, looking for the play onto Elk, who's going to be forced to flash after the Tempered Fate costs him a little bit too much.
Yeah, the Q not quite there. If the Q lands, I think he's just straight up dead. Does get the flash out of him. On happy to use that. There's a potential jump onto them now. On doesn't have the flash out. We're going forward.
Okay, now
spectator bug.
That makes much more sense. Going to try and jump away through the magical journey and does. And all the while, Shun goes in with the Hound's Pursuit and then takes a magical journey TP coming on. And who is that? It's Bin. Not going to be doing too much more, but the dragon's not spawned, so. Yeah, people turned up, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, Bin, credit for a quick teleport. Can you get back top lane in time to do anything there? Knight might end up walking there instead. What that might mean is BLG... they're going to be in a bit of a weird spot for contesting for the next dragon now, because Zuka's going to have his teleport. I don't think BLG really want to give a second dragon over.
That would be a mistake, I think.
Yeah, depending... I mean, honestly, at any soul here in such a squishy game can make pretty big difference. I mean... Mountain is obviously not off the table, but you still got Hextech Infernal, both of which were really nasty. On back out onto the map, he is a lucky support, Sam. The way he made out of that, not entirely sure that was legal.
It's very on. It's like this is on at his best on Bard. Like this man is an enigma wrapped in a conundrum. Like he is quite a to the wire player, shall we say. He does love to skirmish with quite a lot of aggression. In fairness to him, he was there with Shun. It wasn't like he was warding by himself and managed to outplay what was a pretty ridiculous scenario. And he is just quite good at finding those ways of weaseling out of scenarios.
That's what separates us out from the animals, that Sam, weaseling out of things. Except the weasels. That doesn't separate us out from that. On remember, still doesn't have flash. Does have the ult to protect himself a little bit.
He's got some chamomile tea or whatever it is that this skin provides.
Actually not sure in the T1 one.
Maybe it's T1.
Yeah, T1. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah. Bin on the back end of this fight could potentially... If he jumps onto one target and bursts them out, it's pretty nasty for him. Gets the Eclipse down, doesn't have to lead out with the ult.
And managed to get the Sundering Slam after.
Yeah, the Q2 is dangerous now. He actually... Yeah, losing a third is a big problem. Teleport in from the Rumble, and he's not here yet. Going down low, where's the smite?
It's going to be won by Shun. Tree Shot Barrage came across. Shun now going to ensure that he's caused the pact. He's going to get run out a little bit here. The Equalizer is solid. Shun now going to be slowed down as well. Has to eviscerate away and does. Tidal Wave flying. On gets burned. Jie left low but not down. The exhaust comes on top of Zuko. He's not got the ult anymore. Xiaohu with the flash in the ult. It's a good angle. And all the while, Annie's not here. Neither is Bin. And they're going to have to leave this one alone.
Why didn't they just take the magical journey? I think they could have done that and gotten out. Lined up against the wall. Really good Equalizer from the Rumble. And Knight hasn't got flash. Doesn't have his stun loaded up either. They get the dragon, but they lose, what, 3 kills for that with Viper, Shun, and On both dying. Bin couldn't catch up to the play, would have had to flash. Ult was out of range for that. BLG, I don't think they quite realized how far away Bin was from the play, and that's the problem about not having those teleports to come fight this with, because, you know, he's at the south of the fight, trying to keep Alg and Hung kind of honest towards there, so they can't just kind of pile on to one side of it. You know, Bin is just too far away, and Weibo realized, well, we can just keep doing this, by the way. The best is not going to be here in time. And I do wonder whether BLG should have just taken the Equalizer out. Not the Magical Journey out.
I think the problem was at that point, when On put it down, they were already in the mid lane line bush. They've had to walk back towards the Rumble to get to it. So I think they just took it as too risky. The problem is then they all sat on a red carpet for 2-3 seconds and really regretted all their life choices. Gold now basically dead even. BLG did get the dragon, but it came, as we noted, at fairly heavy cost there. Nice play from Weibo Gaming. You have been playing the mid games quite well, it must be said, over across both of these games. Have managed to undo BLG's early leads both times of asking now.
No, and again, Weibo are a team where they lost to NIP, they lost to Anyone's Legends, so you might be fooled into thinking this is a bad team. No, they are just an inherently confusing team. They are a team which, you know, on any given day will just randomly win games versus the best teams in the league and level up to the level of their opponent. Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent, and I mean that in both a loving and a disparaging way. They are deserving of both in quite a lot of times. Zuka survived in that side there. Viper does have ult. That's why they're pinging it out. They really want to see if Ezreal will ult down towards that bot side. He's not within kill threat now, though. Would prefer to have that onto Elk. Elk has been playing pretty effectively on the Corki, actually. Double Ezreal down the mid lane. Ult in top side. Bin still has his ult and his flash.
Does indeed. Now that means the X-Style's impact runs out. Xiaohu now potentially in danger himself.
Neferi's on top side of the map. Annie's coming too. They might look for something more here. Bard's coming up to, yep, this is a fight from BLG. They really want this.
They want the stun onto Xiaohu. Doesn't have flash. Does have shuffle. Needed to be be good. Tempered Fate will turn the turret off, and Shun goes in with the Hound's Pursuit. Xiao getting slowed down. The Darking Dagger bleed is a lot. He goes down. Now he can Hound's Pursuit to potentially jump onto JJ. Is he want to burn the ult one more time? I think that does that equalizer. Prevents the retreat through the bush to Krugs. JJ Devon. Now Zucker in the 1 versus 4 takes one with him, but will die. That's a 3 for 1 in favor of BLG.
Yeah, nothing left there. The tower goes down to mid lane. Will go to in the favor of Weibo, though. So it's a 1 for 1 in towers, 3 for 1 in kills. Let's see who picked up exactly what. Well, Knight's now 3-on-1. That's a huge problem because he went from being, being okay. The early laning phase went well until the combo from Xiaohu and JJ caught him out. Now he's at the point where he's probably one-shotting, and that is a huge issue. There's no exhaust on the other side, no cleanses. If Knight has himself a flash, he's going to be one-shotting. However, mid lane turret is a good prize for Weibo. They get a chance to potentially pin back Viper a little bit more. I know he's been 1v1 laning a lot. Honors praised him a lot for that. But if he's doing that without a mid lane turret now, that does become an issue.
Let's have a look at this dive again, because after this reminder, they just tried to make the pick onto Bin, and it had gone very wrong, and suddenly they were out of cooldown. Zucker attempted to turn up here with the Rumble. The problem is, Xiaohu's already dead, and JJ was dead, even with that Protoplasm harness. Proc, they killed Shun at least, but that's kind of the only additional prize they get from this particular part of the map.
Yeah, and that even required him doing the... There was the R2 shield in there. I saw a point in chat saying, well, did he not recast it? He did. He just got that shield and it was burned through immediately. Zucker, this Rumble's been pretty good from him. Last game we're saying, his upper level, or even in this game we're saying, he has a high upper level. He just doesn't show it that often anymore. If you remember back to 2023, I mean, LNG were better than BLG in summer 2023. People forget that because they bombed out to Worlds, but Zucker was a huge reason for that. Of course, Tarzan and Scout first and foremost, but Zucker had a very high upper level, jumping forwards, putting the exhaust down, looking for a fight.
Oh, went looking for a bit more there. Hung going to be forced to heal, then flash away as Knight was looking for a stun. If he had been stunned, that would have been some fried fish. Make no mistake about it. JJ is on vision now onto those Raptors. Does have to smite, gets those secured. There is a ward back that Raptor pit now.
Dragon in 20 seconds. Xiaohu doesn't have flash for the next play. Red buff will help Viper regen up a little bit. Oh, didn't quite thread the needle there. Use the E. JJ could look for a flash ult, but it would be flash for flash at best there, I think. And he's going down towards bot side. Both top laners have teleport to join the play, so they may well back off and look to safely do that. Dragon coming through now. Hextech Rift, you cannot allow that soul to go over in either way, so stopping the stacking of those dragons becomes even more important.
Second item for Elk, not for Viper as yet, worth noting, and that could be a significant margin. Of course, other items are very much in for BLG, so they're not exactly unscary.
Ben might look towards
really afraid. Oh, the combo's disgusting. Public execution, followed by the Hound's Pursuit, and he's torn apart by the Wolves. That 2-item spike for the AD carry means very little at all when you're looking at grey screens.
Ben didn't even need to teleport for that, just walked into the top brush. Zucker getting some good damage back. There's a Herald being used, the Azir passive to lock down that mid lane as well, but without the Corki, you just don't have the damage. Dragon will go to BLG, hop into the Herald. Are they using this as a Battle Herald?
Okay.
Where is... that's...
What?
Well, I don't like that, Sam. I don't like that at all.
Well, mistake. Now Xiaohu gets chunked out briefly. On's potentially in danger here. Will not be a death threat of a potential Ixalan. Now Xiaohu is in danger because Bin's TP'd in. The Emperor's divide is dividing by 0, and we all know that's a weird mathematical function. Tempered Fate lands onto 1, keeps him nice and tied up. It's a good impale, but Zucker still falls. JJ now left low as well. He's got himself a Protoplasm Harness and Dream Knight, and On both quite low, but Elk can't really get involved. Shun does manage to eviscerate away from potential Aqua Prison. In goes Ben! The Lacerates and some Drake Hound steps kills the Corki. Dropped under the turret, gets a heal, will die, unfortunately for him, to the final turret shot, but his dirt there is done. Now Hung gonna sidestep that Mystic Shot flash from Viper, but that shot still comes in forwards because you can't dodge and auto attack.
The opposition are just looking a bit European today, Sam. It's WBG2. Bin on the Ambassador in the mid lane.
No.
Flashes forwards to get the kills. Does so much. Catching out, flashing forwards and getting the kills after. BLG giving Weibo a bit of a taste of what happened at first stand.
Hey, there's a knock at the door, Alex. Wait, that's...
Not again. No.
Hey, where are you, Flab?
Don't send the email. Don't email me, G2. No. I mean, the backstep here is just, it's disgusting. Sam, it is so disgusting. Xiaohu had flash, is outplayed masterfully by Bin. And, Bin, he's back on his mojo, Sam. BLG, I mean, it is, we thought it was a top esports thing, Sam. We thought it was you know, but I think Munchables would approve of this. You know what, I might even call him up at some point. I think BLG are so much the mojo team now, and I think winning first stand gave them so much confidence and belief in themselves. Al's gonna die again, and again, most likely, might just make it out.
Does, and Knight realizes there's a rumble and a scan away. Oh, the double stun, though, from the Cosmic Binding. Knight rocket belts away from the Empress Divine. You've got to be kidding me! Show can't hit anything!
Oh dear God, it's a disaster. Weibo do have the Azir turret up that allow them to kill the Ezreal who's taking tower shot.
Whoa,
It's an ultimate cancelled out by the wall.
I didn't know you could do that. Nicely done, GJ. You will still die for it, but I appreciate the little interaction. There's now another Hound's Pursuit. Elk is roadkill to the dogs, will die to the turrets, but now Pin's looking at Zucker and going, yeah, I think I have this. Eclipse Shield, Repudiate. He gets out of range. They got a wave. He'll turn around. They could look at this inhibitor turret.
Dude, it reminds me of that, the old G2 analog. I know, this is another one. This is a good one, actually, but BLG do the same. We're not here to win, we're here to traumatize. BLG are definitely on that path of, we'll just take the fight that we know only we can take. They are on that level of mojo, that level of confidence where they have the extra gold to put in. They know that they have the extra amount of cooldowns. Knight just walks around the back in mid lane, and damn, that's one dead fish. We said that the kills onto him earlier would lead from him going from being an engaged bot to being an assassin bot, and that's exactly what happens there.
Xiaohu comes up here. Watch this rocket belt now, Al.
You know, I was talking to, I was in Cadrill's chat the other day, and I was like, specifically for Aria, saying maybe don't build this item, but you know, he brought up the point that effectively it allows you to do these micro dodges like that. Now, if you're on Aria, you have W to do that. You don't need the Proto Belt. I'm telling you, you don't need it. Just get a 10-stack Mendoza W, it'll be fine. But the Proto Belt for moments like that can really cause some issues, and for an item that's 2650 gold, incredibly efficient.
Faye off in that picture-in-picture onto Hung and Zucker. Zucker left about 10%, but does survive. Jump onto on the wall. He's caught on top of the equalizer. The tidal wave brings him low, but look who's going to trade onto Zucker. That's good work. Bard has done all he needed to at this point. Now Weibo Gaming may be forced to run away a little bit. GJ.
Shun has his ult again.
Oh, there is indeed an ult though from Bin, and there's ult 2 from Shun into the backline. We'll call the pack, gets the kill. Good healing there, and Viper hops on forward with the arcane shift and a mystic shot to bring down another. BLG, you're right, they're not aiming to win, they're aiming to traumatize.
The way that Shun played that fight was magical. Got the initial pick up and decided, you know, I'm not going to immediately re-engage. I'm just going to walk around the side. Let's find an unexpected angle. Waited until Bin took out the Azir ultimate, and then he was free to go in. He stays alive. He has the hubris up to 37 stacks, by the way. Incredible Neferi game from the jungle of BLG. Once again proving that BLG may well just have the best jungler in the world right now.
He has been superb. Gone for the opportunity third as well, alongside that Black Cleaver. Means he stacks the Black Cleaver incredibly fast, and that, oh, if you wait just a few seconds, you get a second opportunity proc, and you smack people in the face with hubris opportunity, let me tell you.
And you do. So Baron taken eyes on all 5 members. Hung is going to stop the recall. He has a W, he'll be safe. One of the annoying things about Neferi, basically the only assassins that work in pro play are the ones with some degree of safety, and turns out Neferi W going completely untargetable for a second is kind of broken for that specific thing. On is now split pushing on Bard, prepping the way for his carries to turn up. Viper is here. Yeah, I mean, the split push Trundle support. People remember that from way back? I hope people remember Hylissang fondly. What a player he was. I feel like players like Carrier and On really came in that same line of, I mean, obviously we had players like Hachani and Beryl before that too, but these specific class of just psychotic supports who just do their own thing. They are one of the most entertaining styles of players in League of Legends, and On is very much within that caliber.
Wave gets shoved into bot lane. Knight is guiding another into this mid lane. Inhibitors yet to be taken.
Hang on.
Try and get behind him with the Hex Gate on. Gonna back away. Sees where JJ is coming. It'll be a Cosmic Binding, you'd have to imagine. Gets the Empowered Orb to the Impaler's wide. And now Viper's just chunking Xiao out for 2/3. Overcomes Shun. Trying to get range for Hound's Pursuit. Can't quite find it, but Elk gets bled to death by the Qs. Then the Hound's Pursuit comes in. The Tempered Fate turns the turret off. Zucker's got nowhere safe to go. He'll die shortly after. Hubris is disgusting. Shun feels like a god, and he has every right to.
BLG are back in Storm. I think the rumors of first stand teams falling off, being crushed by their regional rivals, they only stretch a certain way, folks, and they do not reach it here in China. Yes, it's an okay divide, but Tibbers will tank one for the team. BLG 2-0 Weibo.
credit to Weibo where it is due. Some good comebacks in the mid-game. They made BLG work for it. A couple questionable moments from them there. But the early game and the moment those items come online, every single member of BLG is able to find the play that crushes you. One dive topside gets them the gold lead they need, and they just don't let go. Strangled out of the game in short order. And sure, what a player. Yeah, what a player.
I think what's becoming more and more obvious, and we've talked about a lot on this stream, is that BLG's coordination between Shun and his lanes in the first 10 minutes of the game is the best in the world. There are teams which went to first stand, didn't quite get that right, and now we're seeing that other teams regionally see their tape and they say, we can fix that. We can actually beat you in the early jungle planning, in the early plays. BLG can't do that so easily because the other half of their style is just being brutally strong laners. No one in the world can consistently beat BLG in lane. You name them, BLG will have, 3 games out of 5, more than that, where they will take you to tap just in laning phase alone. Yeah. And the confidence that has come with winning that tournament too has allowed them to take those individual laning leads into wins in a way which we just haven't seen for the last year and a half. They're starting to unlock that 2024 style again.
It is. And credit, again, where it is due. Look, if you're going to be playing the style that BLG want to, the question is, are you in the right weight class? BLG's weight class right now is heavyweight champions of the world. They win first stand, and their mechanical brawn is pretty much unmatched. They've got great champion pools, they've got good drafts, they've got players who can take over the game from everywhere you care to look.
So now we, I suppose, wait until player of the game, player of the match, things like that. Sam, what are your plans after this?
I have got another LPL stream, Legends Premier League, this evening
so
at 5
it's the European one.
It is the European one. People like Senkux and stuff are playing, if you remember him, SLT.
I will just say, why would you name a product LPL as another League of Legends product?
I have mentioned that, but I think the branding is done now, so be it. But
so
hey,
let's choose an acronym within League of Legends. What's one that isn't taken? LPL? That's not a famous league or anything, surely not. Gosh, anyway, it'd be fun to see you cast over there. Which channels is it on?
That will be at Legends Premier League on Twitch, I believe.
I'll
double check for you now. I've got the link on Twitter. If you give me but a moment, I shall find
do that. Well, folks, while we're waiting for that, then we'll do a little marketing pitch, I suppose. This is Sam. I'm Alex. We are actually brothers. Yes, we are. For those of you that don't know us, we're actually, we are actually related.
Indeed, it is Legends Premier League. There you go.
Cool. Sounds great. I'll link that in the chat then. And we do this for a living. Now, broadcast work is very hard right now. Somewhat, co-stream has killed broadcast, especially for people who are not as entrenched within the systems. People who've been here for years longer than us. And what that means is that co-streams like this, which cover the LPL, are now our livelihood. If you want to see the LPL, the current best region in the world, and you want to learn more about them and the players and the teams, you can't do that through an official broadcast anymore. It has been gone for a couple of years. If you want to support that, this needs to remain our livelihood. If you can support us in any way, whether that is a like, a follow, a subscribe, or just tuning in when you can, it makes a big difference to us. I mean, we've cast thousands of LPL games, and I've been here for the entirety of the BLG era. It's been a continuation of a team going through its ups and its downs. We can track these players from good to bad to good again. And I hope that that is something that you can value. And if it is, we hope that you'll stick around and enjoy what we've learned about these teams. So once again, if you can support us, it makes a big difference to us. We do have a Ko-fi link for donations if that's something which you'll have the bandwidth and the willing to do as well. It makes a big difference to us. And of course, catch Sam later as he's casting on Legends Premier League just later in today.
Giant X playing. Specifically, they're a Terra roster, but still, should be a fun one. Those are some scary damage graphs here as well, guys. Xiaohu, oh boy. Yeah, when you're doing less damage than the Skarner, it feels really bad.
So, are you not going to do the thing today?
I don't think so, because I won't have time, is the honest answer.
Well, what we'll do then, folks, is if you're on YouTube, the show will end shortly, and if you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to radio over to you so you can enjoy the rest of your day. Of course, LEC starting later today too, so go chill out with that one. Very good series in BLD today. Again, that game 1 is a game that they probably would have lost a couple of months ago. Who's your player of the game for this one, Sam? For me, it's Shun. Pretty easily.
I think it's Shun. It's got to be Shun, right? I mean, On had a good game. Bin had some good moments. But Shun on that Neferi was just such a menace.
And I just think that, like, there are a load of these skirmishes which, again, like, they wouldn't have been coordinated to pull this off a couple of months ago. Like, they would go for it and they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't win with it. It's been really impressive seeing BLG come into form and Bin in the mid lane again. Like, jokes aside, it is basically what he did to G2, just contesting mid wave, and Bin just chooses to full send it. He catches that out the first time. Honestly, I find the second one where he flashed forward also is impressive too. Does this BLG beat any team in the LCK right now? KT Rolster is the interesting one because they're a very, very well coached team. I think BLG have better lanes though. I think BLG have better lanes, but I think that KT are very good at planning. I think their compositions are very good right now. KT BLG would be a close fight, I think.
Yeah, it should be really fun. Also, you know, people like, if you're someone who's going to match Knight right now, BDD can do it, and that's quite fun to see. And I wonder whether KT's mid game being quite potent could be a little dangerous for BLG, who've been known to have 1 or 2 dragon fights, which they maybe shouldn't have taken.
Again, that is pretty much what he did to GT. That is pretty much what he did to it. Just flash forward to just destroy them there, and then, you know. I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I don't think changing Hung for Era wins this series, but I just don't get why they picked up Hung again. I mean, I get that he's good domestically, but I think that Era was more than fine, and I think that they've now, you know, they're dealing with chemistry issues midway through the year, and they look worse than they did last split now.
Yeah, we'll see whether whether things get solved, because Weibo looked pretty dicey at the beginning of last split as well, and as Elk was on Kai'Sa. And that hasn't really been the case for us. Like, Kai'Sa's really fallen away again. People are struggling to get her through the laning phase.
And also things actually counter Kai'Sa late game too. Stuff like Corki Nami. If Kai'Sa ever jumps at a Corki Nami, Kai'Sa just gets exploded. She actually just straight up dies. I mean, even Kai'Sa just versus a Corki was already countering Kai'Sa without the Nami. Now the Nami's in there as well, Kai'Sa just immediately explodes. So it's not even like you're having this like massive late game promised land.
I don't think she has that much fun into Ashe Seraphine. Dives in, gets rooted by everything, stunned by everything, massive shields to cut through, and you go, I've just burned my whole burst combo, and the Ashe is back to half HP.
Exactly. If you go like Storm Razor and just get hit by like an ult and an auto, and then she just runs off and you never close the distance again. It's a real pain. Anyway, folks, we're gonna end up there. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we'll I guess we'll wait until player of the game, but let me go find someone to go raid over to. Pengs Online raided him yesterday. We'll see if there is anyone else that I know I'm following. Ragdar's online. Jolly Man. Goddamn Jolly Man, what a guy. Okay, who's the player of the game?
Let's find out.
Oh no, it's their interview. We'll listen to the interview first then.
本场 BO3 的胜利，我们请到的是下路选手 Viper 来到赛后访席，欢迎 Viper 跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的下路 Viper。
欢迎 Viper， 也谢谢现场的召唤师们。首先恭喜你们拿到这场比赛之后是3连胜了，怎么评价今天自己的一个发挥呢？
这个第一把有点危险了吧？就虽然我们3连胜了，但还是要很多东西要就提高一下。
今天虽然是一个2比0，但是第一把所有的峰回路转还是让大家为你们小小的捏了一把汗的。前面其实是各线优，但是就在中路节怪绕到了你之后，好像他们把局势打平了。所以站在 BLG 的立场上面来讲，你们是怎么去重新找回主动权的呢？
可是我知道赵信先来嘛，但没想到他直接绕过来那边有视野，但好像是假的，所以就被抓了。但还是这个我个人要担心的。就是要下次要做好一点，但看起来下波先锋我们因为他优了嘛，所以有机会，所以他们选择去打了。
而且后面也算是稳住阵脚了嘛。那不得不聊一下龙魂那一波团，我觉得看了那一波团的发挥的很少人们会不说艾希大人，这一波艾希是打了9000多的输出，大家都惊呼了一下。OK， 好，打得太好了啊，应该是不是？哦，好的好的，导播刚刚给了一个照片，大家照这个。那我们来问一下，当时因为其实是你们的格温去绕，然后对面是已经要开到正面的一个情况，所以坐在艾希这样的一个立场上来讲，是怎么去打这个输出角度的呢？
首先我们的位置就站位已经感觉优了嘛，所以他们如果想突破也是有机会反打嘛，就看起来感觉他们的技能都交了，所以我直接选择去打对面后排，感觉挺好的。
那波真的是完完全全拉满了。那第一把打完了之后，你的辅助 On 选手也是解锁了自己在 LPL 的6000次助攻，排名第6。上一次他在赛后采访的时候，他说因为我的 AD Viper 选手能够在1v1的时候能够在单线做得非常非常好，所以我才能够去积极的游走。那今天他也解锁了自己的里程碑，你有没有什么话想在这里去夸夸他的呢
？6000挺多的，但还是打
Doesn't need a translator by the way.
多打一下就1万助攻吧。
还是不够是吧？还是要可以继续努力。那夸夸他的表现吧，今天尤其像他的萨勒芬妮大5个，多漂亮呀！那画面。
对啊，他的大都很漂亮的，就我是爱惜嘛，就没有 AOE 的呀，不可惜吧？
虽然我的辅助夸了我，但是我在台上我还是可以稍微的鼓励一下我的辅助，是这个意思吧？
不知道的，但是他玩得很好吧，所以我可以这局玩就没有什么就压力吧。
下路组一直都是互相成就的。那第2局比起第1局来讲，感觉就蛮像碾过去的一样，就是整体发挥都很不错。那现在你觉得在 BLG 的这样的一个团队当中，各方面对比着看，最让你满意的部分是什么呢？
我觉得我们的最好的点是，感觉我们不怕进攻吧，所以我们的进攻性是挺好的。
那这场结束之后，其实你们在今天比赛开始之前嘛，可以说终于结束了各个城市主场飞的这样的一个行程，可以小小的休息一下。我之前看你们队伍的 vlog 的时候，Viper 选手说很喜欢吃这个火锅鸡，是吗？但是好像上次文俊很想吃烤鱼，最后是你一个人去吃了火锅鸡吗？
我觉得太远了，所以我想早点吃，然后早点回来休息一下，因为那天。就我记得就开的有点晚了吧，所以早点休息一下更好一点，因为我们还有比赛。
所以是一个人去吃的？
没有，我跟其他人一起去的。
还是有。那今天有没有打算聚餐的一个选择呢？
不知道，回去聊一下吧。
今天是谁定？
今天欧文定吧。
好，欧文定确实解锁了里程碑，是打得很好。那最后一个问题，因为你们下场的话面对到的是滔博，最近他们势头很盛啊，对下场比赛有怎样的一个决心呢？
首先最近比赛我看着他们的状态也很好，然后就是现在比赛感觉 BP 太重要了吧，所以先做 BP 好，做好的 BP， 然后沙野的那个3打3就下路的主动权嘛，简单来说，所以这个最重要的吧。
是的，感觉下一场 BO3会非常的精彩，也再次恭喜你们拿到了比赛胜利，谢谢你们来我们赛后采访，谢谢。
谢谢。
那在本场的赛后采访结束之后，我们把时间交还给解说席。
Very, very cool to hear from Viper. Doesn't even need a town translator. Right, folks, I'm actually going to head off now. On where that you guys probably going to want to go watch something like LEC. Let's go give a a raid over to people. Shout out to Sam. Couldn't do this without him. Shout out for you for turning up and supporting us. We couldn't do this without you. In fact, why would we even bother if we weren't even here? We do this for you. And we hope that you enjoy. If you're on Onivia, please stop by and watch back the rest of the highlights there as well. Very cool channel over there on YouTube. I'm going to head off. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. And if you're on Twitch, we'll go find someone to send you over to. Player of the game was Bin. No surprise in that last one. Player of the series. Now that one will be a lot more interesting to check. So I guess we can wait around another minute and see who the player of the series is. Fun fact. Oh, I can get you a fun fact on the way out. Let me have a think. The difference between a meteor and a meteorite. A meteor doesn't hit the ground, a meteorite does. An unfun fact. Sure. There is a non-zero chance that all life on Earth just spontaneously stops existing because we get hit by what's called as a blazar. Basically, when you have I think it's when 2 neutron stars orbit each other and then collapse into a black hole, you can basically get a point where a black hole absorbs a load of no, I guess probably the Meteor was pretty fucking great on both of them. I'm surprised he gets that though. I thought Shun was great, but basically some black holes end up emitting a pillar of light both at the top and bottom of them, and if one of them just points our way, we're gone. We're just completely gone. So there is actually a non-zero chance that all life just stops existing at someone because we get hit by a blazer like a needle in a haystack. Very, very, very low chance of it happening, but never zero. Unfun fact for you. Alright folks, so I'm going to see you next time. If you're on YouTube, thanks for stopping by, and you're on Twitch, enjoy.